picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this?
There it is, guys. That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can
there it is, guys. That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy in the back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up from right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The down counter is just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out of the way, a nice stun on the shark. Pokey doing a little bit of damage to the top. I feel so alive, it's like I'm living time. All this shit on my mind, I feel like I'm living vibes. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't had me shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the endless sky, still I grind to keep me on top, no ceiling tiles. Yeah, ain't no cap, this an enterprise. Know you feel the vibes, feeling blessed that I'm still alive.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive, I'm going all out.
Just barely out goes there by Supra. And they secure the kill on the beating. What a save! Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe? Wait, there's a butterfly locked on. Gals kicking in the back line. But Sir Bossy will get suppressed and taken out first blood. Going to the side of Area 77. Nicolette keeps on coming in. Marquez here.
Yeah, I'm feeling so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, our goals just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase this fucking dream like the kid inside me.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of damage on the shark, but it looks like Team Sexy wants to score. A nice flicker kick, nice knock up, down goes Molecule to the major damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing Uzi getting demolished. I think that was messed up on the baiting.
And kind of have someone keeping vision, and we are seeing a bit of a pick on off the feet. That's what it looks like. We'll see Ziggy though, getting caught up. Omega gets a stun, in comes Syndicate. He does use that Petrify, but Ziggy is gonna go down. It's another kill there. And do some sort of crazy play, but now he's taking some damage there. He does turn from Syndicate. Wait a second. Quicker way, Ziggy though chasing in, does have that ultimate way to use it. Roll the also down Trina there, trying to slow down, trying to take a bit too much damage on Japanese though. Force the player back, and he comes able to get the Zia on the map. Zia taking some damage. In comes that ult.
The openings, they're not able to find those fingers. That's going to get caught with another find.
With that ultimate, trying to make some space. Sharp with an Newman on blast. They are going to get the kill on the 8. Nice counterplay coming from Team Splits. Wait a second. Best player with the Petrify. Sharp trying to Newman on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time offended on the Sharp. They get that tower. Now coming around the side of Axel there. With the Sharp coming on the Sharp.
Right now, they're being punished for it because Insomniacs is just
but still able to get the kill on the best player. 3 members down, make that four. Nicolette all alone, but they don't have any team fight. The disengage will most likely happen.
Welcome to the North American Squad League.
For those of you who are new, this is the first and currently only Mobile Legends League in all of North America.
A place where the top teams from the United States, Canada, and Mexico get to battle it out over the span of 10 weeks.
What are they battling for, you might ask? To start, 3,000 USD, 50,000 diamonds, but most of all, the right to say our team is the best.
It's been an amazing journey these past 2 seasons with teams like Area 77 and New Wave go home with the glory.
But as there will be 6 teams returning from previous seasons,
we do have some new faces coming in as well, and they look hungry.
For those of you loyal viewers who have been sticking with us through the past 2 seasons, we have to say thank you. And for
all of our new
viewers, welcome to the show.
We hope you
And I
enjoy.
hope you enjoy.
There it is, guys.
That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy in his back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The death counters are just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out, but wait, a nice stun on the shark. Pokey doing a little damage to the blast.
I feel so alive, it's like I'm hypnotized. All this shit on my mind, feel like I'm televised. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't having shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the illest guy. Still I grind to get me on top. No ceiling tiles. Yeah, ain't no cap. This an enterprise. Know you feel the vibes. Feeling blessed that I'm still alive.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Secured it just barely. Out goes there by Supra. And they secure the kill on the beating. What a save! Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe?
Wait, there's the firefly locked on Galsky in the back line, but Servasi will get suppressed and taken out first blood. Going to the side of Area 77, Nicolette keeps on coming in. Marquez here. Able to get the kill.
Yeah, I'm feeling so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, I goes just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase this fucking dream like the kid inside me.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of defense on the shark, but it looks like Team Sexy wants to score. A nice flicker kick, nice knock up. Down goes Marquez to the major damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing that Uzi getting demolished. Hayabusa. I think that was a mess up on the first time. But Bailey eliminated Hayabusa. Oh my God.
And kind of have someone keeping vision, and we are seeing a bit of a pick on off the field.
That's what it looks like.
We'll see Ziggy though getting caught up. Omega gets a stun. In comes Syndicate. He does use that petrify, but Ziggy is gonna go down. It's another kill there. And do some sort of crazy play. But now he's taking some damage. He does cover it from Syndicate. Get the kill. Wait a second.
taken out. Zia on the map. Zia taking some damage. In comes that ultimate.
The openings, they're not able to find those windows. Oh, that's going to get caught with another find.
With that ultimate, trying to make some space. Sharp with an Newman on blast. They are going to get the kill on to 8. Nice counterplay coming from Team Switch. Wait a second. Best player with the petrify. Sharp trying to Newman on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time offended on the Sharp. They take that tower. Now coming around the side of Axel there. With the Dark Lord. They are going to get on it. Coming on the Sharp.
Right now, they're being punished for it because Insomniacs is just outlooking them.
Three members down, make that forward, Nicolette all alone, but they don't have any Star moving over again, no one's able to stop this Newman on flash, and it crashes down, and it gets the pin on the wall.
Three. I'm hyped today, guys. You know, I'm not going to give a huge intro on the league or anything. You know who it is. It's me, Trex, Private Dancer, and G the Akayo. How are you doing tonight, G?
I am doing great. I've just been hype this entire week, and it's finally here. Saturday night, right here, North American Squad League.
Bro, I've been waiting. So, like, it has been today, especially, I've been like counting down. I don't think I've ever, you know, the past 2 seasons were awesome. I've had a lot of fun streams in my past, but for some reason today, I was like, my blood was running today, man. I could not wait for this stream. I could not wait for tonight. Not only is it season 3 where I just feel like we keep growing, we keep improving more and more and more. Not only that, but we have some banger matches tonight, like some banger matches that I'm super hyped about.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit. I can't, like you were saying, there's gonna be some bangers. Like I just can't wait to see what is possibly gonna get thrown around. We know there's no hate that can be thrown around in the chat, but I can feel the tension. I can feel the tension.
Most definitely. Private, what do you think about, so game 1, let's talk about game 1 first. Area 77 versus Vec Fantasy Main. Area 77, NASL Season 1 champions. NACT champions. Looking very strong right now, and they're going up against some new dogs, some underdogs, some guys that just made it through the qualifiers. This is their first time in the league. Vec Fantasy Main. What do you think about this, Private?
I mean, There's double-edged sword here right now. You're getting tried. This is the match you want. These are the cream of the crop right here. Area 77 that you're gonna be going up against. These are veterans in this league. Veterans not just of this league, but of North American competition in general. So you're gonna have your work cut out for you. And this is where we get to see what VFM is actually made of here in this very first match against probably what some would argue are the favorites, one of the favorites right now in the squad league.
Definitely the favorites. I mean, they're like, Area 7, like you just said, they're not only getting thrown into a league where they have to compete against better teams, but their very first game, day one, the nerves are there. You're not only up against a playoffs team from last season, but you're up against, considerably one of the best teams in all of North America. Like, you're up against like you said, the cream of the crop. And, I've been looking at all of these teams. I think VFM is definitely a great team. I think after watching them in qualifiers, they did very well. I don't think they lost a single game. I don't think they went 2-1 a single time. But Area 77 has been running. We've been running scrims for the past several weeks with all of these teams, and Area 77 has been cleaning house. So I'm pumped to see exactly how they play. What about you, G?
Yeah, same. I mean, it's only been like 3 or 4 days since the last patch that has just got dropped, and let me tell you, this is gonna be again a banger. This is gonna be a banger. We're gonna see probably some crazy strats that we've never seen before, and I mean the tank meta is still on the cusp, so I can only imagine what type of plays we're gonna see around the center of this, and how long the matches are going to be, So, what's your take on it, Private?
Well, and that's a good point too, and it's something I've honed or tried to stress, especially last season when we had just come into a patch. One of the things, it's one thing to be really good at those trio solo queues or those team matches, but when you come at this high of a tier, when you're clashing with some of the best in NA, it's gonna come down to your adaptation. Can you get this new patch? Can you get all those buffs and nerfs in there and try to regulate that into a good comp, into a good strat? You were saying before it seems like the tank meta is still here, so there were some nerfs, especially some hard ones to some of the favorite picks. Grok, Karina were a few, Boxia. So were those enough to take them out of the meta, and are these teams, both of them, Area 77 or VFM, have they been playing enough? Do they have enough of the knowledge to be able to use that to their advantage?
Yeah, I mean, there was already this huge flip of the meta recently, right? With all of the tanks becoming popular, and so many teams had trouble adapting to it during the end of Season 2. I mean, the playoffs was just completely flipped on its head because of all the most recent patches. And now we're having even more patches come in, new heroes getting introduced. For those that are wondering, Julian will not be allowed for this first week, or I think the second week. He will be allowed in after 14 days of his release, so I have to double check the math, but I think it's week 3 that he will be allowed. But the thing is even, G, you were mentioning the patches from that just happened, right?
Yeah.
I saw Aerithil get buffed. I see tons of heroes getting buffed, tons of heroes Karina got a nerf. Ishi still is deadly as she was, and these are things that we have to wonder, like, how are you willing to test it, or have you been trying new things? Did you try the thaw moves that just got buffed in the offlane? Is that something that we might see tonight? Have you been running Aerithil? Like, did you test all of these, and what teams are really staying ahead of the game? Which teams are practicing every time a new patch comes out? I don't just mean practicing your same old drafts, but trying new things to where to maybe you can build a new meta. Maybe you can try something different, and that's what I'm excited about. That's why I love ML. That's why I love all of the new patch notes that are constantly getting released, because things are constantly flipping around, and the question is which team is going to come up with something new this season, right?
Yeah. No, and I mean that's the forefront of North America. Is you got, like, you have to take charge. You have to create these strategies and learn these synergies. You have to do that in order to take a tournament like this over. You have to.
So
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see how these teams cope with all of that. I think we're gonna start seeing probably some more familiar picks that we saw probably that ended last NACT and the last competitive matches that we saw here in North America. We might start seeing a few sprinkles here and there, or maybe some teams. I feel like more veteran teams might be more comfortable sprinkling in something new than the newer teams will be with sticking with something that's more familiar to them, just because you know what works and you're not really trying to go outside of the box just yet, especially since you're new. You kind of want to feel it out, see what you're dealing with.
all right, I'm ready for this. I know the teams are ready. I know like the nerves, you know, gotta be killing you. Day one, match one. Looks like we got a slight mess up. We gotta reset the tourney lobby for 5 bands. It's all right. It's all right. It happens. Day one nerves are for the productions as well.
It's a good
nerves
ping
for the production as well. So
we're going back.
We'll jump back in, and I can talk about this for hours. You know, I could definitely talk meta, talk about what's coming up. Area 77 versus Fact Fantasy Man. Some things we didn't bring up, is we got a little bit of a blood feud here with this game. We got Gals Cutie, the tank for Area 77, up against VFM, and one of their members is Jules Cutie. For those that don't know, these two players are like not just brothers, but blood brothers. They're probably in the same house right now, playing against each other. So I think that's gonna definitely, is there going to be some hard competition here? And you mentioned it earlier, Private, that VFM, you're coming in here, you're going against one of the best teams. There's a lot to prove, I don't think, I don't know, of course you're coming into this to win, and but if they can at least get a game here, and then even in the other 2 games, show a good match, stretch it out, don't just get completely clobbered here, then there's definitely a lot of opportunity of how we're going to see them in the rest of the season.
Yeah, and it's not just to discount them, because they did make it through the pre-qualifiers, and there were some teams that were here last season that didn't make it through that. So I mean, they have been tried, maybe perhaps not at this level. So and that's where it's starting to count, and that's where we get to see how the nerves go. And even when you do take a loss, can you adapt to that? Can you see what your opponents did right and what you didn't do well, to be able to kind of come back from that and organize a plan to counter that?
No, exactly. And I mean, we're looking 2 solid teams coming up here. A lot of solid teams tonight. And one of the biggest things I wanted to talk about is like now we're actually going to be able to see Yin in action.
Yin? I just don't think he's. I don't think he's that clutch, man.
No?
I think he flies in ranked games. I was talking about this during the qualifiers, and like every team that tried to use him, it failed. I think I think he has his niche. Like he's like a gimmick to me. He's like a gimmick. I just don't think he's like meta, man. I just don't think at least a team has not showed it yet. Has not showed him to be like, boom. Private, I hear ya.
Yeah, no. I feel like the meta just doesn't complement. If we had been, if Yin had come in the meta before, I think he would have shined. But right now, you've got a lot of heroes that can pretty much duke it out with Yin. Yeah. Right now, that makes it a problem. And if they can't, right now the meta has turned to a point that if you are squishy, it's more beneficial for you to have some type of like some dashes or some way to get away, which Yin kind of suffers against as well. So it's not, he does very well against those mages and those marksmen that can be caught out, but for most others, I mean, he does struggle a little bit. Gimmicky, maybe it can be used as a tool. I do see as a tool, his ult taking somebody out of the fight, or even keeping them somewhere while the team gets into position, maybe. But other than that, right now, not as like one of those just like those people are going to be running all over people. Like I feel like this new hero is going to be when he eventually gets in this.
I personally think we're going to see a lot of Ithrios.
You think so? You think she's the new hot take?
Oh yeah, she there's like a couple ways you can roll her, but she's been a damage dealer. she can get in and out and absolutely just dominate that mid to the late game. And I mean, a lot of the games I feel like we're gonna see are gonna go the long haul. I think late
Is she
game
gonna
is
be able
now
to
it.
handle? Is she gonna be able to handle going up against like a Beatrix in the offlane?
Right.
Is she gonna be able to handle the Brody in the early game? Like, yes, she has late game, and I honestly haven't played since the new patch, and it's still so fresh that, you know, I think it might take another week or so until we really see if any heroes have risen from the ashes. And I think I saw some scrim screenshots, and I saw a couple teams pick it up. Maybe they were just practicing it, you know. So we will see. I think Thamuz is going to make a that's if I was going to pick a hero that's going to make a slight comeback, I think with the recent buff, Thamuz might make a comeback. He was already, like, he wasn't a completely dead hero, and he was already could be used against the Esmeralda and could be used against the Dyroth if everything else was banned out. So I think with the recent buff, that might be something we see in the EX play lane. Not to mention Lapu Lapu. Also got a nice
yeah, that's
buff.
where my vote was going to go for some of these most recent buffs is Lapu Lapu. He's probably one of my my first XP laners, and he's always been a favorite of mine, just because for me over Thamos, just because Lapu Lapu with his ult, the secondary part of that makes him immune to CC and stuff like that, which I think he holds him over Thamos just slightly when you're in the XP lane there. So I mean, there are a lot of new buffs that we could start seeing. Even Assassins got buffed this patch as well. I think they're trying to see if we can start like poking some of those Assassins back into the meta. But I'm gonna tell you right now, it's been a rough ride for Assassins for the last few months. So I don't really think that's gonna be changing anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the Ling. Like, the Ling is still crucial for Assassins. The Fanny can still be used in clutch situations. I'm wondering, like, Karina took that nerf, and from what I was reading, like, it's like, what, 1.5% of her true damage is gone now? So I'm wondering how well she's gonna fare up in some of these games. I'm wondering, is she still gonna, and of course, things are gonna change as we move forward, but, it's definitely a lot of questions, you know, a lot of, is this hero still good or not? Is it going to keep riding through the league? Things like that. So I'm excited. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot just from this first ban right here. Area 77, first pick, first ban, up against VFM. I'm pumped, guys. I'm pumped.
I'm ready to see what the targets are, you know, because VFM is fairly new, right? So has Area 77 done their research?
I think so. They know most of the players. VFM is new to the league, but like
a lot of
they
the
still
players
like I said, Jules and Gals are literally brothers.
Oh yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
you think he got the little sneaky sneak on his brother?
So we are going to see that Xavier ban coming first. Yato not playing for Area 77 tonight, right? They do have Lord T subbing in. We're going to see a little bit of some roster switches, I think. And I'm excited to see Yato on the Xavier, because from what I've seen with him on it is pretty fierce. But I guess we're not going to see that tonight. So they're opting to not make that a priority, but make sure they don't want to give it to the enemy team here. Valentina, Masha off the map private.
Yeah, Valentina, even with that latest nerf, still such a menace. It's going to be years from now, and she's still getting nerfed, and we're still going to see her being banned because she's just so strong right now. Almost on the level, like we were saying with Julian. We do see Karina getting banned out, so obviously VFM is still seeing that as a priority and something dangerous that they don't want to be seeing on the field right now.
Yeah, and I mean, the target Masha is pretty interesting too, with all of the nerfs that Masha's received. I mean, she can still be a hindrance in the jungle for the enemies, so I could see kind of, if it's being a target ban, something to go for. I'm wondering, what is the marksman pick? Is it gonna be an Ithriel? Is it gonna be a Wanwan? And versus like that?
Really want to see that. You really want to see that Ithriel, man.
I kind of do.
I'd be excited. Hey, listen, if it shows up right here, game 1, I'll be pumped about it. Like, I'll be super pumped about it. And because I would love to see some new heroes come in. I would love to not just see the Beatrix, the Brody, the Clint, or the Wan every single game. So it'd be nice. I think they do need to buff some more marksmen and make the pool a little bit bigger. Like, yes, we see the Claude here and there. We see the Popo, some of those other off picks. But I want to see a much larger gold lane pool from Moonton itself, you know?
I'm not sure if that's even possible right now with the current meta, because I'm not sure if it's that the marksmen are weak as opposed to the way that the meta shifts right now. You've seen a lot of teams take that early game focus onto the gold lane instead of even focusing turtle. So like, it's not really that they're weak, it's just that more teams are really starting to focus on those power spikes that those marksmen are having and like trying to keep them and hold them back. And especially early game. That's why I'm not completely sold on Irithyll yet, especially because their early game is still a big hindrance for her. Yeah,
those first 4 levels, she just doesn't have any like real. She has no real poke ability those first 4 levels, and her range is pretty low. We are going to see Merciless lock in this Dairoth that looks like first pick. Just a solid. I think Dairoth is just such a solid pick right now. He can deal with just about anybody. There isn't a lot of things that can like hard counter him, at least not in the EXP lane. So I think it's a solid pick up front.
Not even just a solid pick in the EXP lane, but it's something that can be kind of a flexible pick for you too, because he can be into the jungle as well. You don't see him as often, but he is still, I want to say, remarkable in that position too. So it's good first pick by Area 77.
No, I mean, dude, BFM's looking, they're being elusive. You know, the Cog is an insane mage pick. So what do you think they're gonna counter a Cog with?
I'm not too. I mean, the Cog. There's not much to deal. I think the Cog is just a solid mage pick. She's always been. Like assassins do well against her, but there's not too many. Like a lot of people, like Private was saying earlier, assassins aren't like the major pick. I think that Chow tank. So like iFinesse has been running tank on the side of VFM in the qualifiers. So I'm almost positive he's running tank tonight. The Chow tank, I think it's good. Ooh, running the
it's an interesting pick.
Into the Cog.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's exactly what I was thinking too.
Ours is a good pick. She did get a little bit of a buff, not like a damage buff, but a cooldown. One of her cooldowns got reduced pretty well. So they're trying to bring Farza back into there. I mean, she's already a heavy hitter and is going to be decimating, but she can easily
get
up
against the Chow and the Cog, like 2 people that can come in and stop your ultimate. So it's definitely any flicker in from Chow's, you know, it's a chancy pick. That's the thing. Like, it's kind of a risky pick. I think Farza's a great hero, but it's a little risky right here.
It is, and I'm gonna definitely be looking for Area 77 to be picking up maybe an Akai or some type of disengage for Farza. They're, like I said, these are the cream of the crop here right now. This is not a mistake for them. They're obviously looking for something that will be able to disengage for her, because you have a Cho and a Kagura on the other team, and I doubt that was overlooked when you picked up a Kagura.
Oh yeah.
But Pogi on this Ling right now.
I was about to talk about that.
Pogi on the Ling. I think it should be an exciting. And I mean, right now from the side of 77, I'm seeing heavy rotation, heavy early game. Like, you're gonna have Farza wings by wingsing around, trying to get those ganks. Pogi all over the place. I'm seeing a lot of early game pressure from the side of Area 77. And yes, Farza does like scale to late game, but I think just with her mobility, she has a nice early game as well. You know, once you hit that level 2, you can have stuns locked in. Level 4, you're able to bushwhack people so well in those off lanes. Just help put pressure to try to get these tower dives along with Pogi. Like, that matchup right there, I'm excited to see what they pick for their tank here. And I'm starting to think that maybe the Chow pick was more of a pull away from Gals, because we know Gals loves to run the Chow tank. So it's like, listen, we couldn't ban it, and a lot of people ban out the Chow tank against Gals Cutie. It's like, so let's at least pick it so he can't have it, and we also know that I can run it well, you know?
Yeah, I mean, solid.
And as you were talking about though, that early game pressure, that's kind of what, as far as Farge is concerned, that's kind of what separates those decent mages from the great mages, the mages that have something to do before they hit their power spike. And for what Farge brings to the table is that CC and that mobility that she can get around so fast, even before she's even able to do a ton of damage with her feathered airstrike. And we're looking at our first pick of the second round right now. Or the second half of this. Second half, Franco.
Your team is picking. We pick up the Franco, so so at this point it's like Chow's gotta rotate to off lane. Unless they want to put the Franco in the off lane, but my guess is Chow runs. Maybe, just maybe, they put the Kagura into an off lane here. That is like a very slim possibility, and just have double tanks in the mid. But still kind of iffy. What I like from the bans, right? So we see the Karina banned off rip. Area 77 notices that they don't pick up a jungle and they get the Ling locked in. And then in the second ban phase, it's like, all right, now we're gonna take away all the other tank junglers. So that way, like, we know this Ling should do so well right now. There's no Basha, there's no Karina, there's no Kai, there's no real good tank jungler to put against them right now.
No. It is they're gonna have a tough time with that Kufra too. Franco,
Not just like
we've talked about the Franco pick. That just one hook in the end game can change the battle. A Bane.
Is this Bane jungle? Private?
I was just
private.
Let's go.
I don't even know what to say right now. I'm okay.
There it is.
I was gonna say too, a Lance would be pretty decent here too. Not sure how well that's gonna work into the Kufra, but you do have the Kufra that with a Wanwan right now, so you're gonna have a bit of trouble unless you can focus down that Wanwan very quickly in the late game. And then that's what this looks like. It's a kind of going into. I know that Franco was probably picked to probably put a little bit of harassment because Ling is kind of like the old school Fanny, where you just need to refuse him his blue, and it really helps your team to be able to put on that oppression on him. So let's see if that plan will come together for VFW here.
VFW?
I'm excited for it. VFM. It's all right. It's a new season. It's a new season.
I was like,
I've heard worse. I've heard much worse.
I was like, are we in the same tournament?
I flipped the M upside down. That was my fault.
All right, so game one, guys. Area 77 up against Vec Fantasy Main. I'm ready for this, Private.
Oh yeah, I am too. Definitely want to see how this early game is going to be panning out, if these guys are going to be aggressive or if they're just going to kind of take their time, especially being the new guys here against Area 77. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do, just kind of like space it out and let both of these junglers farm semi in peace a little bit. And we do have Gals Cutie go in on the Choki. Not too much damage put on him, almost down to halfway. But then does return while Farja rotates up top.
Yeah, the Kufra I think is going to be a good pick.
Already a big pick off lane, though. Lord T getting the kill on a Jails Cutie. A little bit of a big hook, though, on a Gals, pulling him under the tower. A little bit of a chase from Chris, so we able to get the kill on to Gals, and they keep on pushing on to Merciless here. Merciless dashes through the wall, able to get under the tower to safety, but we're only a minute in. A kill for each team on the board, and Chris wants to keep on pushing on to Merciless. Able to hit that speed up, get away, but this is going to allow Choke to come in, get some pressure, hook onto that red buff, and delay Pokey even more here, G.
Yeah, this is some interesting fighting. Merciless still going hard on this show in the bot lane, though. Although, I mean, dude, that Franco hook to be able to secure the stop on the blue buff is going to be so devastating for the Ling. Like, he's just not going to be able to get into this early game battles. Oh, man. This is going to be interesting.
And it's going to be all on if they can maintain this pace, especially against a team like Area 77. This isn't something that's going to break their stride. This is something that they know that has happened to them before. Like I said, they have that experience, so they know. They haven't always won their games like complete like stompage from the beginning, so they know what it takes to try to come back from something.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I think I'm wondering, you know, last season we saw the turtle not always a major focus for teams, and I'm wondering if this season, you know, is it going to be an important buff? Are we going to try to gank the gold lane, kind of like what we saw from the side of New Wave a lot last season? They would just ignore the turtle, but it looks like turtle is coming up. Pogi able to secure it. Gal zoning away. Nothing too major there. Still 1-1. Area 77 does hold a 600 gold lead right now. Bit of a gank under. Feathered airstrike coming down. Almost able to take out iFinesse, but he is able to get away with just a sliver of health as Merciless starts to work onto this gold crab.
Yeah, and with that turtle, they did kind of give it away for free. Like, usually, I understand giving away the turtle because you have another objective that you want to go for, but they weren't over at Marksman lane. They kind of rotated late, so that might be something that starts coming to bite them in the butt a little bit here, especially against a team like Area 77.
Oh, but another Tyrant's Rage does miss that Tempest of Blades, though. Pogi wants more. Gets stunned up under the tower with the hook, though, and bites the bullet. Tower shot able to come in, but here comes that Feathered Airstrike. They are going back and forth. Choke, knocked out. Jules may go down. Lord T able to get that bow tang off just in time before the tower shots hits him. Moving on to Saoe, but Lord T does go down. Pogi back on the map finally, but that is a 2-for-2 trade. 4-4, and barely a gold lead. This is a tight game right now, G.
Yeah, that dude. The 1-1 getting the ult off just to save her life by the turret was just, that was insane. But then the clutch hook, the Franco's hook. I mean, we don't gotta put a hook counter up for this guy this time, because my god, the boy's a hooker.
Yeah, they're executing very well. I mean, you wouldn't even know that this was a brand new team coming into the season. You do see Cho iFinesse going down there, and it looks like they are going to go ahead and try to put some damage onto this bottom tower. Smartly going ahead and disengaging, and looks like they're going to go ahead and take a quick trip back home.
Ooh, and just back and forth across the map. Choke now going down. Area 77 now taking a slight lead here. 1,000 gold, but again, not a single tower taken yet. Like you said, Private, VFM doing a wonderful job. Area 77 finally securing the EXP lane tier 1 tower. Turtle is up, G.
Yeah, both teams are doing so well, like throwing back and forth. Like you don't know what's gonna come down. Merciless holding it, but we got a fight here in the middle.
Yeah, a little something. Gal's able to flicker out. Nothing too major though, but look at Merciless hovering over this turtle, waiting for Chris to come in, but I don't think Merciless can do this alone. Gal's hovering around in this bush. Maybe we see a play here. We also have Marcuti hitting the wings by wings, trying to reposition. Pogi just clearing jungle, knows he has time at any point. He can jump in here. He has made it onto the wall. Bit of a play. Big Tyrant's Rage, but Chris secures the turtle. But the battle keeps on going. A bit of a puncture through from Chris, trying to get away. A nice flicker from Merciless under the tower. Not able to get the finish. Will Chris goes down? He does. But a nice wave of the dragon back onto Merciless. Merciless will pay the price, but he's getting the outplay. Can he get the finish? And he takes out finesse. Pogi in to save the day. And Merciless survives. Pogi almost getting choked along with it. But what a play from Merciless. He does go down, but the fact that they're able to take 2 out, just a wonderful play, Private.
Well, just a perfect example of, like, when you are facing a team like Area 77 and you have somebody cornered like Merciless, don't just count like you're going to be able to take them down easily. Like, man, that that fight right there was ridiculous, that he was actually able to take somebody down.
I thought he was done for, and just that's the sustainability of the Dairoth. That's the problem with the Dairoth right now. And now we're starting to see Marcuti along with it. I want to check out these items, see how Marcuti's looking right now, see how Pogi's looking right now, see how far ahead we've now gotten to what? Almost a 2K gold lead. Area 77 holding very strong here, Private.
Yeah, and we do see that Lord T has picked up that corrosion scythe right now. While we are still, and we have the endless battle onto Jules Q, who just got taken down up there. I think we're waiting for that next damage item, maybe probably in the next 2 minutes for one of these marksmen before we really start seeing that power push by them.
Right as you say that, DHS does lock in for Wan. Completely skips the boots, which I think is kind of not completely uncommon, right? When you have the Wan, you have such nice movement with those jumps around and your skill. But Area 77 is now hitting this mid-game spike, and they are just clearing through these towers, G.
Yeah, that was a clutch play by the Farza, zoning them out to be able to secure that mid lane tower. It's great, man. I'm loving the plays that we're seeing here, but it looks like
Big Tyrant's Rage on to choke though. Lord T gets the kill, doesn't even have to use the Bow of Tang. And I mean, Area 77, it was looking close at first, like VFM doing such a great job, but now we're just seeing Area 77 really hit their funk. Lord T trying to lock on iFinesse. Can he hit that last weak point? Not quite able to make it. Oh, he hits it, but Finesse gets away. Wings by Wings coming in to try to zone out Chris here. And Mark Cutie just doing such a wonderful job, like you said, G, using that ultimate at just the right times.
Yeah, she's and I think this is what we were thinking from the very beginning. She's using her ultimate to be able to control versus initiating, you know? So she's using it strategically and taking objectives, which is what they need. But Cooper gets hooked here and taken down by Joel's Cutie there. Insane. Let's see what goes down here, man. Private, what do you think's what's the win condition for VFM to come back from this?
Well, right now we're gonna have to start getting an answer for Mark Cutie and T here. T, and we've seen that T cannot just kind of lackadaisically try to engage on them, because that Kufra is gonna be there. Gals Cutie is gonna be there answering with that Tyrant's Rage and his pop up. So like you're gonna need to have a team engagement on these two to be able to get these team fights in your favor.
This is, yeah, I mean, I think for VFM right now, like we just saw Chris come in, get a nice pick onto Mark Cutie into the tower, but just not having that escapability. Like, yes, go for it. You want to get those plays, but you got to make sure you got to have a way out. You got to make sure Choke's there with you to peel off Pogi. You got to make sure someone is there with you. We do see a Tyrant's Rage now. On to Choke. Choke gets immediately annihilated. Tempest of Blades just to try to get away here. But I mean, Area 77, every time we see something come from VFM, Area 77 has an answer. They're answering back. Lord T doing a wonderful job on this wand right now. Earlier gets the outplay onto Finesse. Merciless getting a kill onto Chris here. I think the Dairoth also is just a huge problem for VFM. Merciless coming back in, getting some more damage. The ultimate does come. Yin Yang overturn, and Merciless goes down. Seoi able to get a pick there. Lord T on the chase, though. Poggy comes in, gets an unstoppable kill on to Seoi. Pogi does bite the bullet, though. Choke able to secure a kill back. A nice hook onto Gals. Gals in that bouncy ball, going to be able to get away. Jules finally doing a bit of damage here. Still, though, looking at 3-3, not the best for a gold lane marksman right now, Private.
Well, I think they're going to have to start having a little bit more respect for what's going on around the map right now. These objectives, as I was saying before, going over to the side of Area 77, especially these first towers, opening the entire map for Area 77, and they use it as well. So you saw that them trying to get their buff up here at top, and they were just laying in wait there. As soon as this map opens up, you have to respect that your opponents, especially like Area 77, is going to be using that to their advantage. They're going to be there waiting for you.
Jeez.
Definitely Gals going down. Big pick. We are starting to finally see the side of Vec Fantasy Main kind of tighten it up, pull together. Seoi getting some nice picks onto each one, and everyone else closing in. And they do have this Franco. You know, they do. All it takes is one big hook as we creep later and later in the game. And there's another hook. Merciless will go down. Wave the Dragon just to seal the deal. VFM slowly coming back here, G. Pokey, wait, under Tempest of Blades, does land down, but he's taking a bit too much damage. Jules gets the kill, biting off a bit more than he can chew. Wings, Feathered Airstrike does come down. Finesse trying to close the distance, not quite able to make it a Marcutie. Choke with the suppression. Bow of Tang goes off, and Lord T gets the kill. This is a boxing match right now.
Dude, this is absolutely crazy. They're just going back and forth. Such great comebacks, such great plays. But Wanwan is just so fast and unstoppable.
Oh my God.
It gets taken out by Kagra. What?
Deleted.
What a great play. Wanwan was, she just couldn't dance fast enough, Private.
Yeah, she was maybe just a little too hungry for a taste of Chris there, and let Seoi to get in there on the flank on here. So a little bit of a mistake there, and we do see Gals Cutie here setting up here. And will this be enough to of an engagement in here? iFinesse actually able to get away from that. The Feather Airstrike comes down, doesn't really catch too much, but Jules Cutie once.
Lord is up though, 12 minutes in. Gold still only 2,000. So VFM doing a wonderful job at keeping that gold deficit at a bare minimum. And we've seen Choke land some nice hooks. I definitely don't take this out of the realm of possibilities for VFM to take this game.
And I
certainly
feel like
don't know.
this. one of the biggest things that was changed on the last patch is that enhanced Lord is better. So I think they're fighting for an enhanced Lord here. Oh my god, the Wan
Big pick on the
play.
choke. Lord T doing such a wonderful job on this Wan right now. But Mark Cutie gets hit by the ER turn. Gals able to help. Sao, he gets the outplay though. Able to take out Gals and escape with just a sliver of health. But here comes that Tempest of Blades. Locking on Jail's Cutie. Pogi gets a kill. He's hungry. Sao, he will go down too. As Lord is now getting worked on. Area 77. Pogi 8-3. Playing a wonderful game right now, Private.
Yeah, they the engagements here were just on par, especially being able to chase them down. You did see that Sayobi was able to actually get a kill onto Gal's Cutie and able to get away, but just the map awareness by Pogi, able to take down 2 characters before they went for this Lord and able to clean up after his team here. This is why Area 77 is one of the favorites to win.
They're definitely doing a wonderful job, and you know, not even full lineup right now. Yato on a bit of a vacation for this first weekend, so we're not going to see him until next week of the league. But still, it just shows that, you know, a lot of times we see a team have to sub someone and we see them immediately fall apart. In Area 77, you know, you can tell that they practice with some of their subs. You can tell, but wait a second, big hook onto Gals here. Lord is crunching in. Can they take down Inhibitor? They do get the crash. Tower down to about half health, and Lord still at full. In comes Gals. Big Tyrant's Rage, and Pogi's here to help clean up. Chris will be taken out. Lord T taking out the tower. If High Finesse looking a little low, will be able to get back some health, but the Lord is now locked onto the Inhibitor, and game 1 goes to Area 77.
Man, oh man. What a crazy game. What a fast game. I wasn't suspecting like super fast. I mean, it was a high kill game too. I mean, we're looking at 14 and 22 in a 14-minute game. That was
it was bloody.
It was bloody. It was definitely bloody. I have to give it up to Poggy though, man. That Ling, the moment I seen Ling get picked, I knew it was going to be a challenge.
I mean, Private.
I was gonna say that it's just for me it comes down to, especially not so much with the Ling. While he did play great, I feel like there was enough of a just the objective focus, especially early game, for VFM. They kind of lacked it a bit. They didn't really kind of transition those kills into towers, into turtles and stuff like that. And a team like Area 77, they don't just get a tower. They don't just like push you back. They take advantage of that. As soon as they push you back and they open up that jungle, they're hiding in your jungle too, which Chris unfortunately found out a few times when he was going for his buff, thinking he was just going to be able to secure that, travel back, and then you had a Dyroth and tank just sitting in there laying in wait. So it's just one of those learning experience that you have to understand, like where you are, what type of situation you're looking at, instead of kind of like still playing the game like you have all of your towers up.
Yeah, and you know, I gotta Gals on that Kufra, man. Like that final Lord push, right? The final Lord push. Normally, Lord 1, you're not getting a win off of, you know? You get an Inhibitor, maybe 2, like you get all 3 if you really crunch it in, but that flicker, Tyrant's Revenge into the Tyrant's Rage, and Pogi, and just you could tell the communication. The moment he knows, he's like, I'm going in and I'm going to land this ultimate with no problem. Pogi's right behind to follow up along with the rest of the team, and they're able to take out 2 members almost immediately, and that just opens the door for Area 77, knowing like, all right, we're going to finish the game right here. And I think there was just maybe lack of communication from VFM, you know, kind of just map awareness, knowing that you gotta watch out for Gals on this Kufra. You gotta know where his position is at all times during these team fights, so that you can position yourself accordingly and watch out for those side hits to where you're gonna get knocked against a wall. Watch out for some of those moments, because that's what cleaned things up. That's what it's tough to do, but you can definitely just see how Area 77 was on top. And during that mid game, once they just started pushing in, even when it looked like VFM might come back, Area 77 just kind of had control of the game.
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, we seen again, like you were saying earlier, just an absolute bloodbath. Everybody going back and forth, just high kills. Just it was insane. I loved it. It was a very great first game, to be honest. I love the spaz and the spit that came with it, that battle, and you could just see him throwing it down. Just see it throwing it down. But without further ado, let's get into game 2 here.
Private, I think like for VFM to do a bit better this time, I think the jungle, the Lancelot, I think Lance is, feeling a little dead right now. Not only that, and I think maybe they need to try to lock in something like the Karina or something like the Basha, try to lock in that a little bit sooner in that first phase of banning, because Area 77, the moment they locked in that Ling, they immediately went to finish and cut off the head of the snake and just like, let's get rid of everything that counters Ling. Let's get rid of all these tanky junglers and leave you with practically nothing. So I really just feel like they were already a step ahead during the draft.
I feel like that too, but it came down to, for me, the picks. You have a Wan pick. If you have a Wan open and you don't ban her, I feel like Kufra needs to be a priority for you to pick up. For them to get a Wan and Kufra, and then they had a Kagura, but that's not enough on its own to be an engagement or for the distance that they had, because you had two people there. You had Farja and Wan during a team fight that you had to be able to lock down, because the longer that they're just sitting there spraying you with damage, the worse it is for you. And you can't just kind of half up your team and split your priority there between both of them. You have to focus one down. And we saw, like, even with a 3-man gank onto Wan, you had Kufra come in and be able to save her. So I mean, if you're gonna let something like that through, you need to have a plan.
Yeah, you definitely got to switch something up, right? A couple picks. I think maybe, I think people need to stop being so worried about the Chow Tang from Gals, I just feel like some of their picks, the initial picks with the Chow and the Kagura, like Kagura is normally kind of a counter mage. Like Area 77 came with a nice solid EXP laner. You get the Dyroth, which I think might be something that VFM wants to ban here, or at least pick it up. Make it a first round pick or ban it out, because that was something we saw even from the very beginning of the match was giving them problems. It was a 1v3 and Dyroth was able to sustain out and practically take 2 people with him. So I mean, definitely a lot to think about from the side of VFM here. The question is, will they be able to handle it during this series, or are we going to see a 2-0 sweep here?
I hope not to see a 2-0 sweep. I want to see that AFM pulls it around, gets a dub, makes it 1-1, and maybe even come back to upset it. Just trying to be a little bit of the underdog. I feel like they had the skill player base. I just think their draft, they got out draft.
Like even that the Beatrix ban, why the Beatrix ban right there?
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to leave themselves something open. But and also they have first pick. Why ban out the Karina? Why not lock it in first round? Are they lacking? Is their jungler lacking for that as well? That just seems like something's missing here from the side of VFM that if they're going to need to compensate for later on in the season.
Yeah.
Well, we do have a Wan open right now. And they go ahead and get with the Dyroth. They do exactly what Area 77 did with them in the beginning. So
it's the new Esmeralda. It's the new Esmeralda first pick.
It is.
I'm actually surprised we didn't see an Esmeralda last game.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised we don't see it the Moss more often. He's become, with his buff, he's become immortal. The Moss, whoever the guy's name is.
There always has to be one wrong GDI name. Merciless is hovering over both the heroes we were talking about, though. The Thamus and the Lapu. Merciless has a monster Lapu. I mean, like, a monster Lapu, but he is going to lock in the Thumaz.
Wow.
What
that's
does
what we
Lord
thought
T
was
bring in though? Bringing in the Selena, swapping up Mark Cutie.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this actually goes. Against the Dairoth, it is actually pretty decent. It's just that for me, Thamus really lacks. He has the same susceptibility that a lot of melee heroes that you don't use often have. The people like Freya, the CC, the fact that they need to not be CC to get that health back. People like Balmon, people like Lapu have things that are like that they can do while people are trying to CC them to kind of get out of it, whereas Balmon can keep spinning, still does damage to you. Lapu has that invuln that he does on the second part of his ult. So it's going to be interesting to see how Thamus is able to come in and be able to tank that damage, or what Area 77 is going to do to set up for him to be able to come in.
So I think like when you're up against like, it used to be like when you were up against the Esmeralda. Right now it's the Dairoth. Okay, so you're up against something that can barely get countered. So you don't exactly want something like, I don't think there's much that beats him. I think you just need something that can hold the lane. Like, and I think Thamus being able to have that poke, being able to put those sights out there and clear lane without getting too close, like, that's about the best you're gonna get right now. You know, like, have something that can push lane. Yeah, he's not gonna be like super great in fights, which again, we don't know. We don't know if this buff is gonna be detrimental, and if there's any player that can play a new hero, you know, not a new hero, but a hero that we're all questioning about. Well, Merciless is one of those people that's gonna put it to the test. So I'm excited for this, but I think that either way, he should do well against the Dairoth. He was doing well against the Dairoth in MPL Philippines. Some people were playing it against it. So now with the recent buff, we get to really put it to the test here.
Yeah.
And we do see that Area 77 is picking up that pull into Jules Cutie's Clint, and I do not I'm scared for Jules Cutie here because man, that's just a hard counter for him right now, and it's gonna take a lot of support from his team to be able to help him with this lane.
Yeah. I mean, they have a decent amount of CC on Area 77. They're a little bit more of a slow you down type of squad right now on VFM with a little bit of CC. So we'll see what happens. I think T-Rex just got attacked, but
no, I'm all right. I'm all right. We're good. My house just caved in. That's all.
Right, his roof came off for some reason.
Don't worry about that, guys. Anyways,
a Grok Masha bin. We're seeing a lot of roamers getting roam XP lanes getting targeted hard right now. They could be trying to see maybe Dairoth being a jungle or not. So maybe that's why they're targeting a bit of the roam and XP. So I'm hoping VFM put some time into it, put some thought into it, get some sets, show me your skills.
Yeah, we want to see something big. They're really holding on to this Clint, and I think the Clint is good. I think he's like, even, you know, if he can get to the late game, he can't, like, there's not many people that out damage him, and I still hold to that pretty well. But I think his just kiting ability, everything, he's all around here. But the problem is what we saw last game is he wasn't ever, like, when we finally did see him hit that power spike, it was just a little bit too late. So he is going against the Popo this time. We'll see how it goes, but I want to see VFM do a little better.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about Clint sometimes right now, I do see him getting picked often enough. Oh, okay. Oh. And we have a jungle Balmon.
Hey,
with Clint, is his range sometimes, his escaping ability isn't great. When you have people that are diving behind your line to try to get you, and especially early game, it does take him a little bit to get caught up there. I do kind of like this Balmon pick because it does give them a decent amount of early game damage. It does take Popol a little bit of time to get revved up. It does take Thamus a little bit of time. It's just going to matter on how their awareness of the map is going to be. Are they going to allow Mark Cutie on the Selena to be able to lock in and hit them with these abyssal arrows? Abysmal.
Those, if he misses them, they'll be abysmal.
Heroes.
I think I'm wearing off on private.
Oh man.
Lord T does
Abysmal
answer
arrows.
back with this carry though. Another marksman that's been creeping her way in, especially with all the recent tanks. She just as well here. I mean, we know that the Bowman is going to be tank. He's going to be almost a full. He might not even pick the War Axe. It's been something we've been seeing a lot in scrims. It's been something we saw in some of the qualifiers. Some people even kind of like put him up there with the with some of the other popular, with the Karina. Like, he's not as good as Karina. He's not as good as the Basha, but like when all of those tank jungles are off the table, let's bring in the Balmond. So he's becoming a bit more viable. Pogi picking up the Lancelot. Now, Pogi's Lancelot has been known as a legendary pick for him, but is it going to be as viable as it's been in the past?
I think they're just trying to, like, the last game that they went Lance, so I think they're just trying to essentially show them that they can be a better Lance. You know?
Just one of those trying to get in their heads with things. And we do see Popo taking up the mid here. Gonna see how well he can do against this Kufra and Lilia here. Oh, he does get caught a bit, but is able to safely run away here while Area 77 is cleaning up this blue buff.
So this is tank Popo. This is gonna be tank Popo right here, huh? Not gold lane Popo. They put the carries in the gold lane, which I'm excited to see. I think we were just watching a game with Area 77 playing tank Popo against was it a BTK scrim private when they ran the tank Popo?
I think it was.
They were able to take that game, so I mean, it's not completely uncalled for. Marcuti does come in, gets the Abyssal Arrow onto choke. Nothing too major right now in this early game, but I'm excited to see how Gals runs this tank Popo through this game right here, G.
I mean, tank Popo is a little rough, and I mean, as you can see here, Lilia just taking him down, but can she escape? Marcuti is on the chase, but she can't get out of there. Marcuti secures the kill. What a great man. It's just a bloodbath. At the very first minute in, just
boxing match.
They're just going T to T with each other. You never know what they're gonna actually do. This is great, man. What do you think they're gonna do this time around, Private?
Well, that's okay. And then we do have an engagement up here at top. Does look like Pogi does come in on to choke. Chokes is stunned down and does get taken down. Jules Cutie retreating a bit, going back to the safety of his tower. From that earlier engagement, I'm not sure how much that was in favor of Saoe, because you could have let them go and you would have had an open lane to be able to get your minions off of. Instead, you went for the kill and then you had Marcuti go ahead and kill you. So now neither of you are getting gold and it didn't actually put you ahead. So it's just kind of like decisions in the early game that you kind of have to be aware of. You have to kind of, what is the cost of this kill?
Yeah. Chris gets the first turtle once again. The same thing happened in game one. Chris, though, playing a bit more aggressive this time. We are seeing him come in, trying to steal this buff. Merciless coming around the side. All of Area 77 is collapsing in, though, but Chris will not go down. Able to steal that. I don't know if that's Pogi's old blue buff. No, Pogi stole their blue buff, I think. And Chris comes back to steal his. So still overall an even trade on the map. We're looking at even gold, just like last game. This time, VFM, though, does have a slight lead here, Private.
Yeah, and you did see Lord T rotate all the way down. Just still doesn't have the damage yet on that carry to be actually laying people down yet. But it does look like they are looking for a little bit of a gank up here. She does go and close in on the carry. Carry does dash back over into the tower for safety. But it looks like the rest of Area 77 is coming up for a little bit of a gank here.
Man, the battles. They're going T to T. Popo tank. I'm wondering, bro. Like, is this going to be viable? Popo tanks kind of fell out a long time ago. But he might... mid-game, I think it's going to secure a lot of kills. Especially with how front-lined BFM is.
I mean, he used to be super clutch. Like, Popo Tank used to be the thing, you know? Pogi, though, coming and getting some poke damage on a Saoe. Nothing too major. But he used to be, like... I mean, and I think he's still, like...
Area 77 has shown he can still be viable. I think his early game still a little weak because either way he's squishy early on. And with that initial death that we saw happen to him, it's going to make him even have a slower grind here and trying to get these items. Here comes Marcuti though. Bissolero does land on a choke. Still not able to get the finish. You know, yes, they're scrimming out here, they're battling out here, but definitely not as much as last game. More of a just kind of feeling each other out. Up in the top lane is a little bit something. Jules Cutie will go down to Lord T as Chris continues to work onto this turtle. Merciless coming to check out this turtle. Chris able to secure it. Pokey tried to get the steal there, wasn't quite able to. Bouncing balls up. We still haven't seen anything too big from Merciless here, but the thing is he hasn't taken a death yet to Finesse. He hasn't taken a death yet to this Dairoth. They're just kind of holding it out in that EXP lane right now.
Yeah, they're kind of right now, and as much as you're getting killed, oh, Jules Cutie actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. He had Marcuti hiding in that bush, not able to get the kill, and Jules is able to push them away. Choki does get the stun on him. Marcuti goes in, Gal's Cutie, and then putting a lot of damage onto him. And Mark Cutie is actually able to get away. It's going to come down to, I think, Mark's Cutie.
Oh, does get stunned up though. Chris keeps on pushing forward. Saoi taking a bit of damage,
so much damage
from Lord T there. Abyssal Arrow just misses. Not again. What I can say about VFM this time is when it comes to these small battles across the map, they're not just falling, you know, and neither is Area 77 though. You know, they're really just kind of going in and then getting away, going in and then getting away. I got a feeling this might be a much longer game than what we saw last time.
It's depending on how long these engagements last. You're seeing that VFM is reacting very quickly. They see somebody up at top, they see somebody in trouble, they're immediately rushing there to help out. It's just going to come down to, are you just being reactive, or are you actually creating your own plays here? And that's what's going to be the difference maker here against a team like Area 77. And I think when you start getting to towers and getting those down is where we're really going to start seeing the power spikes here.
Yeah, and I mean, the first thing that they're going to really have to do for VFM is just have some anti-heal in there. Just look at Merciless.
Merciless able to get the kill.
Bro, look at Merciless didn't lose 1 inch of HP there. And then Pokey coming in with a straight up double kill and just collapsing on that team, man.
Wait a second, choke on the run as well. Lord T looking pretty strong here. Does get immobilized from Jules, tries to fight back. Choke trying to come in as well. Gal's keeping the distance, but again, another disengagement. Pokey with that double kill, now sitting at 2 into 0. And we were wondering how this Thamus was gonna do. Hold on. Chris may go down the puncture through. Chris taking out Merciless, gets the kill. And now we're going to move on to this Lord. But Merciless has won the bottom lane, taken the tower. So right now, Thamus is looking good. Pokey able to take that turtle, flying around with the roses, not able to get the finish quite yet. But again, 6-1. The game has popped off. Back to this mid-game spike where Area 77 just seems to be doing so well in Game 1, Game 2. Now the same thing. Once we get past that 6-minute mark, Area 77 is on fire.
Yeah, once they smell blood in the water, and they just keep on pushing on to their momentum here until they get stopped, and then that's something that VFM is going to need to realize.
Look at Merciless, man, just the sustain. Dude, I'm telling you that the character is immortal. You can't stop him. El Diablo in the house. You're not stopping him.
He's doing a great job. And those stuns, now that Gal's, he's at level 8. He's got a few items in. He's able to get these stuns and peel down Chris whenever Chris tries to come in. Hits the lethal counter, but isn't able to land on the Lord T, so he doesn't get the finish. And Area 77 backs off once again after getting a nice push and bringing that gold lane tower almost down to nothing.
Yeah, looking at about a 5K gold deficit on the side of VFM right now. Are they going to be able to kind of come back from this? And it looks like they're kind of having a little bit of trouble.
Tyrant's Rage. Saoi is taking off. She popped the black shoes, wasn't able to get away. Chris with the lethal counter, able to take out Merciless here. But still, Area 77 makes it a fair trade. 1 for 1. They've now creeped into about a 4,000 gold lead here. Another stun onto Finesse. Dairoth needs to get out of here. Area 77 just controlling the map, G.
Yeah, this is... I mean, the game's looking good for Area 77 and not so good for VFM, but I think if they hold out just a tad bit, they're lacking a lot of early game damage-ish, but into that mid game, I think they might be able to pull back with the Lilia. Kufra, we got to see Kufra get in these bushes and get us some crazy sets, you know. Shoki's was really good at Franco. Here we go. Here's the set I needed.
Tyrant's
Lord
Rage
T.
on a T. T does go down. Chris now pushing onto Merciless, but the Stain is just a little bit too much. That's not the one you want to focus on. Merciless will continue to fight. Saoi getting some gloons off. Choke with another pick onto Marcuti. The problem is the peel is just a bit too much with those Abyssal arrows. Not to mention Gal's now coming in. Does not have the ultimate. Does not have that Alpha Dog quite ready yet. Chris swinging. Swing to win. Spin to win. Coming in. Are they going to try to steal this blue buff here? I think he's going to be able to secure it. Pogi is not there with the Retribution, so Chris is able to get it, and VFM continuing to apply pressure here. Choke into the mid, not able to land anything major. Lord T playing the distance, but a big finish onto Lord T. Chris getting the kill once again, and now we're seeing VFM push forward even more. Chris at the front of this burst down as Area 77 is getting pushed back into their base. Chris under the tower. Pogi cannot seem to handle it. Chris is just too sustainable right now. That Ballman is starting to look good at the 10-minute mark.
Yep.
Yeah, he's putting out a ton of damage, and not only is VFM sticking together about to get this Lord as well, you also had iFinesse down at the bottom, so solo pushing that bottom lane. They're doing very well. As soon as they smell the blood in the water, they go ahead, they charge into Area 77. Didn't even and most teams like that, when you see that happen, you see them, the only thing that will stop them is a bunch of deaths on their side. But they were smartly able to go ahead and turn around, saw that the tables were kind of turning in the side of Area 77, went back, grabbed up that Lord, and gonna try to pull this out again.
Yeah, I mean, VFM's doing good, but they had a recall and then they lost eyes on the map, so now they have to come back. Area 77 is holding it. Everyone, oh my god.
Oh, this might be bad for Chris. Everyone has locked onto him, but he's still just so tanky. They can't get the finish. Merciless uses that revenge. In comes Choke, able to get the kill onto Merciless, and no one goes down on the side of VFM. Lord is pushing now, able to take that tier 2 in the EXP lane as VFM comes in. Lord T should be able to kind of melt this down, but they need to be careful for Choke, not let any big sets happen. He's not able to hit the Tyrant's Revenge quite yet. They're able to take the tower, and they are pushing in. Chris at the front once again. Gal's Cutie does go down. Lord has locked on to the Nexus. Can they get the finish? Jules Cutie just fired it away. We might just go to game 3. Chris will get taken out, but the Nexus goes down, and VFM takes game 2.
Man, oh man.
That is big. That is big. We're going to game 3. We're going to game 3, boys.
That is big. That is big. Wow. See, and this wasn't a high kill game like last time. Like, we're looking at 9 and 6 versus 14 and 22 in the last game. So, like, they felt the water. They came in. VFM mid game killed it. They actually ended the game faster than Area 77 ended the game on them. So, GG's, congrats.
And even Jules Cutie on this Clint, not getting kills, not getting those highlight real maneuvers, but 53% turret damage. So he was there to be taking down those objectives real quickly. As soon as VFM was ready to start pushing, he was right there just crushing those towers, which is a big part of why they win. And even especially there at the end, bro, you saw him with like laser focus, just like ignoring everything out, hitting the core.
War is happening around him. He's like, I'm just going to keep hitting this Nexus, and I'm going to keep hitting this base. But, you know, what VFM did so well this game, I feel like, is, you know, we saw in game 1, Area 77, they hit that mid game, and they kind of found that power spike, and they really rode into it well. They did the same thing in this game, but
there was that crucial moment, probably about 2 minutes before the end game, that we noticed that Chris was just really sustainable. He was able to get like a double kill, I think, around the red buff of Area 77. And I think the moment that VFN, they smelled some blood in the water for once, you know, they answered back and they were like, oh, this is our time. We have an advantage right now. Chris finally locked in, you know, a couple more items, and we had that sustainability up front. And then when they were Lord pushing in that bottom point, and we see Chris get locked up from Merciless, and like he even gets stopped in his tracks. He gets immobilized for a second, gets CC'd, and they're still not able to take him down. It buys just enough time for Choke to get to him. It buys just enough time for the rest of the team to get there. Lord crashes in, and we just saw how that tank Ballman jungle was able to do so well as we moved longer and longer into the game.
I feel like there was a little bit of a lack of appealing potential on the side of Area 77. There really wasn't much the team could do once VFM started charging at them. Like they had an abyssal arrow that they could throw out. Maybe Popol gets in the way and triggers his shield, which might be a pop-up. But like for the most part, there wasn't much that they could do to stop as a full-on push from VFM. And I feel like that is kind of what cost them. They had the damage, they did have the maneuverability, but once you had like all of them, it's like that 5-man death ball that you used to see with Estes, with the entire team just pushing into your core. You're gonna need some of that CC, some of that peeling potential to be able to stop them so that you can put on some damage. And unfortunately, I think they kind of lack that with their comp.
Yeah, and I think it kind of came down to that they went the double marksman route. Even though they had a marksman like Popo go tank, it's still rough to have, especially with the blade armor now counter, just being able to have that basic attack like stopping people. So it was a little hard to go the double marksman. They needed to end really fast.
Yeah, they didn't really have much for the front line. And I feel like right now you need something for the front line. You know, you have Popo, who, yes, you get the stun off. And I would say they almost, like, they did have a decent amount of peel, you know? They kind of did with the Popo stun and and you have the abyssal arrows and everything. So like the thing is, I almost think they kind of lack damage, like no real mage burst. Like, yes, you do have you have Selena, but she's got to come in and she's got to walk right into the spinning Ballman, you know, like you have Popo, who's not really like, he wasn't too shiny that game. So all they really had was Carry and Pogi also no real distance. He's got to walk right into the spinning Ballman. And it was just, it seemed like that time they just kind of got out-comped. They were able to ride it pretty well. They had a good couple moments there, but VFM definitely stood out on top. So right now, you know, we made some predictions about these games. I think all of us are a little wrong right now. I don't know what I don't remember what Primer's prediction was. My prediction on this game was 2-0 Area 77, but VFM just showed up 1-1. Can they take this game from Area 77 here?
Is it going to be an upset? Area 77.
Upset of the night?
Ooh. Well, you better put your shoes back on. Stop kicking back and relaxing in that chair, because VFM is coming for that title. And without further ado, let's go into our third game here.
I'm excited for it.
Ooh.
What a way that it would be to start out the league, well, right now you already have, I want to say, you got one victory over season 1 champions and probably the favorites to win here. But could you imagine taking two wins over them and winning a series just to start off this league for the newcomers? That would be just that would be excellent.
Well, hold on. There's one thing I gotta say. Area 77 is kind of like the past 2 seasons. They always do bad like their first week or two. Like I think in both season 1 and 2, I think they've lost their first series and maybe even their second series. Like they always have a weird start and they make it to playoffs, you know. But like season 1, they had a really bad first couple series and then they come out and they made it to playoffs and they win the whole thing. Season 2, they only got I think they got 3rd place.
second place. I can't remember exactly
Well,
what
if
ended
I'm
up happening.
VFM, I'm not going to get bogged down by those details. We're just going to talk about this win
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
we just
but-
got over.
Exactly.
Mark
Don't
Cutie
get bogged
is
down by the
locked in the
details.
I like the fact that this time VFM knows they have second pick. They ban out the Dyroth. I think the Dyroth may end up becoming a major ban here, and they pick up the Esmeralda. So now, no real answer to the Esmeralda with Dyroth gone.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy to see that type of thinking, the planning ahead. You take out the Dyroth and you immediately pick up that Esmeralda. They did leave open Eve a bit, but I do feel like Esmeralda will be able to kind of take care of that once she opens up with that real world manipulation. I always have trouble saying that together.
It's a
tongue tire.
It's a tongue twister. It's I feel you there. I feel you. First time seeing a Beatrix. Okay.
Beatrix coming into play here. I think, I'm surprised. We did see her get banned in second game, first draft. I think she got banned in the second phase of game 1. I can't remember completely. But this time they are locking it in immediately. VFM not wasting any time. You have the Esmeralda, you get the Beatrix. It's a solid looking lineup. Area 77 firing back with this. Gals on the Chow. And this is like something he's notorious for. So let's see how well he does it, though, in the new meta.
Ooh. Uranus.
Okay.
I still consider Uranus one of the probably top 2 in my books for XP laners right now. Well, probably top 3 now if we're including Dyroth in there now. But I still feel like he's very, very strong in the right hands. And it's going to be an interesting pickup for Area 77 here.
Also, really strong against Esme.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he definitely does well against the Esme. We've seen him do well. Merciless has been known to do very well on this Uranus. Area 77 is one of the teams that throughout the seasons, throughout tournaments, have been known to pick up the Uranus in the offlane and just do a wonderful job out of it. Via Vec Fantasy Main firing back with the Lunox pick just to deal with that Uranus in the late game, just to kind of melt him down. As some of us like to put it, she is the human DHS.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised they didn't go with a Wanwan here, but they ended up banning her. So I mean, that was a good ban for second phase. Definitely good for the second phase bans. They're probably gonna target a jungle, I would say, on the other band here. This is gonna be crazy. This is the last game here. Is Area 77, like I said, are they they're gonna stop playing in the rocker, sit up in that firm, nice chair, and show VFM that they're like, wait a second, you got a little lucky.
We'll see what happens. And one thing about these past 2 games is we haven't seen any of the new jungle meta tanks get through. Area 77's banning them out. Karina's been getting banned almost a lot. Right now, we do have the Basha open for both sides. I think we might see Chris lock that in immediately. I think it might be something that we see finally in this final game. But it's been kind of a trip down memory lane these past 2 games. We've been seeing, because of all the newer meta heroes are getting banned out, we're kind of seeing everyone forced into some of these, couple seasons ago roles.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because I was going to say, we have talked about this, and I know, me and Rex are on 2 opposite sides of the stream here. For I believe Matilda is a game changer when you a great support, and I don't think Rex is sold on it yet, and I guess we're gonna find out here too. I was gonna say that Boxia probably with his anti-heal that he gives off would be a great pick for either side, but I guess I stand corrected. We're gonna see what Area 77 is going to be picking up here for a marksman.
Yeah, Bogey's sitting on this sitting on this Roger right now. Is that the lock-in? The tournament lobby's been being a little weird lately. It's been showing us the pixelates, so I'm wondering finally it does lock in. Going for the Roger. We have not seen a Roger on jungle
in a while.
I don't think we saw it through all of qualifiers. I don't think we saw it through the whole second half of season 2.
and I'm a little worried about it. I think right now, if what VFM could do to completely beat it, just lock in the Basha tank. Lock in the Basha tank. Maybe Chris doesn't want to run it. Maybe it's something, and a lot of people are still kind of fighting this jungle tank thing. But you lock that in, I think it would beat it out.
Saber though, Saber's buff allows him to use his shurikens while he's activating his skill
dashing?
now. Yes.
So
Yeah, I haven't tested it out. I used to love playing Saber. I haven't tested it out yet, but from what I've heard from my friends is that it makes him a lot easier to like kind of chain things together.
Yes.
And we do have a Fanny pick up here. Interesting. The thing, Fanny uses she still uses, does she use the jungle buff right now in the meta, or is it
I wouldn't say so.
I mean, you still want to have that early game damage. I don't think it really matters. Like, I don't think her sustainability or like maybe I guess she could go on this what's the word for it, where when you kill somebody,
Killing spree.
It's not high and dry. Is it killing spree? Is that the name of the
killing spree?
I guess she could use the killing spree.
But she goes jungle.
But, she goes jungle.
Yep.
They both go jungle.
They both go jungle.
It's such a good emblem right now.
I'm actually very surprised.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, because both of these heroes, it can go either or in the right hands, with the assassin emblem being able to get that that health back and that speed that you can get with it. But the jungle emblem, man, for most cases, the jungle emblem beats out assassin just because of how fast you can get through your jungle minions and kill them and rotate through. But yeah, so we see both of them picking them up. Neither one of them really wanting to give that early game, I want to say, aggression of the jungle emblem away.
The jungle emblem did get a little bit of a patch, a nerf. My bad. So it is going to be interesting to see what they attempt to do. To be honest.
You know what I think the problem here is, guys? I don't think I'm worried about Area 77 here. I don't think they have an answer for that Fanny, honestly. Like, yes, you have the Cho, but that's like one person. They have almost no CC. Like, they have slowdown from the Eve, and they have Cho, and that is completely it for CC on their side. It's kind of rough, and when you're up against a Fanny, you're up against the mobility of this Matilda, you know, you're up against an Esmeralda who you need to kind of stop in her tracks. You have no answers to any of those heroes really right now. So I mean, we'll see how things play it out, but in my eyes, I feel like Vec Fantasy won this draft.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it has to come down to how we're playing. Is Area 77 going to be able to make it to this late game and be able to force their will and get these team fights the way they want them? Does look like Saoe is going to be in a little bit of trouble here, taking down by Cho.
Maybe he'll get taken out
and is able to get away.
Close call there.
Good use of battle spells early on, breaking it out though. So we'll see what happens.
Well, like I was saying, like, the Fanny does fall off in the late game, and I do kind of like Area 77's late game team fighting potential here more than I do Vec Fantasy. So I guess we're gonna see how it goes on and how they utilize this Matilda.
Yeah, we might see it right here. Gals does come in with the kick. Does not have that Wave of Dragon quite yet. Pogi, you know, Roger still does have some decent damage. And the goal is feed the Roger, as we used to say when he was meta. So can they get an early game pick? I think it's going to be huge for both teams trying to get this first blood. And Chris secures it, but now he's under the tower, taking a bit of damage. Pogi not able to get the finish and escapes with just a sliver of health. Gals will go down. First blood going to Vec Fantasy main.
No surprise, especially that early game Fanny. It's so ridiculous to try to face that or try to get away from it when she's already locked on with all her cables and like zooming all over the place.
Yeah, and like no answer, G.
I mean, Gauss Cutie is doing some craziness, man. I once Gauss gets ultimate, I think some of these battles are gonna change put. Like, I've seen it multiple sets, and then paired with the Eve, I think it's gonna be looking nasty here in the mid game again. I think it's gonna be awesome. But I think they're gonna go for the fight over the turtle here.
And there it
There's
is.
the
Way of the
ult.
dragon. On to Chris. Chris
There
able
it
to just
is.
as way gets stopped by that real world manipulation and will be taken out. Pogi securing the kill. No, Merciless actually gets that kill. Merciless up in the top, also chasing down Saoi right now. Under the tower, able to get it. A beautiful pick. Circling Eagle, able to come in on a Merciless, but now Choke forcing Renee Gals on the chase with the rest of the team. Mark Cutie does not want to let up. Able to get the kill out of Choke. That is 3 kills from Merciless. Pogi able to get the turtle. Chris now locked up under the red buff, not able to get it because just too many members are there. Area 77 applying pressure right now. Looked a little rough, but they know how to deal with this. 3-1 to Area 77 Private.
Yeah, just a lot of early game, especially from that turtle. Unfortunately, you could see over at the top here, Merciless was actually bodying iFinesse right before that turtle engagement started. So you already had Esmeralda trying to teleport home. Uranus was free to come down, join the team fight, which really kind of cost VFM that turtle there. Like there's like maybe a little bit of miscommunication by them because if you have your player like iFinesse going home there, that's not the time you really want to be taking the turtle. Just let that go and move on to something else.
Yeah, Choke is gonna need to be checking these bushes. Like we saw how Gals on that Chow was just waiting. He's just waiting in that mid bush, waiting to target on to Chris. Just patient about it. And this is, G mentioned it. Gal, once he got that way of the dragon, I mean, immediately after getting the way of the dragon, was able to make a play. So they're gonna need to be scouting these bushes, watching out for Gals, because that's what they're gonna do right now. That's how Area 77 wants to play this, and that is the only person. Like I said, they're lacking CC. So if they can keep Gals away from these fights, stop him from getting these ambushes, then VFM can stay on top of this game. But if they can't do that, it could be problems. A little bit of
Merciless
flash,
is basically all over this map right now. He's almost in their base earlier, just taking down the minions here.
Oh my
Mortita's
god.
playing with an
Duet
ult.
coming in. Jules getting melted down. Chris also taking some damage. Bogey gets the kill. Able to wipe out, and he is not done yet. Choke, don't stop recalling. Get back to base, but Merciless also here to help under the tower. Circling Eagle, able to stop them. A nice sniper shot, but Pogi gets another one, putting them at 2-0. He's going to rotate over and focus on to Saoi, and they're coming in. Merciless able to get another one. Saoi goes down. Pogi a little low, but Wave the Dragon locks on to iFinesse, and you may pay the price here as Gals chases you down. Chris trying to lock back in, but Merciless will knock it up. He is relentless, and Finesse goes down as well. That is 3 or 4 for 0. I couldn't keep up. Area 77 taking this game right now. G.
Dude, this is what I told you. They sat up out of their rocker and they're bringing in the pain. Merciless is absolutely controlling the other side of the map though. Like they just can't do nothing. Like dude, he's just there. They're having a dance party. Like oh my
And then he just
god.
flips out. Wave, blazing duet back in. Chris may go down. Lord T on the prowl. Joust Cootie wants to get in, and he's able to get Chris flicker out quite safely. He is finally taken out, though. The kill falling into Jules Cootie's hands, but Gal's able to take out Say Whoa. The boxing match is back on, and Area 77 is definitely controlling it. Private.
Yeah, unfortunately, Merciless is just too strong right there. There's nothing that Area 77 can do right now, and then you don't have items on your marksman. Chris is going to start falling off soon, and there really wasn't much he was going to be doing against a Uranus, a Fanny into a Uranus in the first place. And it's honestly, it's kind of Area 77's game to lose right now. They are in so much control, especially with this Uranus.
Yeah, they're and the thing is I think somebody needs to pick up the defense for that. Claude Pogi able to get another kill against Choki. Claude is just, I mean, we're only at 7 minutes, and he's coming in and just melting down members of VFM right now. And Merciless getting those first couple kills also just scaled him up. Chris finally able to get a kill onto Gals there. A nice play from Chris, but still, I don't know if it's going to be enough right now. Look at all these minions just crashing in, towers going down from the side of VFM.
This is looking really rough for VFM. To be honest, like with Fanny just being so far behind now, and then Mark Cutie just coming in and absolutely sweeping the Fanny out with real world manipulation. It's rough for VFM right now. The gold difference is just being gapped, and they're getting farther behind This is a hard comeback.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I don't know if there isn't much way. Blazing Duets comes in. Finesse goes down. 3 members of Vec Fantasy are taken off the map. Mark Cutie with the recalls. Gals through the tower. All you have is inhibitors left, Vec Fantasy. You gotta pull something off here. But we know, like we've been talking about for both games, blood is in the water, and Area 77 is ready, closing in onto this inhibitor. 3 members able to get the slowdown from Mark Cutie. Sniper is out. Does land onto Gals, though. He's able to take that shot for Mark Cutie to help sustain a bit longer as Merciless just holds the front line against 4 members. The damage is not there. I'm pretty sure DHS has finally been locked in. 4 Joules still. Real manipulation is up. Pogi under the tower. Wolf mode out. Able to get the kill. Finesse is down. Lord T under the base. Blazing Duet. Saoe quite low. Not able to get the kill, but Area 77 is relentless and will not let up Private.
Yeah, AK gold lead by Area 77 here right now. There's just really not much that VFM can do right now to stop this push. And unfortunately, it just started right from the beginning. As soon as Merciless was able to get farmed up, there really wasn't much that can be done. I mean, I don't even know what your win condition is here, what you can do, unfortunately, because you don't have the damage, you don't have the items. At the late game, maybe Saoe can start putting some damage and be able to chunk down this Uranus. But, I mean, you're 8k still, yeah, 8k down right now, so that's kind of a little bit of a pipe dream right now.
Yeah, this is looking rough for VFM, but I mean, they haven't cracked the base just yet. Lord will be coming. This is the moment that they need to full on put on their defensive mode. I love how Fanny is side pushing, trying to control the single lanes, because this is the only way that they're going to be able to come back just slightly here, is just keeping it on their toes, defend the Nexus, defend the inhibitors. The last inhibitors are the only thing that are going to keep you alive right now. So let's see what goes down here. The Lord's pushing in. I think they're going to get in. They're so good at pushing the waves perfectly and sinking them.
Synced.
Bro, dude, this is going to be tough.
Oh, here comes Galzo again, just like what we saw with the Kufra in game 1. Pushes in during this Lord, able to take this top inhibitor. Finesse does go down. Blazing Duet has not gone off yet. Gal's Cutie with the way of the dragon. Saoe taking out. Real manipulation to seal the deal. Blazing Duet to get another kill, pushing them back under their fountain. Lord T and Gals will go down, but the inhibitor will bite the bullet as Area 77 takes game 3 and the first win of the NASL Season 3, guys.
Yeah, they seemed very comfortable with that comp. It's almost pretty much akin to like what we saw before we saw the tank meta, their comp that they had, and it just they played like this is just something they were super comfortable with.
Yeah, Merciless, I gotta give the overall MVP to, man. Overall, just absolutely controlling it. 4-0-10, insane.
Unfortunately, my thing, and I'm going to put a caveat. This is going to be my excuse for the Matilda game. Is that when you have a Matilda, I feel like she really shines with those tanky junglers, those non-mobilities, those Barats, those Balmons, those people that don't really have great mobility, because you didn't really have a front line here. There was nothing, almost like the last game where I was talking about, you didn't really have anything that could stop or tank that damage from the push. And like Area 77 and this Roger shines when he's ahead. He's like the snowball champion. When as soon as you get ahead, Roger takes advantage of that and just starts clearing out enemies. And with when you have Merciless on this Uranus at the helm there, just leading the charge on there, there's not much that they could have done early game there.
Well, I think also when me and you were debating the Matilda thing, and I remember Naisu comes into the chat and he was talking about it too. He gave us his opinion. I think it's really like, you gotta really be a good Matilda player to make her work right now. Like, you gotta have a way with her, man. And like we saw when Shark was playing it up against Area 77 in the scrim, Area 77 lost that game, and Matilda looked amazing. And Shark is probably one of the best Matilda players I know. I mean, from way back. So I mean, you really gotta know what you're doing when you're on that hero. You gotta know how to get your team in and out, when to use those circling eagles at the right time, how to make the plays. VFM, not quite able to, but, you know, we thought, most of us thought it was going to be a 2-0. Most of us thought it was going to be Area 70 just sweeping through. And what did I say before the series? I said, if VFM can get one and put on a good show, it'll definitely give a good future on what they're going to look like for the rest of the season. And right now, VFM looks good. I think a lot of teams, they look like a playoff. I mean, if I had to look at that one game, they look like a playoffs team. But also, a lot of teams, I think, in the season right now look like playoffs teams. So I'm excited to see how they do as this season moves forward.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Everybody has those. Like I said, I feel like maybe in the draft they kind of got countered a bit in that last one. So you lose. There's some it was a pretty dominating performance by Area 77, but I don't think that looks negatively on VFM. They got a win over them. They looked great through all of the games with their plays. It's just like I said, you're going up against Area 77, and not to take anything away from VFM, but I mean there's a reason, like I said, that they're the favorites. They make very little mistakes. When they do, they're able to come back. Like you saw, like I think after that second game, they are like, all right, guys, here's the plan. We're gonna play what we know. We're gonna put on. They seemed so comfortable with that, and as soon as I saw the comp, I could tell it was going to be something that they would probably play spectacularly. It would take something great to beat it, just because it looked like a comp that was from before this tank meta. It was something that we had seen like over and over with, like, it had CC, it had tankiness, it had a lot of early game damage. You know, it just was something that was very well rounded for them.
Yeah, I mean, they look good, and what I think the coolest thing about that series was so much is we didn't see any of the most recent meta. We did see the Ballman, which looked amazing, and I'm excited to see how he evolves throughout the rest of the season. But we haven't even really got to see Area 77 like running. We haven't seen Pogi on the Basha yet. We haven't seen Pogi on on the Karina just yet. So I'm excited to see some of those picks slip through. Up next, though, enough about that. Area 77 takes the win 2-1. Quick shout out to everyone that's helping out before we get into these next games. If you guys want to follow any of the teams, any of the casters, any of the NASL social media channels, all you have to do is type exclamation point casters, exclamation point teams, or exclamation point socials? I forget the other one for that. Casters or teams. That's who we want you guys to follow tonight. All of the teams do have Instagrams now. It's something we are integrating, trying to help build branding. So support your favorite team. Check out their Instagram. Shoot some likes, shoot some follows, etc., etc. And if you guys haven't already, make sure you check out Private Dancer and G the Akayo. G the Akayo is streaming this on Facebook. You can also check out this stream on Twitch right now, on Facebook, on YouTube. Soon we will also be streaming it on TikTok. There's just been some technical difficulties for that one, but so we're definitely expanding this season. Make sure you guys shoot some love to everybody and show some support.
Always. We put in a lot of time in the background. All of us, we definitely got to get a pat on the back to all of us, man. Shout out to the staff that runs the back end. Shout out to T-Rex for putting in the hard work of creating this whole thing, man. Like, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the man, T-Rex, man.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you guys. I remember we had a really touching moment about a week ago. We had like a pre-season staff meeting, and I was talking about how, this league started off as, I'm going to use my one curse word for the night, a shit show. But we were doing it. We were making it work. It was like me and maybe one other person here and there. We've gone through several casters, and I feel like this season, I think one of the reasons why I was so excited for tonight
and just for season 3 is we have like a full team of casters this time, and everyone seems committed. We have, a solid amount of teams, and all the teams are like excited with their Instagrams and finally starting to brand themselves and doing things and like working towards something. Not only that, we have NACT coming next month. So like this summer for Mobile Legends in North America is huge. Like it's big, and I just feel like we're finally starting to hit a nice wave, and it's just so awesome to have privates doing all this analytics stuff in the background. G helping out with the broadcast because my internet's garbage. Me doing a lot of this frontline stuff and dealing with the teams because they're all jerks. Typical stuff like that. But it's definitely been amazing. Shout out to Maysky, Sakira, Ritz, Ravi with the awesome banner work. We got a new graphic designer, Chris, also coming in helping out with stuff. It's just been such an amazing thing, and most of all, shout out to all the viewers, everyone who tuned in day one, who's in the chat right now. Thank you. We saw some new supporters pop off. If you guys want to show some love, make sure you support the channel, become a member. We added some stickers for all the previous playoffs teams. You can shoot their logos in the chat if you want to do that. Thank you, everyone. We are sponsorless this season, and it's just NASL, so no scripts to read tonight.
No scripts to read tonight, that's for sure. No scripts.
I was gonna say too, it's coming. Even the short time that I've been here, I think I came here toward the end of last season, into the beginning of this season. Just the popularity, especially amongst just the North America, the teams. Like I'm for the pre-qualifiers, I'm gonna tell you, like I expected like 16, maybe 20 teams to sign up for. There were like over 30 teams, wasn't it? And then I know Rex was like pulling his hair out, trying to like organize everything to get everybody through with all of that. But like it's been an amazing so far to see the support from everybody as well to try to get all of this stuff under wraps, and all the people, especially I want to say, just for the people in the back that that you don't see their faces, that he mentioned. I hope I didn't say that name wrong. I probably did. But
Maysky, I don't know.
And Sakira,
they don't tell me how to pronounce their names.
Listen, don't even ask me to pronounce them.
Definitely don't ask G.
Hey, big shout out to all the people sending money to the chat on YouTube right now. By the way, lots of people.
Hi, Chica. What's up, Chica? I don't want to say anything foreign because I don't know what you got me saying. But big Pogi ML with some sweet plays. Make sure you guys follow Pogi. Make sure you guys follow all these teams. They're all streaming. They're all on Instagram. Check them out. Big shout out, guys.
Big shout out. I mean, the teams have put in a lot of work this season, just like what T-Rex was saying. Like they're putting in a lot of work as well as us. And I mean, you got to think about it. Like these teams have to go look and they have to strategize. Most of them might not even have coaches, like they're not sponsored. They're not, some of them, like I would say, don't have coaches. So they're putting in a lot of work to be able to set foot in North America. So this is huge. This is huge for North America. I'm loving what I'm seeing. The first game of this season versus Area 77 and VFM, they came and shot out. Like they came punching. Like it was nice. It was nice. Big shout out to both teams for bringing their best.
Yeah, it was definitely it was fun. It was a good game. Did not disappoint at all. So now let's talk about this game coming up. Hey. We're going through ping checks right now. We have Team Sexy up against the Valley. Now, before I jump anything in this, everyone's asking who's on Team Sexy, what's going on? Because it's been, the last season's roster was Nicolette, best player. Then you had Lord Bossy, and the two most popular roster picks were Zia and Shark. Zia and Shark over in the Philippines right now. So, to answer your guys' question, Nicolette, the captain of Team Sexy, has done some roster changes. We still have best player. We still have Nicolette. But now we have a pickup. We have Just Solo. We have Matcha Green Tea and Churro coming in onto the team. So the question is will they still be as feared as they were last season, Private?
Nothing. I don't really think you can take away from people like Best Player and Nicolette. They shined just as bright as Zia and Shark did. Shark, I know everybody was talking about kind of his off meta picks that he would kind of go in with, but like Nicolette on that Lao Yi and a Best Player is just his jungle pool and what he could do on it. It's still a force to be reckoned with, and I pity any team that does not take them as seriously just because Zia and Shark aren't on the team. I think we might see something. I'm hoping to see something fresh from them as well here tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they play. And I mean, I say it all the time, Nicolette, not just one of the best female mages, but one of the best mages in North America. We saw it was the NACT. I watched Nicolette get like a maniac under the enemy home base with a Kagura just slamming. I'm talking about she's a beast in her own. She's a monster in her own right. So hopefully Team Sexy's been practicing with the new roster. I will say one thing. Let's talk about some of our predictions. I put the Valley as the upset for night on this game. The reason I put them as an upset is because I think a lot of people are putting Team Sexy as the favorite just because of their history. But I put the Valley as the upset win for this game.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Maybe they do pull it in like that, but I don't know. I think maybe this might be the upset. I think
I do have the Valley with the victory, but I am very eager to have Team Sexy prove me wrong. For me personally, the Valley has the experience. They've been playing together for a bit, and they have that cohesion that might possibly be lacking from Sexy with these recent roster changes. But I mean, there's nothing more exciting than having a team just meld well with new players, and I love seeing that. And I really hope I get to see that tonight from Team Sexy. It would be awesome to see them be able to hold their own against the Valley here tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Valley also, like, they're a team that always makes it to playoffs. They're not a team that has won anything yet, though. And Team Sexy also, like, back in the day, Team Sexy was good, but we haven't seen them pull off a big win. They swept through the season last season and then just got annihilated in the playoffs. Just didn't quite make it. So I think this is a good matchup right here. I do put the Valley as my personal. I think it's my guess was 2-1. I think Valley takes 2 games. Team Sexy loses 1, but again, it's definitely up in the air. We also have Raquel on the side of the Valley right now, so a couple roster changes from them. It's still Guapo, Arvel, Yuzi, and Basic, but they did swap out Eugen and pick up Raquel. So it's definitely kind of up in the air on like what are we going to see from these teams? What's new? We haven't seen either teams really play a lot in too many scrims recently or things like that. So it's really just a mystery to me.
I think the Valley was in a recent scrim, if I remember right, or they were asking for a scrim. I don't remember perfectly, but one thing I can say for sure, these are 2 solid teams that I expect a great matchup from. Like, I know people say that all the time, like as a filler, but like these are 2 established. This team just gonna be a wash, guys. I mean, you might as well just get a smack. but I just these are two there's players out here that are really established, that have been here, that have the experience, and I expect you're gonna see some solid gameplay and strategy here. And I'm actually I just want somebody to mess up and let some of these OP ones through. What really excites me is seeing something OP get let through because the team has a plan for it. I want to see like how the people can deal with a Valentina maybe getting through, or be able to counter the Wan or the Akai, but
like they give it to you just because they're like, we actually want you to pick the Karina.
Yeah, exactly.
We got an answer for that ish. Definitely exciting, and that's where crazy stuff happens. So let's see how it goes down here. The Valentina and the Mosh are gone. What else do you think gets picked off here?
I Wan.
Wan?
Yeah.
Right.
Wan's just too nasty in the tank meta. Like, even though she got a little nerf, it wasn't enough. Like, she still can hit hard. But I mean, it just all depends on the player's skill on that hero. You can only take a hero so far. unless you actually have the experience and the skill playing them. So
I feel like
good.
no. I was gonna say, like, Wanwan, on the subject of Wanwan, the other thing that she adds to the battlefield on your team, which hurts, or on the enemy team, which hurts so much, is like it forces you to play a very specific way. You have to take down that Wanwan. Then the enemy team knows they're gunning for our Wanwan. You know what I mean? It forces you into this very narrow road, and it's just better to take that out so that you can kind of keep it still guessing when you come to those team engagements. Keep it more flexible and fluid.
All right. I think something that the Valley needs to watch out for here is I think they need to ban that Karina, because I feel like Best Player is going to lock that in instantly, and we'll finally get to see something slip through possibly. They did take out the Basha, but I don't think they're going to ban out any more tank jungles on the side of Team Sexy here. Maybe focus on a marksman, maybe on take another mage off the map. Xavier is also open right here.
Yeah, exactly.
So a lot of things, like, and if a lot of these picks are left open, the Grok, the Xavier, the Karina, just so many options are open, it almost kind of puts first pick on crunch time. Looks like they are going to ban the Karina. What is Best Player going to pick up here?
I mean, they're still... I mean, Lance has fallen off a little bit, but still a viable pick. Dude, that is such a lockdown on jungles here. I mean, Balmon's always a good one. Xavier's and just insane mage.
Yeah.
So
He's absolutely, and I want to see what the Valley has in store for Xavier. You let that through, so you're gonna have to deal with it. That guiding, that map wide guiding light that he can put out, he has a presence all over the map as once he hits level 4, and then the CC that he can put out. So we're definitely gonna see something interesting here. At least for the first time, we're seeing Akai get through the draft as well. Yeah,
it's locked in. And this is what I think, like. What we saw with the VFM in the Area 7 game is, like, VFM, you don't want to... There's some prio picks, I think, that, like, we're seeing the Xavier, the Akai. Like, Akai didn't get banned till the second phase in some of those games, and I think that the Valley sees him as a prio jungle, especially with Karina and Bosch off the field. Like, he's the next in line. Like, it's either tank jungle or you know what I'm saying? Like, that has to be the choice right now for a lot of teams, and I think, like, the Valley might recognize that, so we're not going to waste the time. We're going to lock this in. We're not going to waste time with mages. We're not going to waste time with marksmen. We're going to lock in our front line immediately. Everything else, we can just kind of choose as it goes.
Lolita's a good pick too. I think it looks like maybe Insomniacs are going with a really tanky. Like, I mean, of course that's what you should go with. But it definitely seems like they're going thick. I had to say it. I had to say it. I had to say it. Yeah, just once.
It's a very smart pickup to pick up this Lolita to answer the Xavier, especially if she's around the group fights. So as soon as she sees, because you do get that little bit of a preface on that guiding light, you see that laser come in, you got about a good second and a half to react to it, and any skilled Lolita player should be able to go ahead and wait. Does that block it? It does block it, right?
What?
That was locked in? You said that was locked in?
No.
Does it block it?
Does it block guiding light?
Does a shield block the dawning light or the guiding light?
Yes.
Okay. We'll figure out.
Okay. We're gonna have another.
Not penetrate it.
But does it, like? So I feel like the dawning light is wider than the shield. So, like, does it just block, like, part of it? If you're a little to the left of Lolita, does it still hit you?
It all depends on how Moontoon decides, because it can block all this stuff and umbrellas still get through. So
I gotta say though, the Valley looking good. I like those three picks a lot. You know, I already mentioned that Dyroth is just a solid pick. Like, you can pick him up front and not be worried too much about what they're going to counter with. Not only that, they just have a nice front line. At this point, it's just marksman and a mage for them. Nicolette picking up. Is Nicolette going to be on this Raph? Because we've always seen her mage. Is she going to switch over to support tank with the new team composition?
I guess that depends on who's going to be playing mage. I mean, I've never personally seen her play support, and I know she shines as a mage. So I guess we're going to find out here. Right now, the Valley's comp is looking a little scary to me. On the side of Sexy here, we do have a lot of mobility here, so maybe we'll have a lot of kiting, engage, and disengage potential, so they should be able to get around the map quickly with this Rafaela. It just depends on what they're going to be doing once they catch up to the teams, especially against this tanky of the comp that they're going to be facing.
Yeah, I mean, so is Tank going to beat out the sustainability that we're seeing from, like, big Tank versus old school heal sustainability? The Esmeralda and the Raph should do well together. I'm wondering if we're going to kind of see a bit of a oob strat coming from the side of Team Sexy here. Best player still yet to reveal his hand on a jungle. We do see the X-Borg get banned off here. I'm waiting to see how X-Borg unfolds throughout this season. Is he going to end up being a counter to this tank meta or not? We haven't seen him get played, but it looks like the Valley does not want to deal with him at least.
Yeah. You know, one thing that I wonder is going to show up in this tournament? A Florin.
What's that? I don't know.
She's got a huge buff.
I don't know.
I think she might be a little bit better than Rafaela right now.
It's the kit, though, man. The reason why, like, Matilda and Raph, like, I think the reason why they do so well as their support tanks is because they have a slight, like, Raph's isn't huge, but even she has a slight mobility boost.
Yeah, and the slow, so I can kind of see it.
You know, so she gets like a little bit, she can speed up, she has a bit more utility to her kit, I feel like. And Estes, he doesn't have any of that really, but his heal is just so phenomenal that it makes up for that slight lack of mobility, you know? And then Matilda, you get this huge mobility boost, you also get CC, and like you just, and that's where I feel like Florin is kind of lacking. Like, she does have a stun, right? She gets the CC stun. But other than that, she doesn't really do that much for her team other than heal.
Yeah, she's where you have other people who are like experts at one thing, like Matilda, just that mobility, just like it's unmatched between any of the other supports, the mobility. Estes, the healing, unmatched between everybody else. Raphael, the engage and disengage, I feel like is unmatched as a team utility for all these guys. And Florin kind of does she does the healing kind of meh, and she doesn't give a huge amount of healing, and and that's her only team utility, which is why she kind of sits at below my list.
Natan jungle? No, okay. Best players
jungle.
going
Strat.
Best players normally the jungle.
You're right. Hold on. No, I'm juggling. No. I'm juggling.
What's going on here, boys?
It's my solo queue ranked games all over again.
Looks like they are. So we're seeing some big roster, some big swap arounds from Team Sexy, which I'm excited for.
I am
Green
too.
Team gonna be the jungler right now. Nicolette holding on to Tank right now, running support Tank. Churro picking up Mage. Best players swapping over to the gold lane. Is this some maybe just maybe this is something that Team Sexy has needed all along?
This is wild. I'm ready. Show me something tonight, boys. Give me a good game. Let me see it.
This is going to be really interesting because the comp, especially with the Barats at the helm here, Barats' only real weakness in the early game is magic damage. And you know Sicilian tickles until about mid-game with magic damage. So, like, I mean, we're going to expect, I'm hoping to see this Barats shine to be able to carry his team into the late game where people like, where the Claude and the Xavier can shine. I think, honestly, as far as comp is concerned, I know I said earlier the Valleys was a little stronger, but I kind of am liking Sexy right now with their comp.
Yeah.
I don't know. One thing I like from the Valley, though, is the Akai. I think should do well against the Esmeralda, should do well against the Barats, should do well against the Wrath. Like, they're going to try to push in, you know, try to spearhead through that front line of the Valley, and Akai's there, hits that Whirlwind, and just pushes everyone back, you know, and just opens up space for Raquel, for Basic to output damage from that back line. So I think for Team Sexy, they really need to work their way around that Akai to make these team fights work.
Yeah, and I want to say the one thing that I've seen from this draft from the Valley is that Basic got Clint. I mean, we've seen Basic just absolutely shred as Clint. But then we have Uzi with Dairoth, so I feel like we're gonna have a really good battle going on here. Barely.
Just Solo's gonna have trouble against that Dairoth. He's gonna have a lot of trouble.
Both lanes are gonna have a pretty immense amount of trouble early game right now. Best player, like Claude, does not really stand too big of a chance against a Clinton. We do see a bit of a damage on, and Best player is actually able to teleport away.
What in the world?
What?
Oh, around the back. Blanco coming in with the Whirlwind.
What?
They do get the pick onto Nicolette. Best player forced to flicker away. Churro finally coming in to try to help. I wasn't even looking at the mini map. He just came in for the back. Best player goes down as well. That's 2-4-0 trade into the hands of the Valley Private. Somebody clip that. Gee, what?
That spinning Akai just coming through behind you. Like, what in the world is that?
Oh, no.
Dude, I was blown away, dude. I was like, it was all chill and everything, and then you see a big panda swinging around through the back lines. I was like, oh, dude, that was epic.
Jesus.
That was epic.
Good engagement. And they picked up 2 kills off of that. Oh, I got tears in my eyes.
Oh, I was loving that.
Man.
Oh, my.
Oh, here comes another
my.
one. Guapo in, able to get the kill on a Turboy. Churro-bommy. We're just gonna call him Churro tonight.
Churro.
The Valley looking good. Not only that, but Guapo looking wonderful on this Akai jungle. Just solo on a little bit of trouble. Uzi gets the kill, takes a shower shot, but that's okay. 4-0 for the Valley Private.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like I said, like these lanes are kind of losing out. I was kind of hoping there would be a little bit more aggression from the Barats here, a little bit more team play, but we do see that Arvil's getting a little stuck on here. Not actually the target we want to go for, but they are actually going to be able to clean that up. Guapo's coming in onto Nicolette is not really sure what he's going to be wanting to do here against 4 of them. They are starting to come back just a bit. Only a not even a 1K gold lead here right now, but it is only the opening 3 minutes. We're going to see how well that Team Sexy can kind of recover from those first 3 kills or deaths that they took.
I really want to point out that Akai's like a Beyblade. Like, dude, just
Beyblade go.
look at this.
And there he comes, and able to go through the tower, give space for Basic to help finish this. Basic will almost get the kill. The kill goes into Guapo's hands, though, but in comes Blazing Duet in a dawning light to help secure kill on to Guapo. Basic able to get away with just a sliver, but Raquel tries to chase down Best player, not able to get finished, but here comes Arvel. Will he get there? Not able to get there in time. Almost gets the stun onto Churobani, though. Doing a little bit of damage. Brings up that Bulwark shield. But a nice trade finally. Team Sexy able to get 2 kills there.
Yeah. This is looking rough. This is looking rough for Team Sexy. I'm telling you, man. I feel like the upset is this game.
The upset. The upset. In comes a little bit of Odetta's welcome. Matcha Green Tea not even able to finish it. Gets the finish. Guapo takes a kill onto the jungler of Team Sexy along with getting the turtle just solo. Forced to run away. And you brought it up, Private. You know, I think that the mid comp from Team Sexy is good, but their off lanes right now are just getting gapped.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're gonna. I was just about to say we're gonna have to see how this turns out into the late. Once Xavier starts coming online, once Best player can start getting some farm for those ults, are they gonna go ahead and engage up top? It looks like they go ahead and get away. It might be a different game once late game comes, but are you actually gonna make it to that late game? Because
yeah, look at just solo on the run. Oh, you gotta get away here. Uzi with a chase and the dash, able to get the finish. Putting this Dairoth at 2-0 right now, Private.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming off of this Dairoth right now. Already level 8, and out leveling pretty much the entire team of Team Sexy right now. I think he matches their jungler right now. He sure does. It's unfortunately that it's something you kind of have to be wary of, and it looks like they're about to get ganked up here on top.
Ooh, Dawning Light does come in, but it misses everybody. Best player able to get the kill onto Arvel, though. A nice pick, a nice response. The gank does fail, and Best player comes out on top, putting him in that 2-1G.
Yeah, man, this is just an all-out brawl again. This is insane. I think the biggest flaw right now is that Team Sexy is gonna have to build anti-heal, and as we can see from their items, Esmeralda's really the only one that has it right now, and she's gonna be lacking in the early game because of that decision, you know. So we're gonna see some things here. Raph is still a little too low. They just don't have enough items on Team Sexy. I think mid game we'll see a huge comeback from Team Sexy.
Possibly. I don't know, man. It's looking rough. I think what Team Sexy needs to learn from this game, whether they win or lose, is their draft. Like, that Dairoth needs to go down. Matcha Green Tea with the Odette's welcome. Not able to get the finish. Is going to get pinned against the wall. And Raquel gets the finish. Blazing Duet, though, from Best Player. Doing some nice damage on Uzi, but not quite enough. Uzi will pay the price. Going down. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Guapo tries to fend off 3 members of Team Sexy. And Raquel with the Sandbeam Quads getting the shutdown. Just so also taken out. Well, Best Player's going down. Guapo survived with just a sliver of health. Nicolette trying to survive. Not able to get away. She is hugging the Sicilian. Does not want to go into distance of those bats. I love how slow she's staying. Another blast. Raquel gets the finish. That is a 4-for-1 trade into the hands of the Valley, and Guapo takes the blue buff along with it.
Unfortunately, Best Player kind of, I feel like that was a misplay by Best Player. He kind of just stood there attacking Guapo, just really, and it was like a good 5-6 seconds, thinking he was gonna be able to take him down quickly, while Raquel is like put aside those sanguine claws and cleaned them up pretty quickly. I mean, I feel like if he kept moving around like you're supposed to, dancing around he's dead here.
Oh, he's dead here.
Oh, nice holy baptism on Arvel. Matcha Green Tea pushing forward, but the damage from Raquel is just too much. Here comes Enderman on blast, able to get a stun. Nicolette shot down. Matcha Green Tea forced to run away. The Valley just looking good right now.
It's a 6-14. This is rough for Team Sexy, but they have a lot of burst damage tied with the Claude and then the Xavier. So I feel like, again, like I was saying, my statement, I think mid-game comeback is real here. Once they secure a lot of anti-heal, but Bratz!
Oh my god, Raquel's damage though is just, I mean, we're 8 minutes in and Raquel is bursting. I mean, she just half-chunked Bratz.
Yeah.
You know, she just like brought Bratz out on Arvel with the stun, tries to use the Holy Baptism, able to lock on to Yuzi, not quite able to, but Lumen Blast does miss, luckily. Best player in the back line with the Blazing Duet, locking on Arvel, not quite able to get the finish, but here comes Guapo with the Whirlwind once again, bringing Best player onto that tower. There's no escape from this. Best player will go down. Every time it looks like Team Sexy's making a play, the Valley answers back private.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they're just not in a position to be swinging in even fights. You need to be able to catch your opponents out or start leaning on Xavier here, because honestly, it's looking like it needs to be Xavier. He needs to start. He needs to hit that spike. They need to support him, and he needs to be able to kind of like iron in on some of these kills. But right now, like, they just are not able to like give him the room to work, especially with that Panda able to with Guapo able to come in so quickly. It's really hard for them right now.
Yeah, they're doing a wonderful job at, you know, I felt like the Akai was going to be a problem. It is a problem. Not only that, but paired up with Raquel on the Sicilian picks, that's just a pick I think I kind of slept on. Like, it's doing so good against these frontline heroes like Bratz. Like, they just can't close the distance, and Raquel is just kiting, taking shots at them and bursting them down, G.
Yeah, it's a rough situation right now, man. And again, the team Sexy, they're building. They got a lot of true damage going on. Xavier is picking up and possibly going to turn it around here. Gets one more item and he's gonna be dealing a lot of damage. But I think the gold difference with Lord coming down to the base right now, if they crack into it, it's going to be rough for Team Sexy.
Yeah, and just solo on this Esmeralda hasn't been able to do anything. Instantly deleted. Lord, Donnie Light does come through, but not able to finish anything. Best player with the Blaze Duet still not able to take a kill. Guapo will go down, but just solo Matcha Green Tier out of the battle. So long with Chirobani. Best player trying to fend off Raquel, but the damage is just too high, hugging the base as the Lord breaks through the inhibitor, and Yuzi and Arvel work on their second. This could be it. This could be game one. The Lord at about 10% health. Best player taking too much damage. Uzi locked onto Nicolette. Will he get the finish? Arvel gets the kill. Lord on the base. Best player forced back under the fountain. They are able to take out the Lord, but the base goes down. The Valley takes game one.
Yeah, an impressive showing by the Valley. Unfortunately, in the draft there, it feels like with best player on this Claude, it was kind of questionable. Some of the picks we already discussed it during the match. Esmeralda into Dyroth, and then just the Claude. He's not my pick for a very solid marksman through the early to mid game. You're really banking on that late game here, and they didn't really have anything. I was hoping Barats would have more of an effect during that early game, but it didn't really happen there, especially with how bad that these side lanes were losing. Not just losing their lane, not just defending, because like when something like this happens, when you have these offset lanes where you are countered, you gotta like lay low, just get your minions, do what you can from the back. But not only was that happening, but they were also getting killed, which allows Uzi to rotate, which allows Basic to rotate. It just became like this big cluster of like just overpowered snowballs coming down onto the side of Team Sexy.
Yeah, they're gonna have to change. I think they banned out some of their own important hero pool there by taking out the Karina. They take out the Karina, they took out the Basha, and they leave the Akai open for Guapo and just don't answer back to it with anything. We'll see how things go in game two, but best player does get MVP, doesn't do horrible on the Claude for going against, all of that. But just solo on that Esmeralda, like if you're gonna pick the Esmeralda, you gotta get rid of the Dyroth. That is 101, textbook right now. If you're going to play the Esmeralda, you better ban out the Dyroth. Because we just saw how much the Esmeralda was pretty much useless the whole game.
Yeah, absolutely. And then having to counter play and with her items and stuff, which already starts taking away. Once you're building defense early game, because you're that far behind, you're starting to lose the game even more so, because now you've taken away the damage you would have done and you're playing on your back foot. While Claude, best player, is a great Claude player, you have and he didn't do bad on the Claude. You have to ask, was there something better that would have had more of an effect? While I don't doubt, like, he's got great skill, and just with how bad that game was going, for him to come out with the MVP and still do that well on a Claude does speak to his ability on that. But on the other hand, like, could there have been something better that could have fit in there, that could have helped his team out, that maybe would have matched out a Clint, that would have outmatched a Clint there?
It's a good question. I mean, I think they definitely need to figure something out in this banning phase. I don't know about the Rafaela. There's just a few things that it seems like Team Sexy is a little, maybe just not completely caught up with the current meta. Maybe just still a little rusty. Maybe they haven't been getting practice in with the new composition. But the Valley, they looked like a well-oiled machine that game. I gotta give it up to Guapo. I still can't. What's going on? Gee,
dude, I'm telling you,
all of us just speechless. Like, we're looking at this little scrim in the top gold lane, and Adnor Guapo comes flying from behind the tower and gets the pick. This time the Valley will have first ban, first pick. Let's see how Team Sexy answers game one.
Man, I was so excited. Every time that Akai spun, I was like, something's gonna happen. I want to give, to be honest, MVP to the Akai. Just the plays that was set. I personally think Team Sexy is gonna ban Akai.
Well, I that would actually be a smart move. That's what I would do after that game, first of all. And I have seen, like, for the most part, like, that's what most teams are doing. They're banning out the Akai, because there's very, especially with this latest nerf buff, whatever they did, because I know what they halved his damage, they halved his shield, they extended the dash, but the major thing they did is they made his spinning only stunnable. He can only get knocked out of his spinning by what, like a suppress and something else. I forgot what it was, but it's like it's a very little list of things that can get him out of that spin now, and I think that's why he's getting banned so often, is because there's very little to stop that once he gets going. I mean, like you can either run away from it or you can just get bounced around the map. So
one of the biggest changes they did make is that a lot of people don't use it, but Purify can now interrupt ultimates like Claude and Akai's. Purify,
Really?
they added that passive effect.
that was
Purify.
actually a patch before where they made a lot of these abilities. Even if you are stunned, they can interrupt those stuns.
Oh, you mean like as you're stunned, you can get out of it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's something interesting, and I was wondering if we were going to start seeing stuff like that more often. But I mean, at this level of play, I mean, I feel like at this level of play, you're not getting. If you're getting
it's more
caught,
like just don't
you've
get
already
pinned.
burned it.
Yeah, it's like it's why we see the Esmeralda sprint a lot now, because like if you're a good player, just don't get pinned. Like you need to play it like you need to be at the level of like, okay, let's just not have these mess ups. Let's have enough map awareness. Let's have enough, awareness in these team fights that we can use better spells that will actually help us be aggressive and help us out instead of playing like more reactionary, which I feel like is what, Purify is. It's more of a reactionary skill. It's not as much of like a utility skill of like to help you win a fight.
Unfortunately, right now, this early in the season with these roster changes, I feel like so there's one factor in having new players on your team that you still have to build synergy with, but it's another factor if the remaining players that are established on that team have to readjust their roles. I don't want to say completely because I'm sure they probably have played these roles before, but now best player isn't jungling. Now Nicolette is not maging, so that's another factor that comes into that synergy that could be kind of a hindrance when you're coming into matches, especially up against a team that's established like the Valley.
We are seeing a bit of a switch up here, though. The Akai finally getting banned out. Guapo landing on this lane, and this time just solo. He's going to pick up the Dairoth for himself. I'm wondering what their second choice is going to be here. I think the Basha would be a good pick here.
It would be.
I think this tournament lobby is just trying to build the intensity.
Yeah, it's really just building up. For all we know, they already picked their hero like 20 seconds ago. It's just not showing us anything for the first. The Nicolette on the Eve, I like it. So this time we are going to see Nicolette on the Mage, which I'm glad of. I think it's where she really shines. Yes, I'm not against like composition switches, but I still think it's very, like, when you have someone like Nicolette, who is such a wonderful mage, I don't think you want to put her in a different role.
Yeah, that's kind of like the point of it as well, too, especially for somebody who has good... If you're taking Nicolette off of mage, the person you're replacing her... who was it last time that played the mage? Was that Churro?
Yes.
Like you need to be like, you need to shine because you're replacing somebody who is just like like I feel unmatched right now. She's just so strong, and I keep speaking about her Lao Yi. I'm a big Lao Yi fan, but watching her Lao Yi, that made me gush. It's just she uses most of the mages just so perfectly with all of their abilities, not wasting anything with it. So we do see a Hanzo. No, that's not picked yet. Oh, thank God.
It better not be. I mean, they're hovering over it pretty long. They're sitting on it.
Maybe.
No way.
Just
There's
maybe.
No way.
The anticipation.
They're really
It's
hovering
killing
on
me.
it very, very long.
It is my ranked
I like the
games.
Franco though in the Wan pick. I think those are two heroes that like you work well into that Yve pick. Both two solid picks to deal with the Yve.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
What is this?
I don't know. Tournament lobby.
Oh,
size
Jesus.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
Okay.
First ever, boys. First
All right.
ever. Oof. We're not thick
It's,
at all tonight, boys.
So I'm sure Hanzo has a great personality, and I
listen.
There might have been. I think there might have been
an answer.
Hold on. There might
We
have
might
been a
be,
bug glitch.
redoing?
Handle it for a second while we talk to staff real fast.
Okay.
Let's
So like the only thing I would say is that like you need to have an answer right now for Juan, especially this Juan and Franco, because you've already taken Franco out of the mix. One of the probably best counters for her, and then I think the only thing left is like a Kufra. Who else has a Kaja maybe? But I mean, when's the last time you saw a Kaja in one of these games?
Yeah, no, this is gonna be an interesting go, you know. Again, it does seem like we have some technical difficulties going on here on the team side of things here, so we are gonna be jumping into a reset, but the first 3 picks on the Valley have to stay the same, and the first 2 picks on Team Sexy have to stay the same. So we're gonna see some the Hanzo. I'm guessing maybe a disconnect happened. I don't know what happened. Some stuff behind the scenes, but that is what's currently gonna go on. We're gonna jump into the caster's desk, and while we talk to you guys about what's going on, and while the game gets fixed here. It does look like Hanzo was a disconnect, so we had some technical difficulties, like we said. But we're gonna chill out here. We're gonna see what they can do here. Private, what do you think is Team Sexy's ability? What do you think they got to do to turn this around?
Honestly, for Team Sexy right now, I want to see Nicolette on a mage. I want to see best player on a jungle. Right now, it's too early for these teams and what I've seen to know what these new players are capable of. But as I was kind of going into before, if you have kind of like a roster like mix up in there, I feel like you're kind of setting yourself back even more if you're taking those established players off of their main roles, because you now not only do you have some new players, which admittedly there's no way you have synergy with them already, but you're also taking the players who excel at something and you're forcing them to play something that they might not be as comfortable with. You know, I'm sure that Nicolette has probably played support, and I'm sure she's probably a great support, but there's still that synergy that you need to build with the rest of the team. And then you have to ask yourself, is that mage who just replaced you as good? Maybe Nicolette doesn't play Xavier, and Churro does play Xavier, so that's why they went in that direction. But then I felt like once they got that Xavier pick, I feel like they kind of like were like, all right, well, what do we do now? We got Xavier. Like, oh, there's still the rest of the draft to go. And I think they definitely kind of lost that draft especially with those side lane picks. They had the Esmeralda, got immediately cut off by a Dairoth. They had a Claude in there against the who was that? The Clint. And it just yeah, there has to be more. You have to think a little bit further into it, and that just comes with synergy, knowing your teammates, knowing what they play, knowing what they can go into, and how that can bring a composition together.
All right, so just let everyone know, there was a disconnect on the side. Churro was disconnected. All the bans and the picks.
The choice is mine.
What? Are we coming back yet, or are we still?
My kiss grants
Your
you
team is
immortality.
banning.
You know what was really surprising to me, Kai, was the Belleric nerf to me. Is like, I feel like Belleric was just sitting there minding his own business, just chilling on his rocking chair, not even in the fights, and they're like, boom, nerf. He's like, what did I do? He hasn't been picked at all. Oh, and they're like, and F you too, buddy.
So back to what we were possibly thinking about, you know, for Team Sexy's win conditions here. So one of the biggest things that threw me off was best player wasn't jungle. And when I did look at their comp at the end there, the 2 new people that have joined the roster were the 2 people that were bronze. So I'm thinking maybe a combination of synergy and maybe just like thinking that you can handle a role when the tournament scenes are just a little bit harder.
Well, I'm wondering if they can't handle. It's hard to say because, like, for me personally, when I used to have teams and stuff like that, if you have a new player, and I hate to say it, like you put them on support. For me, it's the easiest role not to mess up. You know what I mean? Like, and it gives them that time to adjust, especially if they don't play the other roles that are open. You have. And that's what I'm wondering. Do Green Tea and do Churro have maybe a smaller pool for a lot of these other roles that forced best player to want to not want to jungle? Or it's like I said, I am against. I'd rather have the newer players play something that they're off about rather than having like my best players get it on something that they're not as comfortable with. I think that they pun. Just are it's a delicate thing when you're dealing with teams, especially losing 2 players like that. It's gonna take some time to kind of build that synergy back.
Yeah.
So
I foresee the Valley pulling in the dub again. I think they're gonna 2-0 this. But what I am really seeing here, which I wanted to see from Team Sexy, was best player is the jungle. Best players just, I mean, he was equal to almost MOBA Zane from what I was seeing in the tournament wise, of being able to jungle, being able to micromanage, macro, just everything. Like, he was doing real good. But then you still had Guapo. Guapo is also an insane jungle. He even showed you what a Kai could be, really. Like, he was mainly getting gold, being aggressive, and giving sets, man. And he was just, it was absolutely nasty. So I'm liking it.
On the subject of MOBA Zane, that a lot of people I think can miss out on sometimes is not only do you have a skilled player, I think where it shines is they play the jungle in a very particular way. You have not only a very skilled player on a jungle, but you have an entire team basically whose focus is funneling in that jungler. He comes into their lane, they step back as he takes all their minions. He's like, thank you, may I give you more minions? You know what I mean? It's just like the entire team is based around one point, following one strategy, and they know the win conditions for that. And that might be, I mean, if I don't think that that's something that Team Sexy cannot accomplish, but everybody would have to be on the same page. And I think it's almost a very simple strategy to do that BTK does very well, which is that entire team is one voice. They basically listen to MOBA Zane and they push off with that. Here, I think a best player, if you can get everybody kind of supporting best player, you might be able to kind of push through and break through the valley. It's going to be an upward battle here, especially because I don't really think I see too big of a counter for Wanwan. I don't think so. I mean, you can have a Matilda that can lock onto her, but Wanwan can immediately kind of a second ability right out of that. I forgot what it's called on her. So they're gonna need an answer for Wanwan, or they're gonna need to be able to take this early game very quickly. But I don't see that really happening with the mobility that can be provided and the harassment that can potentially be provided by this Franco.
I think, looking at I'm one that, what is that? I'm having a total mind blank right now. Matcha Green Tea on this
Kimmy
on this Kimmy pick in the gold lane up against I don't think that's a good answer for Wanwan at all, personally. It's a little rough. We are seeing the Thamus once again, though. So, I mean, I feel like the Valley, again, looking really good on this draft. Not as bulky up front, but still plenty of peel with the Franco and the Thamus. Plenty of front line to help Wanwan and Sicilian, you know, just fire off from that back line. Guapo on this lane, going to be able to apply some possible nice early game pressure. The question is, will best players Ballman pull off an insane game like what we saw from VFN last series?
It's interesting too, because we were talking about this before with the Matilda. There's no in between. You have to be a great Matilda to be able to pull it off right now in this meta, and we're gonna hopefully see what Churro can actually bring to that, because it has the potential to be a great combination with this Balmond, with best player on Balmond here, to be able to help him get in and out of situations.
That Kimmy is fast.
Yeah, she picked up sprint, so I think that should. That was a sprinting Kimmy that we just saw, and she definitely looks. It's definitely an interesting sight to see. G.
Dude, she was ice skating there. Dude. I was like, dang man, Kimmy, chill out. Oh no. It's again, I would, to be honest, like this is the game I would have used at Ithriel to go against Wanwan.
You really want to see it, man.
I really do. I'm not a fan of Matilda, but I'm a fan of Ithriel.
I just don't think she can compete with the Wanwans and all that, but I don't think Kimmy can compete either. Uzi with the first blood on and just solo in the bot lane. Dairoth does go down. Thamu's looking better and better every series we see him.
Yeah, it's beginning to look like Thomas is the on paper counter for the Dairoth right now. I think that was the same matchup that they had in the last series where Thomas was kind of shy. They did lose that game though at the end there.
Ooh. And they are pushing in. Best player misses the lethal counter, but Kimmy's able to help secure it. Best player getting the kill onto Arvel. Kimmy will go down. Machi PNT is taken out, and Raquel picks up that hit. Guapo trying to dance in, able to bob and weave back out of it as Raquel fires a few more shots to help bring Churobani low enough to send him back to the base private.
Yeah, and a really good engagement by Team Sexy, but they were answered by the Valley there. And this is almost kind of shades of what happened in the last series, where they had that Belmont and they were just rushing in, unstoppable. But when you have a Ling on the other side there, there's a lot that you have to watch out for to be countered with those engagements.
Oh my.
Yeah, Turtle is up. Guapo able to secure it. Best player trying to close the distance. Once again, it's not going to be easy to close the distance on Raquel. And the thing is Arvel and Raquel play, just from watching them these past two games, have such a nice synergy. You know, Raquel's always got Arvel's back, and he's just able to peel with that Franco so well and just create the distance. I said in the first game, but once again, we're just seeing him create the distance for Raquel to shoot those shots and get the damage when needed.
You know, we do say that Dairoth is even having to back off from this lane, losing it pretty decisively here. Up at the mid, it do look like we have Balmond catching Franco a bit, but it looks like they're just kind of interested in this little Wanderer.
Oh, it's stolen from Guapo, though. He just walks up. This is mine. This is mine. So what? It's 1,400 gold lead, only 3 minutes in. Yes, it's not as we haven't seen any huge crazy plays that we saw in the first game, but the Valley's still holding nice strength. A nice hook on the best player, pulling him away, slowing him down just a little bit, just being the annoyance that he needs to be. G.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at like a really big stalemate here. It seems like neither team wants to overcommit and kind of like push in, but we do have a Ling dropping the blades down. Can he secure the kill?
No, but Raquel will be able to. A little bit of flying eagle from Churro there. Still not able to do anything major. Best player coming in from the middle. Not able to make a play though. So the Valley comes out on top of that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like a little bit of a miscommunication. That synergy that we were talking about. You saw Churro on that Matilda go ahead and latch on with that soaring eagle up at the top, while the rest of the team of best player Nicolette were at the bottom. That kind of split priority at this high of a level. Ooh.
Come on, best player. Let me see that lethal counter. Misses, but they do get the kill at least on to basic. But Churro will go down as well. At least they have position on this turtle here, Private.
Oh god, yeah. Oh god, I was about to say.
If he did it, that would have been bad.
If he would have got that, I was about to say, like, I would not blame best player if he would have frisbeed his phone somewhere.
Oh man.
Oh man, like I said earlier, there's just like I said earlier, there's a little bit of a miscommunication on the participation in what your target calling, and then that's something at this level that you don't really want. You want everybody to kind of be going for the same thing. They did kind of cover it up there. They were able to go ahead and take away that turtle, and then they're kind of shortening this lead that the Valley has. But looks like Eve actually might be in trouble here, Nicolette.
Wawon picking up Corrosive Scythe.
Already.
Yeah, already. And then you have the Ling picking up Windtalker already too. So there's a lot of people on their team that don't even have full boots build. But we do have Ling coming out on best player. Doesn't secure the kill with the ult, but does push him out of the area. Man, dude, Uzi and Dyroth and they're just battling it out down here. It's just a stalemate. It's looking rough, but the Valley is still holding the lead steady.
Yeah, and you know, to mention Uzi, he did so well in the Dyroth against Solo. Now he's on this Thamus and he's handling the Dyroth right now. He was able to get a kill in the early game. It seems like they've evened out now. But you know, I mentioned it when we were talking about Thamus and Dyroth, that even if Thamus doesn't win the fight, he stops Dyroth from just scaling. You know, he slows him down, and you don't want it. Bound on the bot, we are seeing a pick onto just Solo. Guapo onto the tower. Has not used that Tempest of Blades just yet. He is taking some shots as Uzi, but he just focuses on this tower, and I love that. Just Solo doesn't even try to mess with him. This could be bad. Tempest of Blades does go off. Just Solo has saved his ultimate, but he tries to get away now. Uzi does not want to relent. Nicolette brings in this world of manipulation as Shorobani chases down Uzi. No kills on the board, but a tower does go into the hands of the Valley Private.
Yeah, a tower down, but it could have been worse. Just a great map awareness on the side of Team Sexy to be able to get down there and basically save just Solo here. You just see, oh god, caught.
That's bad. Basic doesn't even need to use it. Now he's locking on to Matcha, taking a bit of damage. Basic. Oh, that was close. Arvel,
that's a lot of damage.
Push. Where's the hook?
Where's the hook?
Guapo on the turtle. Guapo does secure turtle though, and he's gonna move on to this Kimmy.
Oh my!
They have the pincer. This could be it. Down
so
goes
damage.
Matcha. Tempest of Blades pops off right on top of Nicolette. She does use a sprint to try to get away here. Able to survive, but still the Valley. They're not doing any huge blunt force blows yet, but they're picking away piece by piece.
Yeah, it's all starts. It's not really much that happens or that can be done until the towers start going down. And as soon as they'll start going down, you're going to start having some problems here. You do see a little bit of engagement happening up top here.
Yeah, real manipulation does come up. Arvel trying to get away, but best player does not want to stop. Doesn't even use the lethal counter. Gets the kill. Then he uses the lethal counter to take out Basic. A nice double kill going to the hands of best player, helping put them a little bit on the map. But it's still a 4K gold deficit, and Guapo is split pushing the mid lane. Churro trying to stop him. Can they get a pick here? Raquel's here to help out and save the day. This could be rough. Guapo re-engaging. Tempest of Blades locks on to Nicolette. Dancing around, gets the kill, and moves on to just Solo. But he's taken out. A nice kill from Raquel, though, onto just Solo. We're back to a bloodbath here as it's a 2-for-2 trade on the map, but the Valley is still standing on top. Uzi pushing in on this bottom lane Private.
Yeah, Guapo is just kind of a maniac right now. They're able to like kind of get a little bit of engagement. So Churro and best player might be a little bit in trouble here. Smartly disengaging, but like Guapo right now is basically just leading the charge here. As every single time Guapo separates, you can see that Team Sexy kind of like isolates the rest of the players to try to take him down, but like elsewhere on the map, Guapo is basically like 1v2ing people and tower diving. So they are going to need to get an answer for him soon, or the scaling is just going to be off the charts here. They do have one tower, but you're gonna need to start kind of grouping up a little bit more. And we still see this forever matchup down here where or just Solo is just, man, there's nothing he can do either.
Yeah, Uzi's complete. I mean, Thanos has completely won that lane. This may be a pick that becomes a lot more popular
as the season comes on. You know, you set a private, this could be the counter for Dairoth. And so now we finally got some rock, paper, scissors, but hold on, because there's a little bit of battle going on. Uzi, a little deep here, Mega taken out, but he's still up. Everyone zones in. Uzi finally taken off. Real manipulation does come up. I missed who the turtle went to there. Best player, able to steal it. Now he's moving in, but he does get hooked by Arbel under the tower, able to get taken out. A bit of a trade-off. Basic also goes down as Matcha starts clearing this wave. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but the Lord goes into the hands of Team Sexy as Guapo split pushes into this back lane. Will this be a moment for Team Sexy to come back in this game?
Yeah, this is at least a little bit of a breathing room here. There's something else I was going to say too, especially for that best player on the Belmont. That lethal counter plus retribution, that's about a little over 6k worth of damage, which gives him a good wide berth of space to be able to take these objectives like the Lord, like the turtle and stuff like that. So we might actually start seeing a lot of these be able to turn into their favor as long as he's allowed to kind of like combo those two abilities together, or that ability and that spell together.
Yeah. And I mean, taking a look at the items here, I mean, Dairoth is building to try to counter the mage, which handling Sicilian's really tough, especially with all the bursts. So is Matilda. They're really trying to stop Sicilian's in-game damage, and not really too much worrying about the Wan right now. So that might be a rough go for him. But we'll see how it goes here.
Yeah, it seems like Wan has actually not had as much of an effect. She's actually been getting caught a lot before she's actually able to get that ult off. So like they're not actually. Oh god.
Oh, bro! A hook and a shot. You're off the map. Guapo now stealing the blue buff. Churro can do nothing about it. Best player coming in from the back, able to lock on to Guapo, but not able to catch up. Raquel also taking a bit of damage. Best player just can't seal the distance, getting slowed down. Pretty sure Raquel picked up the Ice Queen wand.
Yep.
And it's causing a lot of issues for best player. Tempest of Blades does go off in the back line.
Oh,
we
nice.
do see that real manipulation come up. A nice hook on a best player, taking a couple more shots. Caught up by the Sanguine Quaz. Will this be it? Uzi finally going down as Churro able to get that Guiding Eagle and help finish that fight there in the side. Team Sexy putting up a bit of a fight, but they're still getting picked away. Guapo doing a wonderful job at macroing these lanes, taking away tower piece by piece, Private.
Yeah, they're doing very excellent on their back foot. They aren't getting caught per se. Like every single time that that the Valley is coming in for these ganks, you see a really just great disengage. You see that beginnings of that synergy from Team Sexy. Unfortunately, it's a two-part deal when they do these engagements. It's because they are still getting objectives. Are the Valley?
Oh, another hook with the suppression. This could be it for best player. Just Solo trying to come in. Guapo along with it. Matcha maybe get deleted here. Guapo gets the kill. Churro on the run, but Guapo back on the wall and is going to two-shot Nicolette. Raquel takes out Just Solo, and Churro is now all alone. They don't even want a Lord. They're going to hammer down into these inhibitors. This could be it. Churro all alone. 20-second death counters on the screen. The Valley may just 2-0 sweep this. The hook does miss on a Churro. Churro trying to help, trying to finish, but the Valley doesn't want to stop, and the Valley will take this series 2-0.
Just utter domination. The beginnings weren't so bad, but as soon as they started steamrolling, there really wasn't much that Team Sexy was able to do. Yeah, some of these picks, like we were discussing, they didn't really like the Kimmy into the Wan right now. Kind of felt like it was just one of those kind of like throw anything out there and hope it sticks. I feel like both matches, Team Sexy just had like kind of I'm not sure if it's a hero pool or just really being able to kind of read the battlefield to see what you could do here. But I feel like both their side lanes at both games were having like just a lot of problems.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw it in the first game, like you said. As Just Solo getting gapped by Uzi. Second game, Just Solo not having the greatest time against Uzi. Yes, did a little bit better this time, but still, Uzi is just dominating. Matcha Green Tea this time falling into the gold lane role. Maybe the switch up shouldn't have happened. Maybe they should have stuck with it. They're definitely don't, they just seem a little rusty right now. They just seem, they had some nice plays, but there just seemed to be some problems in the compositions, in the way Team Sexy was running overall. Hopefully they can practice. They can work on a few things. But right now, the Valley looks probably the best I've seen them in 3 seasons.
Yes.
Raquel, just a monster on that Sicilian. I can't wait to see some other heroes from her. Uzi dominating in the XP lane. Guapo on the Akai, then on the Ling. Just a huge switch between 2 different types of heroes, and did wonderful on both of them.
This just speaks to the veteran status here of some of these teams. Any type of holes that you have, whether it be new players, synchronization, or a synergy with those new players, or playing off roles, those things are going to be exposed very heavily at this level with teams like the Valley, with teams like Area 77, with teams like New Wave, things like that. Any type of holes that you have, they're going to get exposed, and hopefully through these games against matchups with these types of powerhouses, when those holes are exposed, when you come back or in the downtime, you can use that knowledge to try to kind of cover those holes up, try to fill them back in, and start building up on it.
If you had to pick Private, who would you give MVP to this session?
It wasn't Guapo the Akai. Guapo played Akai from last game too. Yeah, Guapo hands down for me. Like, it's just the star.
Yeah.
Every single time we went to him on the map, he was doing something amazing. Whether it was on Akai or on the Ling. I feel like he's just doing absolutely amazing. I am excited too, though, to see how the Ozzy too did a great job too. Just just a very solid
Ozzy.
It's kind of hard sometimes because XP lane doesn't get a lot of love, mostly because of what you're doing there. It's not a very glory-filled position. So like you could be taking towers, you could be holding your lane, you just making sure that laner isn't going anywhere, backing off when ganks are coming towards you. You can be doing everything perfectly, and you just don't get the credit or the points for doing your job. And it's just an unfortunate position too. But Uzi, I feel like had a big role in that with his picks and with how he played in those matches too, keeping that side laner at bay.
Yeah, definitely did. I mean, I'm hoping to see Team Sexy come back and do a bit better throughout the season. It's day 1. We're going to see some teams have to lose. And like we said, we have some big teams playing tonight. Team Sexy versus the Valley, Area 77 playing. Next up, we have Insomniacs and Deuce Knights. So we're going to see, either some sweeps, some great games. It's definitely a lot for day 1. I think we still have a lot more teams, it looks like there's some possibilities there. There's some possibilities for the rest of the season.
And like you were saying before, not Area 77. Was it Area 77 or the Valley? You said that they begin the season by losing sometimes, and they have some of their worst games. I mean, this is the beginning of the season, and honestly, this is. These are different from scrim. Well, not too different from scrims, but like this is different from ranked matches. This is different from every other match that you're going to be playing. These are like the top teams here right now in NA, and this is kind of where you find out, like I said, those mistakes. This is where people are going to point them out to you. This is where they're going to show you, like, hey, shouldn't have done that. Now we're going to like sweep through this lane, or you shouldn't have picked that because this Dyroth is like, oh well, I guess Dyroth does get countered by Thanos. Just things like that you can now put in your toolbox and be like, all right, I know this for next time. But yeah, I'm really interested in these, especially this next game. I think Deuce Knights kind of ruined it last season. Easy Peasy showed me that he can put out, that he can make these amazing games. So now I'm kind of spoiled, and I need to see that every single time from him. So I'm really excited to see this next game between him and between Deuce Knights and Insomniacs.
I'm also very excited for this next game, but we're gonna save a little bit of talk The game does not start till 9 o'clock. I'm sure my casters have to. I have to use the bathroom. I'm sure my viewers need to use the bathroom. So we're going to take a quick break for 10-15 minutes. We will be back on for the final game of the night, Deuce Nights for Insomniac. So go grab your popcorn, call your mom, do whatever you got to do. We'll see you guys shortly, and we'll see you for the last series of the night.
There it is, guys.
That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy in his back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up from right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The down counters are just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out, the way the nice stun on the shark, Pokey doing a little damage to the popped up.
I feel so alive, it's like I'm hypnotized. All the shit on my mind, feel like I'm hypnotized. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't having shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the endless sky, still I grind to keep me on top, no ceiling tiles. Yeah, ain't no cap, this an enterprise. Know you feel the vibes, feeling blessed that I'm still alive.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive, I'm going all out.
Secured it just barely. Out goes there by Supra. And they secure the kill on the Fang. What a save! Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe?
Wait, there's a butterfly locked on. Gals keeping the back line. But Sir Bossy will get suppressed and taken out first blood. Going to the side of Area 77. Nicolette keeps on coming in. The Marquis here.
Yeah, I'm feeling so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, I goes just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase this fucking dream like the kid inside me.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of damage on the shark. But it looks like Team Sexy wants to forward. A nice flicker kick, nice knock up. Down goes Molecule to major damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing Uzi getting demolished. Hayabusa. I think that was messed up on the side. But Bailey coming in and taking out Hayabusa. Oh my God, what a
And kind of have someone keeping vision, and we are seeing a bit of a pick on off the field. That's what it looks like. We'll see Ziggy though getting caught up. Omega gets a stun. In comes Syndicate. He does use that petrify, but Ziggy is gonna go down. It's another kill there and do some sort of crazy play. But now he is taking some damage. Revenue does cover it from Syndicate. Wait a second.
Into
Taking some damage. In comes that ult.
The openings, they're not able to find those signals out. That's going to get caught with another find.
Big swing down. Nice knock on the best player. Best player maybe going down once again. He's going to hang down. Able to kill. And does push on defender upon the Nicolette. Zia with that ultimate trying to make some space. Sharp with the Newman on blast. They are going to get the kill on the 8. Nice counterplay coming from Team Swinton. Wait a second. Best player with the petrify. Sharp trying to Newman on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time defender on the shoulder. They take that tower. Zia now coming around the side of Axel there. With the dark coming on the shark.
Right now, they're being punished for it because Insomnia is just outraging.
But still able to get the kill on the best player. 3 members down. Make that for Nicolette all alone, but they don't have any But again, no one's able to stop this Newman on flash. And it crashes down. And Newman gets the kill on the wall. Makes that all alone. Team fight, the disengage will most likely happen.
Welcome to the North American Squad League.
For those of you who are new, this is the first and currently only Mobile Legends League in all of North America.
A place where the top teams from the United States, Canada, and Mexico get to battle it out over the span of 10 weeks.
What are they battling for, you might ask? To start, 3,000 USD, 50,000 diamonds, but most of all, the right to say our team is the best.
It's been an amazing journey these past 2 seasons with teams like Area 77 and New Wave go home with the glory.
But as there will be 6 teams returning from previous seasons,
We do have some new faces coming in as well, and they look hungry.
For those of you loyal viewers who have been sticking with us through the past 2 seasons, we have to say thank you. And for
all of our
those
new viewers,
welcome to the show.
we hope you
And I
enjoy.
hope you enjoy.
There it is, guys.
That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy in the back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up from right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The down counter is just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out, wait, a nice stun on the shark. Pokey doing a little damage to the left up.
I feel so alive, it's like I'm hypnotized. All this shit on my mind, I feel like I'm ill-advised. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't having shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the illest guy, still I grind to keep me on top, no ceiling tiles. Yeah, ain't no cap, this an enterprise. Know you feel the vibes, feeling blessed that I'm still alive.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive, I'm going all out.
Secured it just barely. Out goes there by Supra. And they secure the kill on the Beanie. What a save! Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe?
Wait, there's a butterfly locked on. Gals kicking in the back line. But Sir Bossy will get suppressed and taken out first blood. Going to the side of Area 77. Nicolette keeps on coming in. The Marquez here.
Yeah, I'm feeling so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, our goals just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase this fucking dream like the kid inside me.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of damage on the shark. But it looks like Team Sexy wants to record a nice flicker kick, nice knock up. Down goes Molecule to the major damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing Uzi getting demolished. Hayabusa. That was messed up on the Beanie coming in and taking out Hayabusa. Oh my God, what a
And kind of have someone keeping vision, and we are seeing a bit of a pick on off the feet. That's what it looks like. We'll see Ziggy though getting caught up. Omega gets a stun. In comes Syndicate. He does use that petrify, but Ziggy is gonna go down. It's another kill there and do some sort of crazy play. But now he is taking some damage. Ziggy does cover it from Syndicate. Get the kill. Wait a second. Flicker away. Ziggy though chasing in. Does have that ultimate way to use it. Roll though. He's going down. Franco there. Trying to slow down. Trying to push in. Taking a bit too much damage on Japanese though. Forcing the player back. He comes the Pokey. Able to get the taken out. Zia on the map. Zia taking some damage. In comes that ult.
The openings, they're not able to find those singles out. That's going to get caught with another
Big swing down. Nice knock him on. Best player. Best player maybe going down once again. He gets put hang down. Able to get the kill. And he does push on the fender upon the Nicolette. Zia with that ultimate trying to make some space. Sharp with the Newman on blast. They are going to get the kill on the 8. Nice counterplay coming from Team Switzerland. Wait a second. Best player with the petrify. Sharp trying to Newman on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time offender on the Sharp. They take that tower. Zia now coming around the side of Axel there. With the Sharp going on. They are going to get the kill on the Nicolette. Coming on the Sharp.
right now. They're being punished for it because Insomniac is just
but still able to get the kill on the best player. 3 members down, make that forward. Nicolette all alone, but they don't have Sharper, no, but again, no one's able to stop this movement on Black. It crashes down, and then gets the spin on the wall. Makes that all along with Williams versus this team fight. The disengage will most likely happen.
Welcome to the North American Squad League.
For those of you who are new, this is the first and currently only Mobile Legends League in all of North America.
A place where the top teams from the United States, Canada, and Mexico get to battle it out over the span of 10 weeks.
What are they battling for, you might ask? To start, 3,000 USD, 50,000 diamonds, but most of all, the right to say our team is the best.
It's been an amazing journey these past 2 seasons with teams like Area 77 and New Wave go home with the glory.
But as there will be 6 teams returning from previous seasons,
We do have some new faces coming in as well, and they look hungry.
For those of you loyal viewers who have been sticking with us through the past 2 seasons, we have to say thank you. And for
all of our new
viewers,
welcome
to the show.
I hope you
And
enjoy.
I hope you enjoy.
There
That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy into the back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up from right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The death counter is just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out, but wait, a nice stun on the shark. Pokey doing a little damage to the block.
I feel so alive, it's like I'm held down. All this shit on my mind.
All right, we are back for the last series of the night. Deuce Knights versus Insomniacs. This is a real toss-up for me right here. I think Deuce Knights have come a long way. They definitely, in the NACT, they had some very sus picks with the Nana, and they've always been known to have some kind of weird random picks here and there that kind of throw everyone off, and sometimes that prevails, sometimes it fails. The question is, can they get the win against Insomniacs, which I think for a lot of people is the favorite here tonight.
Yeah, they're Insomniacs are really good. I've seen it thoroughly. Like their overall comp is just pretty amazing. So I can't wait to see what they do here. What's before we get this going, Private, what's your take? What do you think?
Well, I did not know we were just talking about it before the break. I was talking about Easy Peasy, but now I'm being told he's on vacation. So that kind of juggles around the comp a bit. Who's taking over for Easy Peasy? Is that
Nazera? I don't know who's going to be jungling, honestly. So it's kind of up in the air for Deuce Knights. They're going to catch us off guard either tonight. I can say that Insomniacs looks good. They have Yeho has become their jungler for this season. Yeho's got he's a monster Karina. I've seen him in action. He can play the Ling. He can play the Basha. I think that's something that we definitely want to watch out for from Insomniacs. Deuce Knights, though, per typical for them, they're kind of wild cards.
True, I feel you.
Yeah, they can be kind of random. And it does sometimes work in their favor, but I feel like that works in their favor sometimes because of the synergy that they have. And if tonight has seen anything, it's that the synergy does play an important role in these compositions. And against a more established and team that is comfortable with their composition, I think you're gonna have to give that to Insomniacs right here. But I do expect a great showing. They one thing from Deuce Knights, I've become a huge fan of them. It's one of the first teams I think without me actually knowing anybody who's on the team from anything, just from their gameplay, what they do when it matters, like those to get into the playoffs, the amount of effort and those games and the skill that came from those games. So they can put on a great show when it comes down to that meat grinder. But we'll have to see if that same effect lasts at the beginning when there's really not as much at stake in this season.
I think one of the most exciting things from Deuce Knights that I've ever watched was last day of the season. The spot number 6 was up in the air between Deuce Knights, Aether Explicit, and The Simpsons for the playoffs, the number 6 spot, and Deuce Knights is able to come in clutch and take the win, securing themselves in a spot in playoffs. Not only securing themselves in a spot in playoffs, but securing their invite back to season 3. So and they made it to, I think they made it to top 4. They made it to top 4 in the last NACT. So yes, they do know how to bring it in crunch time. And I've only seen them get better. They're a team that, like the Simpsons, like some of these other teams, have really I've just seen them grow and grow and grow. So I'm excited to see how they do against Insomniacs tonight. I would like to see this, be a best of 3, and it could with the wild cards that Deuce Knights are, it could definitely go any way.
Yeah, it's just that when you do, like we were talking about it before, when you do go up against a team like Insomniacs, established with the cohesion, with the use to their players, if there are holes in your gameplay, if you have that lacking of synergy, they're gonna expose it, and they're gonna make you pay for it in these matches.
Most definitely, we are seeing some bans come in, G.
Some good ones at that. We're looking at a good Franco ban. good Ling ban, and a Dairoth ban, which are 3 of the highest tier players we've seen. Heroes actually pull something off recently here. We actually, again, we're probably never gonna see a Valentina. We see her maybe once or twice. It's like a rare beast. You occasionally like, what? That's a hero? Yeah. It is one thing that I haven't seen, and I mean, you guys were talking about it from the very beginning. Where's Jin? Well, someone
He's not coming, bro. He's not coming. He's dead. I'm sorry.
He's dead. Oh man. I
He's a
just
gimmick.
don't know.
He just is, man. He's a gimmick. He's like, yeah, this is like he control. It's like an a la carte, man. And I know.
Geez.
I just put him on the stage. Let's talk about these bans, though. Karina taking out Franco. These are the bans that I expect to see, honestly, throughout a lot of the rest of the season. And we saw some of the first 2 games. There was some good bans that I feel like right now, like Franco. Some of these new heroes that have made it to the priority list. I think the Franco is going to be detrimental. I think the Dairoth is going to be detrimental. Karina, the Basha is open right now, but no one's, and he's been open a lot.
We have an Akai. We have a Lon one.
Yeah.
We have a lot of things open right now, and I'm very much wondering where it's going to go. Because once there's so many heroes open right now that I feel are very big priority, that this first pick is so important, because you're basically giving your enemy 2 high priority picks. So it's what are you going to do against it? And there goes the Esmeralda. All right.
Solid pick.
It quickly scooped up that Akai.
You know what Akai does well against? Like, he does well against other tank jungles that you want to pick. Like, he's kind of like the tank jungle that I feel like counters other tank jungles, like the Basha. Like, we saw him do so well against the Barats. Like, any kind of, like, not range. Like, I think maybe a possible answer to the Akai jungle is bring it old school and maybe even pick up, like, a ranged jungler. I know that sounds crazy in the current meta, but you don't want something that's going to dive, that's going to try to face him up head on, because he's just going to repel you. He's just going to send you back, and there's nothing you can really do against it.
I feel like it comes down to like team composition. Unfortunately, right now, I think we were talking about it a little bit before. Akai, I don't like leaving him open just because he forces you to play a game you don't want. He forces you to play a very specific game. As soon as he comes in, your entire team has to disengage, has to like bait out that ult from him, and then and especially depending on when he uses it, it can interrupt your engages and stuff like that. It corners you. And that's why it's almost better to kind of get him out of the way. I really haven't seen too much that can stop him. I've seen Lilias and the slows be able to do much stuff that can easily kite him. But we're gonna have to see how well Deuce Knights go up against this.
They're looking good.
Almond here.
Both teams are looking pretty like, mwah.
these are I think this is like the first draft where I've seen both drafts have seemed really solid to me. I do kind of put the edge right now into Insomniacs. You do have that Akai and the Yuzong, which will be very heavily used with that Black Dragon form once the Eve goes into that real world manipulation. So we're gonna have to see what they can answer, if they have some type of disengagement tool for her, like a Cho or a Kufra or somebody who's going to be able to offset that gank that's obviously going to happen to Eve as soon as she plops on her ult.
Yeah, I mean, Eve may have some. It's going to have some serious issues. I feel like we haven't seen the Yuzong get banned or pick at all throughout any of this series so far. Which last season he was like banned, pick constantly. Galaxy is known for a nice Yuzong. I've seen him destroy team compositions. I've seen him destroy everything. So I think this right now, looking at the side of Insomniacs, I like it. I like it a lot. And looking at the side of Deuce Knights, I just feel like that Akai is the answer to everything Deuce Knights has.
Yeah.
Your team is picking.
It's an interesting bout here. And I mean, the one thing that we haven't seen is what Ashley is gonna play here. And I can only imagine that it's, oh my god.
Farza.
It's gonna be
I was
rough.
thinking Sicilion or something like that, but we know she has a monster Farza, and it pretty much is the same thing. Distance, high ground, and just like what we saw from the Valley last series. You have a nice high ground mage who you use the Akai, you use those front liners to create space while your high ground just bursts from the back.
Yeah, it's interesting too. It's going to see how these engagements go, how this Akai is utilized. Because I mean, honestly, on paper, I don't really see a good synergy between a Kai and a Farja, just because of the nature of what a Kai can do, unless you get somebody pinned into the wall. But for the most part, you're kind of like scattering people around. But that not to say that I don't think that they're going to be able to use this well, because you do have that Yuzong. It's obviously going to have the Petrify to be able to get people in and pop them up with the damage from Ashley raining down on them. And for G, you could see a little Irithyll.
There's your pick. There's your pick.
I see it. How much you gonna bet? It's a dub now. Juice Knight done one.
There goes.
Irithyll finally showing up in the Land of Dawn. 3 seasons of NASL. I'm sure many seasons of MPL, many seasons of the game in general. Irithyll is here in a tournament, in a league setting, in what you could almost say a professional setting. I'm wondering how she's going to do here.
She's not going the route that I've seen, which I see a lot of Ithrios play with Sprint instead of Inspire, just because the faster you can go with your ult, the better.
Yeah, and you can just stay on top of them.
Yeah.
I think Sprint would be a great pick for her.
Yep.
But I guess, like, you know, you hit the Inspire. You hit the Inspire and you get to shoot those ults faster. You get a little bit more speed and get to... So, like you said, it is a trade-off. If you can get into the middle, the Inspire could be super helpful. But, like, if I feel like it comes down like 1v1 or something like that, the Sprint would be a little better.
The heal is the sustain's a little bit better too, so it's a trade-off, you know, just like I was saying. But hey, she's here, and she's here. I'm ready for the upset.
I don't know. I really like Insomniac's composition right now. Not only that, but the final secure that they get, that Grok. You know, and Grok, I mean, they just... They do have this double tank in the mid, a tank jungler. They have Grok as the roamer, but that's been a common thing for a lot of compositions overseas, even for some teams here. This isn't like very outlandish. It's pretty normal. So Insomniac's really, out of all the teams tonight, really just holding down with the meta.
Yeah, I mean both teams absolutely holding it down, and it's funny that a Grok, I don't know what this Grok's trying to do here. Is he trying to steal the buff?
Harass.
Ooh, did force the ret. Did force the retry. What a great play.
That's what this point was, to go ahead and force out that retry. Oh,
may see something. Nazir does get knocked up, though. Almost gets a finish. Nazir back onto the score. Ashley gets first blood. A wonderful play. A nice wall to stop them in the track. Ashley still holding the distance, and this is something we always see from Ashley. Wonderful positioning with those wings by wings. I love watching her play Farza, because she just always seems to be there at the right time.
Always.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm kind of on the fence right now. It depends on how this goes in the mid game into the team. I see a great amount of team fight potential on the side of Deuce Knights. It's just that they're going to have to get to that point through this. I want to say a very intimidating early game that's going to be happening from the side of Insomniacs.
I'm always excited to see a Kai. I don't know why.
Yeah, I like him. I like him as a jungler right now.
Yeah. He just pulls out some weird plays, you know, like some stuff you never see, like a Beyblade coming in through the back, you know.
Yeah. Or, I mean, someone just pointed out, and I have to say it. I just saw it in the chat. There is a Beyblade match going on right now. We have 2 spinners. We have Balmond and a Kai spinning around. So let's see who comes out on top here. Turtle is getting worked on. Black Dragon coming out from Galaxy to help create some space. So Yeho, he does get the bump into Hendrix there. Going to keep on working away, and he's able to secure the turtle. First blood, going into the hands of Insomniac's Private.
Yeah, real interesting setup, but just on the side of Insomniacs, a great setup for that. Unfortunately for Deuce Knights, you just see kind of a little split on Esmeralda, kind of like pushing that lane instead of trying to help out for an obvious fight that was going to be happening at Turtle. I mean, it's I guess you just got to have your priorities right, or I don't know if you just really want to get some damage on the tower, maybe get a little bit of extra gold there. But like your whole team kind of needs to be on the same page, especially when it comes to those turtle fights.
Yeah, I think they want to try to scale her. You know, maybe it's part of the plan. We got to hope that it's like, listen, it's okay if we take a death. Let's just keep you down there, get as much gold as possible in this laning phase. And I mean, honestly, Deuce Knights didn't give up too much. It's not even 1,000 gold behind right now. Still a very fair game. Rose on this is playing nice and safely. She's not playing too aggressive on this Aerithal. Also just pushing for the end game. And I think that is what Deuce Knights are looking for right here. I would say they have a decent. I still don't know how this Aerithal is going to pop off. You know, I just don't know. It's still like Deuce Knights keeping to it, just being wild cards to me right now.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to have to be a huge setup for Aerithal to be able to get into position and fire off that. Oh.
Nothing major, able to get away, and she does have that jump. She does have that dash, so she is able to kind of escape those ganks. She's looking more and more appeasing to me as we go on. It's just going to see how that damage output is back. We do have a nice pin on Ashley. Yeho able to come in and interrupt. A little bit of Falling Star Moon cocked up, does not fire off. Yeho is going to go back down to the, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. I gotta throw the question mark in. My bad.
Dude, you like it was perfect. You questioned yourself. I was like, is he like asking a question or?
Hey, on the run here, taking a little bit of damage, able to get that wild charge off though and get stunned. Galaxy and Black Dragon focusing in on Nazera. She does get the dash away as Hendrik gets stunned back onto Galaxy, but in the back lane, Yuna able to get the pick onto him. And now they're going to keep going as Galaxy pushes in, does finally get that passive proc to give him some more stain, but he will get taken out from the lethal counter. Floresta and Het, though, have gone down as Galaxy is off the map as well. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and Yeho maybe next. It is a battle, but a nice jump through the wall to get away. And Insomniacs come out on a 2-for-1 trade there.
Yeah. We gotta sign up T-Rex for an auction house, man. That boy does not take a breath.
At least they were able to go ahead and take down this turtle, which is a good for them. What another? Rose still doing all right. Nope, we got Yayo.
Another kick, just like what we said before, and this time Rose will go down.
The one that's come up before.
The tower.
Yeah, Irithel, that jump, isn't that part of her ult? So if she's using that as an escape tool, then you've basically just taken out your ult as well, which that's why I say, like, I feel like it's just she's too counterable to me, especially with Inspire instead of a tool that can help her get in and out of a combat situation
or sprint instead.
Yeah, I mean she's building all attack speed, so we do see that coming in, and I mean they're just so tanky. Ooh, there is a big fight going on here.
Yeah, Galaxy gets the petrified too, and Rose goes down once again, right after getting on the map. A nice movement on Blast. Hate will go down as well, so it's a 1-for-1 trade on the map. Galaxy trying to run away now. Doesn't get the burst damage, will get stunned up as Nazira locks on, able to get the spin kill, and down goes Galaxy. Deuce Knights able to answer back a little bit, but they do lose that tier 3 tower in the mid lane. So even when they come out on top of a fight, they lose some material on the map. Luckily, Esmeralda answers back by taking the XP lane tier 3 tower herself.
Yeah, that Numenon, that combo of the Numenon Blast and the real world manipulation is kind of what I was pointing out before. Oh God, Rose in trouble here.
Yeho may take out Rose here. Does get the kill. Yeah, Rose is having trouble right now. Seeing at 0-3, but a nice falling star moon. Does get stopped though as Yeho comes in. Numenon Blast, may land on, doesn't get the finish. Stopped from the wall. Grok with the wild charge and the flicker. And this could be rough for Deuce Knights. Hendrix and Rose both go down, make it as well. And the rest of the team is running away. Yuna now on the chase, locking on in Azera. And Azera is forced away out of his own jungle. Insomniacs taking a lead, but the gold diff is still not too much, Private.
Yeah, unfortunately, the amount of just the barrage of CC on the side of Insomniacs right now, as soon as they engage as a team, you're basically putting the other team into a coma. Like you saw them bouncing up and down, just CC'd down until they were all dead. There's not much, especially with Irithel right now. Like, she has to be able to get close in there to be able to do the amount of damage that she wants to actually be a threat. But like, as soon as she gets close, you've got all this CC. You've got a Kai able to single her out. Yuzong on that black dragon able to come in. It's a very hard comp to overcome with what Deuce Knights have right now.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be tough for Deuce Knights. I mean, they're known to pick some of these late game heroes like the Aerithel, but last season the Mia for them was like this random wild card pick they brought in, and they would come back in the last moments to secure a game. But you're not up against a B tier team right here. You're up against one of the top teams in NA. Taking some damage, forced to use the ultimate just to get away, and the torn apart memories lands right in her face to take her out. Will go down.
I'm gonna count how many times you say "heh."
It's just the damage thing. Right? You get how many times you got the wild charge from Hate, then you got the stun from Yoon. It's and then the damage put on. She couldn't even ult away fast enough before the torn apart memories came out and just deleted her.
Yeah, it's just Insomniacs right now, just like you just said, either the wild charge, the feathered airstrike from Ashley, just the timing of all the skills. Nazero pinned against the wall, may go down and Hate with the wild charge to get into the back line and stop them from interrupting that kill. But will come in with the falling star. Moon able to land on top of Yuna and Hate, but in the back line of the other side, Galaxy able to get the kill on 2 Rose. Hendrix trying to get away, gets caught up from Yuna. Torn apart memories, not quite able to land on home. Deuce Knights forced back into their base, and Insomniacs controlling the game.
Yeah, this is rough. Rose is absolutely just getting farmed. It's a very tough comp. They are so tanky.
Yeah, I feel like Insomniacs pretty much had a game plan of what they wanted for a comp, and I feel like they got everything that they wanted. While like this is something that was perfectly planned out while on the side of Deuce Knights. Ooh, Ashley actually might be in trouble.
Oh, nice lethal counter there. Private.
Yeah, and I just feel like you're going up against a comp that is like just there's so much synergy in it, while your comp is kind of like kind of happenstance thrown together. Actually okay.
Bro, and this is what I mean with the Akai, man. Like, Esmeralda can't even do her job correctly because Akai's there, and then not to add on to it even more, you have the walls coming in from Grok. Like, all of these front liners that you bring to the table, we've seen nothing from Nazera. Yes, he's 5'2", like we've seen some, but the whole comp is just getting eaten up by this Grok and this Akai right now.
This Grok is OP. He's everywhere.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering what you wanted, why they left that open. Big damage going on to her here, and just trapped.
Oh my God. The wall. Real manipulation does come up. Nazera taking a bit too much damage, will get taken out here, and so will Hendrix possibly. No, they take out Ashley. Hate and Yeho, though, are here. Hendrix with the Numen on blast. He misses the wall, so they're able to lock onto Yeho here, but it's just too much sustain. Not able to do the damage that they need to, and Rose, once again, doesn't seem to be there. She focuses on the Lord, though, so they don't lose an inhibitor off of that push. Hey, jumping into the back here with the falling star. Moon does get knocked up from Yeho. He is going to get pinned to the wall. Can they get the finish, though? She is also pretty tanky. Galaxy locking in. This is big. Will go down, though, and Hendrix may just be next as Yuna gets the kill. Wow. A nice push and a wave of minions coming into this inhibitor, and I don't think Insomniacs want to let up. Another wall coming out. They've locked on to the inhibitor here. Nazera trying to spin, get a bit of damage. World manipulation does go up. Gals uses Black Dragon just to escape, but they've done their job. They've taken the inhibitor. Let's back off and wait for the next Lord Private.
Yeah, we're at about a 7K gold lead here, sub 15 minutes here, and like even when they do catch Insomniacs, the damage output on the side of Deuce Knights is just not enough to do much. Yoon and Ashley doing an absolutely phenomenal job spacing themselves from the fights, waiting for Yeho, Galaxy, and Hate to get those initiations to start it off, and then they come in later. It's just they're playing a perfect game right now and playing to their comp's strengths.
Yeah, you can definitely see
looking good.
that the only person that has damage right now is Ithriel. Everybody else has just their basic sustain items and everything, so they're having a hard time on Deuce Knight.
Yeah, and it's like you're putting all your Easter eggs into the basket of this. Like, this is your only damage dealer, and she is not performing right now. So it's definitely a major roadblock for them in this match. And I don't think I don't, like, you know, I would talk about win conditions and things like that, but I don't think there's much that Deuce Knights can do here. Maybe they can get a Lord Steal or something to try to suspend it, but as you can see, they don't even want to try it. Just too much zoning capabilities for the side of Insomniacs. They've secured the Lord Galaxy, pushing them back to their base. I mean, Deuce Knights are just playing, you know, they're just pretty much playing whatever game the Insomniacs want to give them right now.
Yeah, they just had the kind of the total package here. There's not really much that you can do, especially once they've you can't even really, if all 5 of them decide to charge down the middle, I'm about 99% sure that there is nothing that Deuce Knights can do to stop them. Because they can just one after the other, CC after CC after stun after pop up. Every single one of their heroes has something that they can do, and then they're just so tanky. And even the tanky heroes are doing enough damage now to be putting out to be putting down the rest of the heroes on the side of Deuce Knights here.
No, they have all of the tanky heroes that actually do damage, but we're coming in here to the final push possibly.
Yeah, this could be it. Hat tries to go in the back line with Falling Star Moon, but isn't able to do much. Lord gets pulled in, but there's no more inhibitor to pull him to, so he's locking onto this base. We do see the side of Insomniacs backing off just to chase down Esmeralda. Slightly bad play, I feel like, from them. They could have maybe got the finish, but it's okay. They're having fun. Galaxy back in with a huge Petrify in the pick onto Rose. Real manipulation does come out. A nice movement on Blast. Galaxy and Hate taken off the map, so it's 2-for-1 trade. Unicutie maybe next as Nazir tries to chase it down, but Yeho's here to help slow him down, and it's just too much. Hay and Ashley having a bit of a standoff, wings by wings. Ashley re-engaging. Will we get the pick here? Not able to get the finish, but Nazira does go down off camera to Yeho. And the Indians have walked out of the base, so Deuce Knights have to go back private.
Almost shades of New Wave from last season, where that Esmeralda was used as kind of like a bit of a, like, just, hey guys, look at me, and she ran off and like completely subsided this push into the base as the entire team chased her. And that was kind of the same thing here. 1, 2, I think it was 2 or 3 players chasing her, not able to actually close in, and actually lost a few players on the side of Insomniacs for that.
I think the biggest play was that the Farza chased her down, you know, like and then so she wasn't there to be able to, like, you know, hold off and push zone the base. So
well,
it was a
she
little
used
bit of
that feather airstrike a little early, but I think if they just stayed there, they could have possibly gotten a finish there. I mean, they had a nice engage. Lord was on base, you know, but they made their choice. So we are going to see this game go a little bit longer. Nazera doing some damage on Yeho.
Tickling a guy.
He's doing something, but she dives in just to get blasted back. And the real manipulation has stopped right in its track. Rose not quite able to do anything right here. Bouncing around the tower, playing the distance. But Galaxy has locked on, and the Petrify lands, and the kill happens. Rose goes down. Galaxy causing mayhem in the back line. A nice movement on Blast on all 5. Real manipulation does come up, but it does not stop Insomniacs. Esmeralda trying to do something. A nice stop onto Ashley, but she's still alive as chases her down once again. But the wings by wings happen, and you're not able to get the finish. Now we are seeing Unicutie focus on to Hen, but I don't know if it's gonna do much. Hen will pay the price, and you are taken out. Hendrik Loves All is all alone. The immortality does pop, but you will not survive the feathered airstrike to help finish it. And Insomniacs take game 1.
I'm not gonna lie. The flicker from Farza every single time Esmeralda ulted on top, tried to ult on top of her, that would send me into a rage. Like, she just saved it every single time. Just honestly, at that point, I would have had Esmeralda. I'd have been like, go for somebody else. Like, honestly, you're not gonna catch her every single time. There wasn't a single point where Farza like got caught by that. It was just and we were talking about this, Ashley and her positioning on that Farja, ridiculous.
Definitely going to be a problem. Deuce Knights need to do something here. That was a bloodbath. That was, and not the bloodbath that we saw at Area 77 versus Vec Fantasy. That was a murder fest from inside. Yeah, so Deuce Knights definitely need to do something different here. My guess is, and I'm sorry, G. I understand. But I think the Airthel's got to go, man. I think it's got to go. I got to do something different.
I feel like, what's the problem here? No, I'm joking.
Yeah. Was a little
no, definitely. It was a great game. I mean, but Insomniacs just definitely they came for blood, man. Just absolutely murder fest. They just had so much damage.
I'm not even sure what really. I mean, honestly, Akai just needs to be banned. There's not really much. There's pop-ups that take him out. There's, I think, suppressions still take him out, or can stop his spin at least. But like, and then you have to put so much damage. You saw there toward the mid and end game, just he's so tanky. It's just ridiculous, and it just takes so much to be able to take him down for the amount of impact he has as he's charging into your team. You know what I mean? Like, there's just once you see him coming, you have to adjust. You have to do something. You can't just you can't just focus him. For me, it has to be a ban. You can't let him through unless you've got some ace in the hole that can deal with him. That it has to be a priority ban.
Yeah, I mean, after tonight, he just looks better and better and better, and like I said, he deals with so many picks. He deals with so many heroes that people rely on. The Ballman's just completely useless against him. Anyone do you really want to let it through and work around it the whole game? Like, you either need maybe the Diggy could help deal with it. Maybe. So there's a few picks that could maybe help deal with it. Stop, let yourself get through. But either you need to dodge him the whole game, bait out the ultimate, but it's just a lot of work to deal with one hero, and you literally have to do that the whole game. So it's definitely something that I think it could have a major impact throughout the rest of the season.
For sure.
Does Diggy's ult stop him from bouncing you back? How does...
I haven't had a Diggy.
I'm pretty sure.
I haven't seen a Diggy in so long.
You just walk right through him, I'm pretty sure.
So that's what I was wondering. Do you just walk right through him?
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you just walk right through him. I haven't seen the two. I haven't seen the composition of the two. So.
Well, without further ado, let's get into game 2 here. Let's see if they can definitely pull this back. Can Deuce Nice pull this through, and possibly I would if I had to give you my one opinion, I'd go with Private, and every single game from the rest of this season, you better turn Valentina into Akai.
That's not a bad idea. I mean, we are going to come off with these bans, things looking still pretty typical. Deuce Knights, though, need to do something in their draft this game. And I get it, this is day one. If you're going to try something, if you're going to pull out the Ithril, this is the time.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes you need to try those different heroes. It's how metas are born. It's how new compositions are made. And sometimes it doesn't always work in a scrim. Sometimes you have to try it in the real deal. So they went for the Airthel pick. It didn't work out that well. Let's lick our wounds. Let's come back. Let's try to win a game here, if not 2. But I mean, I don't want to down talk the pick, because again, I'm happy when I see teams pick new things. Try something different, see if it works. That one did not, and I think now that you've lost game 1, you kind of bring it back to the basics here. You don't do anything too crazy. You try to just keep it simple and win this game.
A Claude ban?
Hey man, I don't know.
Are we gonna see a Zos?
I just cast here. I don't even.
I don't know.
Well, I feel like he said that's all you guys.
I'm gonna go drink some water real fast.
I want to see a Zos.
Right now. Maybe the composition. Maybe they don't want to go super tanky this game. So like
feel
they
you.
don't, you know, maybe they want to bring in some squishiers this game. I don't know. Maybe maybe they feel like the Claude is going to hard counter whatever comp they want to bring.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. What Claude hard counters, but
Zosk. Did you say Zosk?
Vixana.
I mean, we just saw him completely destroy on the side of Area 77. He completely destroyed that Fanny pick and like a couple other picks. So like originally he was meant to deal with tanks because of the DHS. Now he doesn't do so well because of blade armor. So I mean, he kind of does he does decent against some of the squishier picks now. But we'll see how it turns out. Akai is getting banned out. This time Insomniac's getting rid of it. So they're definitely coming into this, I think, like, and Insomniacs is known, like, they don't like playing the same heroes every time. They want to have fun in this game. So they're definitely coming in with a whole different composition in mind this time.
What could be their strategy? And this is just me, like, you know, thinking about it. Is that that they're always gonna pair Grok and Akai together? You know? I think that might be their over. If they can't get Grok, they don't want Akai, and they don't want to give the other team Akai, so they ban it.
It is a good combo together.
You know? If that's ever available, you know, I think that's what they're trying to go for. But a Karina. though.
Karina. I mean, it's been banned or pick every single game. Yeho is locking it in. Yeho has a nice Karina. Like, he has a very decent Karina. I've seen him in scrims. I saw Insomniac's Karina against Area 77. His Karina is definitely something to be feared. I mean, even without it being a overpowered hero, but now we're going to see what these nerfs really did here. I do like the Franco answer. You know, suppressor, stop. That's your CC right there. You also have the real manipulation. So Deuce Knights definitely not looking bad with those two fireback picks.
I want to see
Going to see right now we got this Yu Zong, which is the obvious counter for the Yve here, and then I guess the carry going to be here to kind of like stave off, to make them think twice about whatever kind of tank picks they were planning on going with on the side of Deuce Knights. Though I do have to say, yeah, first, because she does have that, especially mid to late game, once she starts getting that attack speed and able to like pin together her passives and put that immense amount of true damage onto the tanks. It is a late game pick though, so I mean, depends. And I'm not a huge fan of her mobility that she can have going into an Eve. It's interesting. Yu Zong will be able to take care of the Eve. It's going to be what can Deuce Knights do to answer that, because they, like I said last game, they didn't have an answer. Yu Zong, as soon as Eve ulted in, like there was 5 members gunning for her. So we need to see if there's an actual answer this time to be able to direct.
Benedetta, maybe. You know, I was just thinking, I was like, they need some back dive comp for the they need. I don't know how I feel about the Benedetta, but I think the idea is kind of this, like, they need something now to get to the back line, kind of. Even though Carrie isn't really much of a backliner, she's more of an in-your-face marksman, you know? They had two choices. Either we respond to the Yu Zong with our own backline diver, or we create a bit more peel. We create something else, and it looks like they want to get to, they're going to pick someone that can also get to the enemy's backline, which is the Benedetta. How well it will work out, we'll see. I don't know how, it's not really going to be a great, I don't think she's going to have a great time against the Karina, but we'll see how things play out here.
I think they were only kind of thinking about the Yu Zong lane phase with the Benedetta. They wanted something that they could deal with in there to maybe offset his the CC he was going to be putting out onto them. Because like you were saying, there isn't really a back line for Benedetta to be diving into. These are all front liner picks here. So I mean, I guess we'll see how this unfolds with these picks now.
Yeah, maybe start getting banned out here, G.
Yeah, and I mean, they want to target probably a marksman bot now. Get rid of like a Clint or even a Brody, something, even a Popo. Juan, well, there we go. Juan. Yep.
But I feel like maybe even I feel like once that Benedetta got locked in, like, why ban the Esmeralda?
Yeah, true.
Like, I guess you could put the Benedetta in the gold lane, but I feel like the Esmeralda maybe just a little bit of a wasted ban on the side of Insomniacs. It's okay. Like, they're allowed to make a mistake in my eyes here and there. I think like you said, 2 marksman bans
Probably would have been, but like Rose is so weird on the gold lane, so it's like, who do you even really ban? Like half the time she never even picks up the 1/1. She doesn't. Do you ban the Mia and the Ithril? Like, she's got such a weird gold lane pool that it's like, do you? You know, it's weird. It's weird banning against Deuce Knights in general. I feel like.
Are they about to put a Saber gold lane?
That's what I don't
know. Maybe he's gonna. I would see him as a jungler.
I mean,
I don't.
I could see it as a carry counter.
We did just talk about he did get a buff recently. His moves are a lot more fluid. You can now bring out your ninja stars while you're dashing. I guess we'll see how it comes out. I don't. This Angela's already gonna be. I get flashbacks of dealing with teams that have her. Like as soon as you go in on anything, you're gonna start seeing that Angela ult come out, and it's gonna be so frustrating for Rose. So hopefully he's prepared for that. But we do see a Fanny on this side of Deuce Knights. So.
And it looks like this Saber is going to be gold lane here. So no marksman from the side of Deuce Knights. Definitely very unconventional of what we're seeing right now. Also looking a little squishy, honestly. I don't think they want to bring this. And again, I guess like, well, we don't want to pick a tank because the carry or whatever, but I think it's just kind of I don't know, like that's not like, you still need something more in the front line. So they either need to like secure this early, have that Fanny just dominate, have Saber just dominate once he hits level 4. Benedetto, like it's definitely a we scale or die team right here. So it looks to me, I feel like Insomniac's got the draft time and time again.
Yeah.
If the Deuce Knights are going to play to their strengths, it's going to be the mobility and burst damage that they can put out. But that's going to take some synergy. That's going to take you guys honing in on somebody. You're going to have to take out that Farja fit quickly, move on to the next person. As soon as Yuzong is coming in on you, kind of spread out, use that mobility that you have to kind of like make sure he's not catching your entire team together. But that's, I mean, it's an uphill battle that they're going to have if they're going to make that work.
I mean, they went with 3 assassins, which hopefully, I mean, they do have a decent amount of squishies on their team. So, like T-Rex said, if they scale early and fast, Insomnia might be in trouble. But we'll see how things pull out. One Franco hook can change the game, man.
One Franco hook can change the game. Having a bit of trouble with Gal. Will get picked off. First blood. Just walked right into that. That's. Oh man, 1 minute in, first blood on the map for the side of Insomniacs.
I love that
Definitely
name.
a rough start. I love that name. Let's see how things are going up in the top here, Private.
Yeah, it does look like Rose in a little bit of trouble. They are, Hate and Yoon are pushing them away. We do have Hendrix here coming in to help put a little pressure onto this lane, but I'm just curious as to what the game plan was there, or if I thought like, oh, does Benedetto's dash, will it stop that spin that's about to happen? He just
didn't even dash.
Didn't even dash. Didn't even bother.
Oh, and Hack getting locked up once again. Yeho pushing in, takes a tower shot though. He's going to work on this gold crab now up in the gold lane. A little bit of an engage. Nazera decides not to force it and just decides to go for this gold crab instead, but we still haven't seen any big play from Nazera yet. We got to see something on this Fanny soon. Yeho with the bloody retribution, able to get the kill on a Heth there.
Yeah, just that matchup up there, just not great. Ashley actually might be in trouble, taken down very quickly, and this is kind of what you want to happen. Unfortunately, just not with the. I'm hoping that. Okay, here comes Galaxy in with the Black Dragon.
Black Dragon does lock onto Fleur. Doesn't use the Petrify, not quite able to land anything. Is going to take some tower shots, need to be careful. Nazera going to try to lock in here. The Angel ult does come in. And Ashley's there in the nick of time. Hendrix may go down here. Has rotated up, hits that ultimate. Isn't able to get the finish on to Galaxy. Galaxy making the outplay here. Tower shot, one away, and half would have gone down there. A bit more of some plays from Yeho into the middle there. Nothing major to come out though. Even playing field, but Insomniac still keeping the lead here.
Yeah, definitely. Great engagement still by the side of Deuce Knights there, but unfortunately, Insomniacs just well with it, knew how to disengage quickly, knew how to get out of the way, and kind of like wasted it there. But Deuce Knights are going on to this turtle, see if they can go ahead and clean this up.
Yeah, I mean, Deuce Knights is working on it, but I just don't know. They are able to get it. Looks like Yeho wasn't quite in position, didn't want to contest it. But, I mean, yeah, Insomniacs still keep the gold lead, so they can sacrifice the turtle here. Gold's now pretty much tied, right, G?
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think the biggest problem they're having is that Heh is just having a hard time in bot lane. There's just not much. I haven't seen maybe even the Franco or anybody be able to come down and help, which I think Hey should be okay as long as she plays safe, or he or she, whoever Benedetta plays safe. So it's gonna be an interesting go here. I don't know, what do you think their win conditions are to pull this game back, Private?
Well, honestly, it's going to come down to that mid and late game. We saw a great, even right here, Hate in trouble, Yoon trying to get away.
Did you get the pick on a Hate? Azira under the tower, able to get the kill onto Yuna. Gonna take some tower shots though. Yeho looks in, able to get the kill right. Hendrix just not in time, trying to get the suppression on Yeho, not able to get the finish. Yeho responds back by taking him out, a 3-for-1 trade. Ashley now on the chase, applying pressure non-stop, almost gets the stun. But here's Galaxy with the Petrify. Fleur able to get away though, will keep on re-engaging, just trying to clear this wave, trying not to lose any gold plating. Deuce Knights just trying to hang in a little bit longer here, Private.
Yeah, it was a decent engagement, but unfortunately, like I said, like Insomniacs just are very smart about their disengagements and what they need to do if they get ganked here. So, and I feel like Deuce Knights need to be thinking like 3 or 4 moves ahead when you engage them, when you chase them into your tower. What is your plan if you get countered there? Because
good pick and suppression on Galaxy. But down goes Ashley as well. So it's a 1-for-1. Hendrik lives all off the map. Yeho, though, chasing on to Florista, will get the pick. But while all this is happening, we're seeing some split pushing from Heh onto that mid tower. Able to get the flicker across the wall. Yeho does not want to let this go. Is going to keep chasing. Will he get the finish here? Getting some jukes. Heh does get away there.
Unfortunately, I feel like this might have been a different game had not taken those early deaths, because once the Benedetta is joining the fights, it's not a bad composition for. They're not doing bad, Deuce Knights, once they have all their players there with the mobility and the assassins and that burst that they can do.
Yeah, maybe they just need to be a bit more. Maybe they just need to be aggressive and like push in. Nazira taking a bit too much damage there though, and this is what you got to be careful for, that Angela and Karina combo. Yeho can just be even more aggressive, especially in the early game. Able to get the kill onto Hendrix. Gonna move on to Fleur. Also, Fleur may get stunned here under the tower at least. Yeho pushing the distance, doesn't quite want to force it. We do have Galaxy taking the tower in the bot lane there.
This is an interesting back and forth game here.
Yeah, interesting build choice by Fleur too as well, getting that enchanted talisman instead of maybe I would say like a Ice Queen wand or maybe some type of damage. It's I really haven't seen that too often on Yve. The cooldown and mana instead of a damage or slow. That would really kind of work well with her kit.
Interesting that she does go with the magic defense boots. I guess to counter the Karina, but I think once the Saber picks up, they're gonna have a little bit of a rougher time. The Saber end up being able to one-shot. I don't know, man.
It's gonna be a long time, bro. Oh, nice hook, but the Purify does come into clutch. Nazira under the tower, trying to get the kill on Ashley, not quite able to lock in. Almost gets killed and taken out. Luckily, the kill on Ashley does finally land, but while all this is happening, Hendrix and Fleur both taken off the map. So yes, you have this Fanny who's like chasing one person down. Wait a second. You're taken out.
Oh, I don't know, like, dude, that had to been like milliseconds away from teleporting back, like literally 0.0001. Like, I'm surprised him did not make it out of that, to be honest. But the Karina's having a tough time here. Karina is still building tank. Being 5-0 still. Oh my god. Rose being able to take out Farza. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be getting there. They're just not. What we're seeing from Deuce Knights is that they're not on objectives, man. Like, they're not taking.
Yeah.
They're not like the turtle. There was no contest there. When
Well,
there
and
was
that's
literally
kind of
only
the problem.
Karina.
That's kind of the problem with the comp is you got that burst damage. You can come in, which they're starting to do now. They're starting to focus those targets, put that burst damage on there, and still be able to get away. However, they're not making anything happen with that.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of an engaged feathered airstrike coming down from the back.
Ugh.
But Nazera will not be able to get the finish. Is taken out from Yuna. And now it looks like there's some blood in the water. Insomniacs are pushing forward. Does get stunned up. And Yeho able to get the kill. He's going to move on to Rose now. Will get hooked up, but it just brings him closer. Able to get the kill out of Hendrix. The kill goes to Hate, though. It's a 3-for-1 trade. And Insomniacs continue to dominate in this game private.
Yeah, and we did see that Carrie did just pick up that golden staff now, so she's actually going to be starting to do a ton of damage when she gets into the fights. Not even that it's too much needed here. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my.
Nazera does get picked back, but Yeho 8-0 right now. I mentioned his Karina, and it is looking good right now.
Yep, still a nuisance. Still an issue. Oh, nice.
Nice.
Is that gonna be enough though?
I don't know. Galaxy will go down there.
Nice.
That was a good hook.
I mean, they're not too bad right now. They just need to kind of get their focus off here right now. It's this Karina. I feel like they need to like be able to back up. Karina's gonna charge in no matter what, and there's not really much you can do to try to stop her. If you try to burst her down, she's gonna tank all of that. So you're gonna need to be able to have to be able to kite back a bit. The one good thing though here is you do have, with 3 assassins, you do have some fairly good split pushers. You have options for split pushing, like you can see right now Benedetta doing it, and I don't think oh my god, Saber has a great ability to be able to split push quickly and get back to the map too. So we're gonna see how that starts working out for them.
Yeah, hopefully they can do something. World manipulation though coming out from Florissa, able to get the kill onto Yuna there. So Deuce Knights, like you said, Deuce Knights is answering a nice flicker hook, almost lands on, not quite enough yet. Nazera gonna try to chase down Ashley here. Everybody wants her, wings by wings. Will she get away? Nazera still chasing Rose, able to get the kill though, and then ults onto Yeho. Yeho responds back by taking out Rose, and this may be a mega kill going into the hands of Hate, and now they're chasing down Yeho though. He is alone in the back line, will get stunned up, will get hooked, and finally a death onto that Karina.
Wow.
Galaxy is not deterred. He's like he's debating whether he can take all 3 of them.
Can I do it? Should I do it, guys? Should I do it?
This was a good play.
Look at Angela ulting on top of Galaxy. Lord is not down yet, and everyone's just about on the map. I think they're gonna want to try to contest this.
Didn't
And
have
they're a
enough
little too
damage?
low on health. Feathered airstrike comes out. Hendrix takes a lot of damage. All of Team Deuce Knights is a little low right now, but Rose comes in and gets killed to Galaxy. A nice play into the back line now. Galaxy will be taking out Rose as well, though, and now forced to run away as Ashley is here to help the day, waiting for the moment to maybe strike again. Everyone disengages, but Lord is not taken, and that's all Insomniacs had to do there.
That's
really interesting.
Wow. That is, I don't understand why they didn't they didn't take Lord there.
Nazir was just too low, man.
Yeah.
I don't think she could risk staying in it. Ooh, Ashley gets deleted though there.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially Carrie. While she does have the shortest range of most of the marksmen here, she is the tankiest with her baseline defense. And even just having Dreadnought armor and warrior boots is enough to basically off-put what most of these assassins can do in that burst. So it's a delicate game you're playing here. I feel like you actually have to have at least 2 assassins going in. You can't just have Head trying to dive into that back line.
Well, we may see something from Galaxy here with that Black Dragon. Angela has ulted on top of him, waiting for the finish. She's deciding, waiting for the right time. A big hook onto him. It finally lands. The suppression comes in. The shield is up, though, and he's going to keep on battling. He will get wiped out, though. Hey, able to get the kill, and now Hate may fall down next. This is the cost of using that Angela ult. Yeho now in the distance. The hook does miss from the side of Deuce Knights. Unit able to take out This is a 2-for-1 trade on the map as Yeho continues to push forward, but Deuce Knights are pushed back to their base, and this is going to open up some space for Insomniacs to possibly start working on this lore, but they want to clear these waves first.
That carry is hitting hard.
Yeah.
I
mean,
God.
She doesn't even need big damage items. Like, she's gonna build these these last two items as defense. Like you said, Private. Like, the one good thing about carry is like her passive does enough damage on its own. Like, you know, you can just build the boots, get that dreadnought armor in, and then just build 2 tank items. You know, after you get your main DHS and everything locked in, Golden Staff, you're good to go.
Yeah.
And an unfortunate.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. with them wasting their abilities on this Yuzong, that's not the target you want with your assassins to be going in. With the Yuzong and the Angela, each one of the assassins wasted their ult on, not wasted, but needed their ult to take her down. That when the rest of these squishy players actually came in, there wasn't anything left.
Hendrix getting taken out here. Will be next. World manipulation is up though, so Ashley's able to get taken out, but here comes Galaxy. Big petrify. Rose will go down. Fleur now on the run, and this is once again creating space for Insomniacs. 3 members of Deuce Knights down. Nezera is still up though, has cables ready to go, maybe wanting to try to contest this, but Yuna's damage just a bit too much. She may try to go for the Lord steal here though. I don't think she can. She's got to back off. The Lord will fall into the hands of Insomniacs G.
Yeah, no, this is... They're doing... Insomniacs was looking a little rough there at the end, but then now they're coming back. That carries damage is just way too... Paired with the Karina, like, they're just having a real tough time, man. Someone needs to shut down this Karina.
Yeah, Ashley took a decent amount of deaths in the early game of this, and very wisely was able to pick up the winter truncheon, and I feel like that was pretty clutch for that last engagement they just had. She winter truncheoned up and was giving her team enough time to make it there, because the moment that they come in and tackle onto these assassins, the assassins are going to get crushed. They're squishy. They have to be able to get in, do their damage, and get out. That pause from winter truncheon was just enough time for Insomniacs to get there and be able to deal with the assassins that were jumping on her.
And Lord now crashing in. Insomniacs able to take this tower. They're going to be able to most likely melt down this lore, and we know Insomniacs from last game do like to play it a bit safe, but this time Galaxy is coming in. Black Dragon into the back line. Yeho is getting ulted up from Angela. Nazera trying to focus on to Ashley. Once again, real manipulation does come out. Now, no deaths on the map just yet as Hef backs off. Big damage onto Rose in the back line, and you will be taken out from Hate as Yeho tries to finish things off. A little low on health though, and a big hook pulling you into the base. Gets the kill onto Yeho as Nazero's forced to come back to base in enemy territory, but Deuce Knights defend the push and don't lose an inhibitor.
Wow.
That was a pretty interesting fight. It actually lasted a very long time before somebody actually died while they were defending that. And look at this, just Yoon, just not too much damage being put onto it, especially with this Angela ult now.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh.
Literally like a hot knife to butter right there.
I gotta say, the Farza does well against the Franco. Like, because when he's suppressing, he's got to stand still, and Ashley's capitalizing on that every time. Like, every time he suppresses onto somebody, uses that ultimate, Ashley shows up, is like, okay, I'm just going to fire away everything I have on top of you. And, like, you know, and then if you're not able to get the finish, then it's a bad day for Franco.
And he does a decent amount of burst, too.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. I'm not sure if if the plan was for 3 assassins that I would have gone with a Franco as a support. I might have gone with something a little tankier to kind of offset how squishy we are. Because like Franco, I mean, he's played as a support, but he's not a tank. He doesn't have that heavy defense. And he is just getting kind of shut down. He's getting pooped on as soon as he it goes for that suppression.
It is true. And I think even like if they would have maybe picked up like Rose not doing a horrible job. I think it's just like everyone on your team is squishy. Like, you know, if you're gonna pick up the Benedetta, maybe pick a tankier gold laner. If you're gonna pick up the Saber in the gold lane, then pick up maybe a tankier EXP laner. And once again, I just feel like Deuce Knights are playing a great game with the comp they have. So like I'd like to just see them pick some normal comps and see how well they do then.
Yeah. I mean, it is coming into the late game though, so we are seeing all teams. Oh my God! Hey.
Now
they're
with
gonna
one
go
member
for Lord.
down, it's going to be tough for them to try to contest this Lord. They do have a Fanny who could maybe dash in, but it looks like the rest of the team is backing off, and they're not even going to try to fight this. This Lord is going to go into the hands of Insomniacs. No contestation, nothing to do. Looks like maybe Nazero was going to try to go in bet last moment. Galaxy, though, locked on the flare, but a nice hook to pull him under the tower. In comes Road Manipulation. That's going to be it for Galaxy. Hate may go down along with it as well. Uses that Purify to get out of that Road Manipulation. So now it's a 1-for-1 on the map. But Yuna's locked onto this tower. The inhibitor is melted down, and Lord hasn't even showed up yet, Private.
Yeah, just has so much damage coming from the side of Insomniacs right now. They have hit their power spike, and they are just executing perfectly here. And even without that Benedetta kill, like there really wasn't much that was stopping them from taking out Lord. The team immediately turned around. They really don't have an engagement tool right now.
Ooh, bit of a fight. Ashley versus Zero. Tower shot almost gets a finish, though. Hate goes down to Hendrix. And now they're going to start working on this Lord. They don't want to let it meet their inhibitor, as we can see. Deuce Knights trying to stop it, get as much damage on as early as possible. Yeho playing some bush work. We are going to see him work around the side here, maybe try to come in from an angle, maybe move on to the mid lane where Nazera is. Lord getting melted down, and Team Insomniacs is just not there to help with this push. So it looks like Deuce Knights may just survive another wave here and push longer into this end game. A nice hook onto Galaxy. Road Manipulation does come up. Galaxy is taken out. Rose to the decline, tries to get on Ashley, but is instantly deleted by Yeho. And Yuna now pushing away. The damage just a bit too much, but now we're starting to see some blows happen here.
It's coming down to skill.
I almost feel like with how some of these engagements are going, how some of these dives are going, I almost feel like it would be beneficial for the assassins to choose different targets, because the moment that somebody latches on to Angela, then Farja comes in with some damage. If they go on the Farja, then you have the carry in there. I feel like if they came in, because they can pretty much, I'm pretty sure each one of these assassins can one-shot one of the three, I want to say, well, not carry, can one-shot Farja, can one-shot Angela. I mean, it just depends. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is and then try to get out.
Yeah,
and he's not. Like, we just saw him ult on to Yuna, right? Wasn't able to get the finish. Like, Rose needs to target
like,
either
at the same time.
That is it.
Like, try to get onto them at the same time so that they're not able to save each other, because...
Ahead, taking a bit of damage here. Suppression on Yeho, but still not enough. Hendrix may get taken out here. Feathered Airstrike. Immortality does pop, but you will go down. The Petrify secures it. Hey, gets the kill.
I mean, all in all, it's not a bloodbath here. It's pretty even in terms of gold and kills at this point in the game. So I mean, I don't want to. They're not getting like destroyed. They're doing pretty well for a pretty outside the box comp here.
We gotta, you know what else is? Nazero's been just non-stop split pushing. Lord is finally getting worked on, and this time it looks like they do want to contest it. In there. Here comes Nazero, but Galaxy gets the Lord. No retribution needed for Insomniacs. A little too low, able to get the kill into Ashley, but Yuna responds back by taking one of her own. 2 down, 2-1. Hendrix all her off the map as Rose, Fleur, and Nazero try to defend here. Nazero in the off lane, a little low on health as Yeho tries to chase down. Will they land? She doesn't have a lot of energy, probably only 1 or 2 cables, able to get away though, but Lord is coming in. 40-second death counters on the map. Ashley will most likely not be able to help with this Lord push. I do like the way they're stalling, but he is already at the inhibitor. Also not going to be able to help defend here. Yeho making the engage. Angela has ulted on top, gets a nice poke, dodges the hook. This is a good start for Insomniacs. Road manipulation, though, does come out. It's going to help zone them away so the rest of the team can work onto this Lord, but he has connected onto the base. Lord will get melted down, though, so another wave survived from Team Deuce Knights.
Yeah, I think they have maybe one more Lord defense in their system before this is going to be GG for them. They need to figure out a plan. Maybe like you were talking about earlier with these split pushes. If they can go ahead and start capitalizing on that instead of trying to get these engagements with it, they might actually be able to get into the core because they're doing a good job with it right now. But unfortunately, it's like this is the plan when you have assassins that aren't doing well. They have to spread off from your team and they go to split push. But if you have an entire team of assassins, I don't know what you do.
Leave the base wide open, right? Let's see who can split push faster. Look at, I mean, Nazera's doing no damage to Galaxy. Nazera is pretty much useless at this point as well. Some nice suppression on Yeho here, though, but Galaxy has worked his way in the background. Big petrified. Rose will go down. Galaxy causing man in the back, though. He will go down as well. A 1-for-1 trade, but the inhibitor is the price to pay. Hendrix with a beautiful flicker hook onto Ashley. Winter Truncheon comes in, but it's not enough to save the day. Florista gets the kill. And once again, Deuce Knights able to defend this onslaught of push. I gotta give it to him. Here comes Nariza, trying to lock on to Hate, but still just not enough damage, taking more than you're outputting. Luckily, you at least secure the blue buff. Yeho not able to steal it. Angela ulted onto Yeho once again. This is 24 minutes in, guys. Longest game of the night so far. Deuce Knights hanging in there. I got to give that to him.
Yeah, it's just I feel like while Deuce Knights is defending, I feel like this isn't really kind of outside the realm of what Insomniacs was trying to do. They came in, they got the tower, then they retreated. Yep. They came in, you know, they're kind of having their way. And that's why I say like there needs to be an answer here because they're not going to survive another Lord push here from the looks of it.
And we saw the same thing from them last game, just really methodic. You know, just kind of piece by piece. Piece by piece. We don't need to try to end it. We're not going to we're just going to do our job, which, like you said, our job was to take this inhibitor. Yes, we lost Galaxy, but just because we lose someone and we take something for you, Deuce Knights isn't able to take anything back. You know, even if they come out on top of a team fight, like they get 2 kills, they're still losing overall on the map.
Yeah, it's just that their sieging ability right now is just unmatched with what unfortunately that Deuce Knights can put out. You have that Yuzong that can dive into the back line, and while he's doing that, Ashley's just raining fire on them. It's there's really not.
Oh, this could be big. Rose ults on a Yeho. Road manipulation comes out and the suppression able to finish it. Immortality does pop though. Yeho may be able to survive this. Nazira comes in just for the kill, able to get it. That is huge. 70 seconds. Lord on the map. The Retry is gone. Yeho is gone. This is the time that Deuce Knights need to make a play.
It's just if they can get back to the fight here. Benedetta doing her best to kind of like toy with them, maybe lure them away from the Lord here right now. Actually, very smartly because it gives Deuce Knights enough time to kind of regroup. You got Hendrix coming in here with a
seal play. Suppression on Ashley. Rose able to get the kill. Another death. Another pick for Deuce Knights. Is this the comeback right here? Galaxy and Yuna though still on the map. Galaxy playing the side. He's gonna try to go in for the steal here. If he can take it, it could secure the game, but if they do not take this Lord, this could be something for Deuce Knights here. Galaxy knows this. He hits that Black Dragon. Gonna come in. Rose trying to side push. Yuna also comes in. This is it. Who will take the Lord? Nazira takes it with a lot of damage. Hendrik Lazal may go down. Immortality does pop. 2 Immortality pop. Galaxy low. Floresta gets the kill. Hendrix goes down as well. Nazira is here along with him. Yuna may be next. She needs to try to survive this to defend this possible Lord push. Nazira, Immortality pops, but now Nazira's back on the map. Yeho focusing on to He. Yuna finally taken off as He is under the tower. There's no escape for this. You will be taken out. A Lord coming. 3-2 trade. Lord to the side of Deuce and Knights. Can they finish this game with this Lord push?
My God.
And that engagement started with the Mack truck that hit Ashley. She didn't even see what happened. Just Franco from out of nowhere, and then the Saber ult to come and finish her down. It was beautifully set up. And now we're gonna see a defense here on the side of Insomniacs.
3 versus 3, big clash into the inhibitor. They don't have Yuna though to melt down. A nice real manipulation to help clear the way, open up the space. If they can lock onto this base, we are going to a game 3 possibly. The inhibitor goes down, and Deuce Knights with a reverse sweep of their lives.
Wow, 3 assassins there. That was just it was so close with most of the freaking game. Poor Ashley. I mean, who expects when you pick a Farja? Who expects 3 assassins on the enemy team? Like, as soon as I saw the 3 assassins, I'm like, man, Ashley's gonna have a bad day because like there's not really much you could do to defend against that.
Yeah, I mean, they just hard focused her the whole time, and Nazira was constantly on Ashley's trail. She definitely had a rough game. You can tell she is probably seething right now. You know, just so frustrated. Deuce Knights though able to come back and get that, and you know all it takes is one hook. All it takes is when they were able to buy time, and they do have the comp with the Franco and with the Saber to where like you can get two random kills. You can make it to where it counts. I think maybe Insomniacs should have been a little less methodical. Maybe should have been a bit more aggressive when they had the time, because they were ahead for so long. They should have just sealed the deal.
Yeah, and we were talking about that. They were being kind of slow with it, but while I don't feel like they were playing safe, they were doing what they were supposed to, and unfortunately there's that little thing of luck. I mean, that Franco coming in with that conceal, I mean, there you got a pretty small chance that Ashley's not going to see it. She didn't. They capitalized on it, unfortunately. These outside, I love these outside the box picks and compositions because there is a meta for a reason. However, it does sometimes get kind of overwritten when you have like just this something different that the meta wasn't counting on. But 3 assassins here, like it at the beginning it wasn't doing too great, but through and through this entire match there wasn't a big gold gap, there wasn't a big kill gap. Like they were still doing what they needed to do, even though it didn't really look like they were having great effectiveness during team fights.
Yeah, so it looks like we got a old-fashioned rubber match here. Keeping it classy. Deuce Knights take game 2. I'm excited for game 3, the last game of the night, guys. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button on whatever stream you're watching right now. Make sure you hit the share button, whatever you got to do. We will be live again tomorrow for day 2. Let us know who you think is going to come out on top here. Deuce Knights with the most unorthodox picks of the night tonight, or Insomniacs who are just keeping it regular, trying to push through. I'm excited for it, guys. I mean, after that game, it could definitely go either way.
I just want to say, one Franco hook can change the game.
Well, Yeho like walked when there was that third Lord, right?
Yeah.
All of what really did it was when Yeho went down, and Yeho's like scouting, right? He's going through bushes, and he scouts right into Rose and Franco. You know, he walks right into both of them, and then it was just bad. Once he was out, Deuce Knights knew that they had an opportunity. The conceal play comes in after that. They're able to take out Ashley, and that was just a wrap. When you're at 25 minutes into a game, 26 minutes, and 2 members go down against 5, I don't think there's anything. It doesn't matter what the enemy composition is. You got 70-second death counters.
Yeah, that was.
There was just a difference in plans there. Like I said, that last fight, of course, costing Insomniacs, but through and through, I don't want to call it a failure, but something that Insomniacs was overlooking. They were winning the team fights. They were doing what they wanted as far as their composition was concerned. However, I don't really feel like Deuce Knights really felt like they knew that they weren't going to be winning team fights, so they were always split pushing. So
Yeah.
I feel like that was almost kind of like them kind of like rope-a-doping them into like, all right, yeah, you're winning the
The
team
old
fights. Oh
rope-a-dope.
no, we're running away. What do we do? Meanwhile,
they pulled the Ali on him.
yeah. Meanwhile,
They pulled him out of Ali
Benedetta's
on
at the side and pretty much taking up all the
Rope-a-dope.
towers and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, that's just a Benedetta down there. We don't care about her.
I mean, I felt like that was the strategy, man. That was the only way they were gonna win. That is take it to the very late game, control the lanes, get an easy pick like that. The Franco
Pick on
just
Ashley.
pick on Ashley. The moment you took her out, the moment your team's able to get in and actually take on the team. I don't even know if you guys peeped it, but Eve had 200,000 damage. She had like, I want to say 35 to like 40% of the team damage. It was insane. But
She did
into
a
this
wonderful
game, Akai, Grok, Ling, Valentina, all amazing bands.
It's kind of funny to me because watching that match, I felt like Deuce Knights were like, we might lose this match, but Ashley's getting a bronze. Okay, so they were just the focus on her really did it helped as well with how they were able to manage a lot of these engages from them. But let's see what they have to pull out here. Just kind of looks like we got the standard bands here with the Akai Xavier and Grok, and then we have the Valentina and Ling and the Karina. They're definitely coming out. Are definitely being taken out.
Oh yeah. It was
I
literally
like how
controlling
Insomniacs
early.
knows it. They're like, listen, like Deuce Knights let it through, and honestly, I don't know. I think Insomniacs could have won that game. They just had a few mess ups towards the end there. The Karina's definitely overpowered. Florista, though, locking in this Eve once again. We saw how well she did with in game one. We know how good Eve is overall, let alone in the hands of Fleur right now. How does Insomniacs answer back to this? Galaxy does have that Yuzong open again, and I don't think it has done bad in the past two games. I think it's a solid pick right now.
It's been a great pick so far. In fact, the only reason that it wasn't able to take down Fleur was because all right, we're gonna go for Esmeralda
Dairoth's
instead.
open though.
Dairoth is open. Oh.
Dun dun dun.
Ooh, first Bashi of the night.
First Bosch of the night, finally. Finally, I'm happy.
Well.
Huh? I better see a Dairoth on the side of Deuce Knights here.
Yeah.
Better see a Dairoth. I don't care how unorthodox you want to be. And then for all the marksmans on the table, all the possible marksmans, not a single marksman ban yet, and they bring in the clock.
Okay.
Deuce Knights continue to baffle me.
You're sitting here with your paper of all the comps and all the meta, and as soon as the Deuce Knights go, you just throw it away. You're like, what the heck?
Oh.
Last game, you guys, I was just like, I don't even know.
Well, wasn't it Insomniacs who banned Claude last game?
No, it was Deuce Knights who. Oh no, Insomniacs did ban Claude. So maybe
maybe they know something about the Claude being on the Deuce Knights side. Maybe. Wait, is Ha actually going to play that?
I don't know.
Maybe. Who knows?
Deuce Knights is an enigma.
What do the viewers think? Let's just. I'm kind of like out. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, into the second ban phase. Insomniacs will take out the Ballman here. And I think they're focused on junglers, right? I think they need to ban. I mean, if I was Insomniacs, I would ban out the Dairoth. But once again, Deuce Knights is just a weird team to ban against because things are open and they don't even pick it. And there's a little mental game going on there, you know?
It's very hard to I want to say almost prepare against them because they ban something and then they throw in weren't they having success with the Maya last season?
Yeah, last season.
It's like and then you see a Maya and you're like okay, and you see a Benedetta you're like okay, we're gonna and then they get like these sneaky wins and you're like bro,
like and they just continue to do it. It's what they're known for.
I'm waiting on an alpha pick.
Bring in the Airthil, the Alpha, Mia EXP lane,
EXP
and
lane.
just run it. Benedetta jungler.
They've got one of
my
those
beer.
Twister spinning
Hold my
dials. That's how
beer.
they pick their.
Hey,
Watch this. Grab the camera, mom.
for the vine. This is.
They did go ahead and ban out that Dairoth, so I do want to know what they're going to be picking in that XP lane. Maybe a Thamus. Maybe. I don't know how that works against the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly the Thamus would be a solid pick. I think it works. It worked against the Esmeralda in past. Like it's something.
Same
again,
thing with Uranus.
Even if you can't beat her, you
Yes,
can
that's
still
right.
you can still use those sights to clear wave and just keep the XP line
there
at
it
a
is.
standstill. Rose hovering over the Uranus right now. Good call, G.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would have picked. I mean, I was on the same page as you guys, but Uranus, like people have already won and done Uranus, so why change? You know?
Yeah, it's a solid pick. It is.
Yeah.
And hopefully Rose plays as good as Uranus as we saw Merciless do earlier. Nazera back in with the Fanny. The thing is Hate still does have some options as a jungle, as a tank to possibly counter this. You could pick the Kufra. Franco's off the table, so that's not really an option right now, but there's a couple tank options that you could go for.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing right now. Wait, what?
Ruby tank?
Yeah. The only thing right now is this marksman, the gold lane right now. I don't really see this going in Hess favor against the Claude. We're gonna have to see how that plays out. Ooh, Kufra?
Kufra would be nice.
It might be rough. Oh, they go for the Ruby instead.
Good old debate it.
Not a horrible pick against the Fanny. You can second skill. It's not. I think it's almost as good as the Kufra. I think Fanny can kind of either way. Fanny's got to dance around both of them. I think the Ruby could be decent against the Rose on this Uranus as well, and possibly the Claude too if he gets too close.
Honestly, I don't hate Ruby picks in organized play. And when you're solo queuing, when you got trios and stuff like that, Ruby, I mean, I feel like she shines in team play but you don't see her too often just because it's not meta, and it's something that really does take a good amount of team cohesion. And this could actually be a pretty bad, it just could actually be pretty bad for the side of Deuce Knights here, going into this matchup now.
Well, that's what we said
All right,
last
here we
time,
go.
and they were able to pull it off. So maybe Deuce Knights gets the win once again. I can say one thing is, I think if Insomniacs play aggressive early, use this Basha to just try to really zone Fanny out of her own jungle. You're tanky enough to do that. You also have the Ruby to help along with it, and Ashley to kind of stay from the back and fire shots. I think they have a good chance of sealing the deal here.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I don't know if Hendrik might actually be able to surprise you. Yep. Oh, no, not able to get the actual hook on him though, but so we are going to go ahead and see how this plays out. Lane's actually, Hendrix is actually going to probably looks like he's going to be zooming back from mid to the gold lane. And Nazira does try to go ahead and get that Lethal Wander, but it is captured up by Insomniacs.
Ooh. There's a push from Yeo, but Nazira fires back. You're not coming to my jungle, able to get that kill. First blood going to Deuce Knights. That could be big for this Fanny.
Yeah, even at the bottom too, Rose able to go ahead and push and force the teleport back home from Galaxy on that Esmeralda. So not a bad start right now. Things are actually looking good for the team of Deuce Knights.
Yeah, it's a little unorthodox seeing play a marksman now, so it's I mean, maybe this is the stir up we need, you know? Maybe they're just stirring the pot and we're the ingredients.
Oh, Jesus. Nazira taking too many tower shots. May not get away from this one. Is going to get taken out, and the kill goes to Ashley. Yeho now focusing on to Fleur. Fleur may just be next. I don't think there's escape. He's going to go for the tower. He wants it, and he gets it. Yeho with the kill. Insomniacs answering back.
What a go.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate meeting there at the top. And Ashley just able to get out of the way of those cables of Nazira. And unfortunately, that went ahead and cost Deuce Knights two deaths right there.
Bit of a play in the middle there, G, but nothing too crazy to happen out of it.
No, I mean, we're looking again. I mean, it's still pretty early. We've seen these teams know how to go the length though, so we'll see what goes down. I mean, the gold lead's about the same, not too bad. The only big thing would be is that they just need to fight for objectives. Watch out for Hendrick.
We do have Hate coming in here up to the top here, trying to provide some support to Yuna. Head does get out of the way after he clears up lane, and it looks like we might be looking for an engagement here, as four members of Deuce Knights kind of are starting to close into the top.
A little something, nothing too crazy. Down in the bot lane also, the endless battle, the eternal battle between Esmeralda, but Yeho trying to get the invade, and is going to take a bit too much damage. Mega taken out here. Nazira able to get that kill. 2-1 to 1-2 versus Yeho. Deuce Knights playing a much better game this time than we saw in the last game. They may just, I mean, they're doing well right now. Definitely Insomniacs need to play well. Taking a bit of damage here though. Nice umbrella coming from Ashley. Hendricks zoning, making space for Hess so he can get back to base safely.
Yeah, I think we're going to come down to that first big clash is what this is going to come down to. Oh man, Ashley just has PTSD. She's ready right now for anybody to come at her.
She has to be on her toes, man. Like that Franco is after for blood.
I think that's one of the things too. I think you got to think. Oh, wait a second. Hate taking a lot of damage, able to stop Nazira though a bit, but still not enough. Oh, so close. What I was saying is, since this tank meta has arisen, I feel bad for gold laners and mages, man. They're just like the only targets for so many people, and they've always kind of been, but it's even more so now because it's like you can't kill Yeho, you can't kill Hate. Like they're all just so bulky. It's like, who are we gonna target? Let's get Ashley.
Oh, there it is.
Yin Yang overturn, not quite able to steal it though. Suppression onto Ashley. She is able to flicker out of there though. A nice kill on Nazira. Nice response back from Insomniacs. And they want to keep pushing. Esmeralda locked onto Hendricks. Yeho with the chase, able to get the kill. Galaxy secures it though. Now in between two members, needs to be careful. Senses the danger and escapes. But Yeho steals the blue buff. Is back though. Flickers back in. Yeho is onto him. With the Blazing Duets to try to create space, taking a bit of damage from Rose, and Rose gets the kill onto Hate there. A nice pick, back and forth. Hendricks gets the kill onto Yeho. So overall, a 2-for-2 trade over the past minute.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like Insomniacs way overstayed their welcome because they could have just gotten those kills and disengaged, but I feel like they were just kind of out for blood, kind of lingered around there, and allowed Deuce Knights to go ahead and kind of tie it up now.
Most definitely. I think they're doing, I mean, it's a very tight game. We got a barely any gold lead from either side. No towers taken. 5 minutes in, much slower than what we saw last game, G.
This is it's going, man. It's going, but I mean, we're looking at, it's still early game, which each team, I mean, of course, EXP lane's having a really rough time, but Galaxy not able to survive. Ashley might actually go down as well, but able to get out. It's smooth, man. That's why Kagura is so nasty as a mid laner. Just
Ashley is why I hate Kagura's.
I feel you,
just
dude.
the slipperiness of that, and then how they can get into fights and then back out with that umbrella. It's demoralizing sometimes.
Yeah.
What about I mean, Deuce Knights controlling the game right now. This may be another upset tonight. You know, we saw the Valley take on Team Sexy, and they dominated, so I almost don't even want to call that an upset. But right now, Insomniacs is falling behind in this game. A tower down, and not just any tower, the mid lane tower.
I just want to say
that's a hard blow.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, that opens up the entire map for you. Oh, and we do have Hendricks in a little bit of trouble here. Hate.
Nazira trying to come in. Hendrix will go down to Yeho though, but Yeho may just be next on the chopping block as Hay with the blazing duets and the flicker can't quite get the finish though, forced to back off. Nazira now though does get the kill onto Yudi, a nice pick into the back line, and then will escape. Rose pushing her weight around, doing some nice damage, and they just can't do anything about this. Uranus, Hate may go down here. Rose gets the kill, and Galaxy with the Fallen Star Moon on top of Fleur though is gonna chase down Ashley, taking a bit too much damage. Fleur will go down Ashley's umbrella, but here's Nazira firing back, and Ashley goes down as well. A killing spree for Rose, 3-0 on this Uranus, doing a wonderful job. Everyone chasing down him, but he is playing the jukes, the bob and the weave, and the suppression on to Galaxy. The battle rages on. Nazira back in here. They do not want to let up Private.
Yeah, they don't. They just keep on with the action, and fortunately for them, Deuce Knights is able to keep up with them, to keep up the pace with these fights. Unfortunately, right now, I don't feel like has the damage to be doing anything wonderful. He's got the mobility. He's able to go in, put some damage on, and be able to get out of the situation, and even lure and kite in a lot of the Insomniac members. And I feel like as this goes on a little bit further, it's going to go further and further into Deuce Knight's hands, because that's when Ha is going to start getting those items. He's going to get that, maybe that golden staff, that Demon Hunter. No, he already has Demon Hunter sword, so he's going to start getting damage where he's actually going to start being a threat rather than somebody who's just kind of like nitpicking and jumping around.
He's getting it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I gotta say Rose has definitely been pivotal in this, and I mean, with this Claude, one thing I can say about the Claude though is he hasn't died yet, right? No, there's no deaths yet, so just a bit more time. He's definitely a bit slower on the farm right now than we've seen some Claudes, but as long as you don't have any deaths, you have a good opportunity. I think around this 10-minute spike, we might start seeing him do a little bit more. And Rose is definitely carrying some weight on her shoulders into this back line right now. Galaxy with the Falling Star Moon, though, onto Fleur and Hendrix. Nazira entering the battle, popping some cables. No deaths just yet. Galaxy and Yeho holding down the front line along with Hate as Ashley gets caught on the side. Ashley will go down here trying to flicker out, but not able to get away. Gets the kill. A nice play. Galaxy re-engaging, blazing duets coming in along with that real manipulation, and Galaxy goes down. A bit of an overextension from him. Yeho trying to secure his blue buff, but Rose continues to harass, and Yeho may not be able to get away from this. Fleur with the slowdown, waiting for the hook from Hendrix. It does miss, and while all this is happening, Nazira in the top lane split pushing Private.
Yeah, I just don't know if this is the right time to mention that I did have Deuce Knights in the voting. I just want to throw that in there.
I did not.
But yeah, Rose is doing an excellent job providing that engagement and then being able to get out of the way, just that tankiness that they provide. And now you're starting to see Ha is starting to get some kills in there. And that's why I was saying, while he's not really having a great effect in the early game, he wasn't dying. He was getting, and he was part of the fights. He was in the mixes. That's why I said, like, as soon as he starts getting those damage items, he's going to be a monster for this team of Insomniacs to be dealing with.
It's I mean, we're looking at a sizable gold lead towards Deuce Knights right now. So, and Claude is literally almost has 8,500 gold. Like,
oh my God,
he is loaded. Anybody that comes in contact with Claude right now is gonna have a rough time picking up that mouthfish's roar.
Start seeing some blade armors.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be insane. Are they gonna contest Lord here?
I mean, Hate is playing the distance. Nazira, though, is onto them, trying to come in, taking a bit too much damage. Yin Yang overturn. Suppression onto Ashley, though, and Ashley goes down. Bit of a fight up at the top. Lord is going to get continued on. Nazira gets killed onto Hate. A three-man wipe onto the side of Insomniacs. Yeho getting zoned away by Rose. Rose is just staying on the trail. Nazero gets the Lord. Galaxy trying to come in and help out Yeho, but it's just not enough. Deuce Knights may be taking this game. They're going to start working away on this mid-tier 2 tower. Lord has not even showed up on the map yet, but Deuce Knights want to push hard right here.
Absolutely great execution there. You saw that Hat was on that Lord. As soon as Hat decided to go ahead and engage with that ult, Fleur was right there to slow them down with that real world manipulation. And then it's easy. I mean, they just sliced right through them. Oh my god, this is why I've said like they're one of my favorite teams, Deuce Knights. They bring something different and something strong when they need to.
Yeah, here it comes though. Lord is crashing in onto the inhibitor. Hate trying to do something, stop them in their tracks a bit, but they want to keep on pushing in. Hendrix waiting for the hook, does miss though. Almost getting to play there, but more waves of minions are coming, and Deuce Knights does not want to let up. They know they may need to try to end this fast. Real manipulation does come out. Yuna down, Rose with the dive under. Ashley forced back to base. Fleur with a beautiful real manipulation. Yeho may just be next. Hendrik Lazal along with Rose, both under the base. They've locked on. This could be it. Blazing Duet is out. They just need to finish it here. Try to do something a bit more. A nice yin-yang overturn, but still not enough damage. Ashley bites the bullet. Nazira now locking on. A beautiful hook with the flicker onto Hate. And yeah, as locked on as well. One member left. Galaxy all alone. Rose gonna push them back. This game will go to Deuce Knights. What a turnaround.
Maybe.
Not only do they reverse, this is it.
Okay.
We talked about this. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before when we were talking about the teams and seeing how much they improve. And Deuce Knights have just been bringing that upper. Every single time we see them, it's something better, something new, something fresh, and something that's helping them to dominate their opponents here. And man, it's so hard to call during the banning phase, but it's so fun to see what they have.
Yeah.
And not only, like, you could almost say that game 2, like, not only did they reverse sweep, right? So they reverse sweep the whole series, but it's like they play to build some narrative here. They're able to come back in game 2 and buy themselves enough time to bring in a pretty solid draft for game 3 and just completely dominate. I was saying I wanted to see them, stop doing these off-brand things. Yes, the Claude up front, it ended up working out, but the Uranus solid, the Franco solid, the Fanny comes in, and there's just no answer that Insomniacs have it. And then Fleur on the Yve, the last game just executed to a T. Deuce Knights showing that they're not ones to be laughed at here, not one to be judged. They get the win over Insomniacs day 1.
Wow.
I feel like we know why that Claude was banned. I don't know where this hat was during the first game, but like, bro, he was just throughout the entire game. Nothing to take away from Rose. Rose was equally as pivotal during this game. But like, I just noticed right from the beginning, Hat wasn't shying away from the fights, even though he was a Claude in the early game. He was still in the mix and still showing the skill he had with those teleports, those ults, and getting into the fight and still being able to get out, and his positioning even when he had no damage, so that the moment that he did start getting the damage with that golden staff and that malefic roar and stuff like that he was just shredding them.
Yeah, definitely a great game for Deuce Knights there. It was, and not only a great game, but an awesome day 1. Area 77 winning against Vec Fantasy main. Then we get to see New Wave with the 2-0 sweep over Team Sexy. And finally, we finish off with another rubber match. Deuce Knights taking a reverse sweep against Insomniacs. What a night for day 1, guys. Definitely exciting. So much fun. I'm ready for tomorrow.
That was a battle. This is probably the craziest matches we've had. I mean, every game has went over double digits, absolute brawls. It was definitely a great first day. I loved it, man.
A lot of fun. Private. What do you think, man?
I'm still kind of like catching my breath after that last game, but like every single game, like you've said, whether it's whether it was Area 77 over Vec Fantasy, or the Valley over Team Sexy, or even what we just saw, which was the Deuce Knights victorious over what most people thought would be pretty dominant over them in Insomniacs. It's exciting because just with the teams that we have, I'm starting to get more familiar. And I know our viewers are starting to get more familiar with these teams, but we still have some newcomers to come in tomorrow as well. Who's playing tomorrow? I believe Ethereal is one of the newcomers that's coming tomorrow. Who's else? New Wave.
Tomorrow is New Wave versus Ethereal, and then the Simpsons versus Team First Bloods. So we got another of the two new teams coming up, so I'm excited for it. Simpsons did make it through qualifiers. They're not a new team. They were in last season, but because they didn't make playoffs, they had to go through qualifiers again. So they're now here, back in the league. They've earned their place. They didn't just get picked or anything. They had to fight through a bunch of teams to get here. That's a game I'm excited for tomorrow. Simpsons versus Team First Bloods. I think it's going to be a great game.
Well, yeah, with both of those teams, you've got the newcomers taking on last season's champions, New Wave, in Ethereal versus New Wave, and they're going to have an uphill battle with them. Like, it just is the same as you had with Area 77 taking on Vec Fantasy. But I am excited to end tomorrow night with the Simpsons versus New Blood, because I know New Blood has been vying for a spot for a very long time.
Yeah.
And now they have it, and I absolutely know they're going to be looking to impress tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you put them as the win against Simpsons, huh? We all put our predictions. I put Simpsons at 2-1, but First Blood, that could definitely be an upset game tomorrow. Like you said, First Blood's super hungry, super ready for it. But until then, I don't want to carry on too long. To everyone that watched the stream tonight, thank you guys. We appreciate it. We love you all. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at 6 p.m., same time as today, and then every Saturday and Sunday till then for a bit. We got a lot more events coming in North America. The NACT is coming in July, in July. Big 10 grand tournament that's going to be popping up. It's going to be much longer than any NACT we've seen before. A much different system. It's going to last about a month. There'll be a group stage and all types of things. We'll get into more details on that. If you guys have any questions or want to follow any of the casters, you can join the Discord. You can type in ! Casters. If you want to check out the team's Instagrams, just type ! Teams or team. I forget which one. Thank everyone for watching. Big shout out to all of you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We are now streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is on G the Akayo's Facebook page though, so make sure you go check him out. Thank you everybody, guys, and we'll see you in the next draft.
GG. See you guys next time.